At this tempting ball, I met him, a mysterious man who made my heart race. His eyes were deep, his smile sly, and his presence irresistible. But just as I was lost in this unexpected encounter, a scream shattered the peace capture her. Me, a wanderer banned from the ball, became the target of everyone's arrows. Chapter 1. Idiots. They're all idiot. A laugh escapes my lips and curl into a cunning smile simultaneously. I look around before entering the gates of the spectacular mansion that held the party I came for. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'd like to add, that commenced without my wonderful presence. How considerate. I adjust my hood before I enter the gaping doors of the residence and find my way to the ballroom. People chattered and danced. The vast space was filled with smiles and laughter. I cringed. A room full of masses of werewolves, senses definitely unpleasant. I scrunched my nose. How the hell do you find your mates in this place? Every year. The council, I apologize. I mean the council hosts a gathering. Werewolves 16 and above were expected to participate. Its purpose is to unite unmated wolves and, most importantly, the alphas. And like predicted, newly made stock. Fall in love. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Mark each other. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. All werewolves of all ranks, alphas, betas, even gays, blah blah blah, are invited. If I was to describe the mating ball, I'd say it was rather mandatory. But that didn't really matter because almost every wolf are willing to attend in hopes of meeting their other half. Except the Royal Crimson Pack. They are powerful, commanding, and influential. And for this, they were above the council. No, they did not abuse their power, nor did they randomly annihilate packs. But once agitated, they will spare no mercy and tear you apart slowly, making sure you suffer the worst death penalty anyone could ever experience. Or so I've heard. No one who dare challenge the Royal Crimson Pack can escape. Like they say, you can run, but you can't hide. But that didn't matter to me, did it? As if I'd ever get tangled in their matters. What mattered to me right now were the rumors. During the 3 years I've participated in this event, I've collected enough information to know that the Royal Crimson Pack were breathtaking in a sense. Both men and women babbled on how ravishing they looked and how charismatic they were. It made my curiosity rise. And as if the moon goddess heard us oh so unfortunate peasants, word of new company spread. Apparently, the Crimson Pack will be attending this year's mating ball. Fucking fine, eh? I needed something to feed my boredom. I sauntered around the room while trying to avoid a form of contact. No offense, but the people here are dull. Uneventful. In other words, not fun. Interaction is a waste of time. Craving some dessert, I walked to the food area, grabbing a plate and for many slices of cake. I almost drooled merely at the sight of it. It looked so good. I haven't eaten something expensive in a while and I was going to make the best out of it. Raising the fork to my mouth, I take notice of the gossips that charge the room. Did you see them? I've never felt so. I don't know how to define it. But my heart feels like it's going to blow up. One beams, her cheeks extremely flushed. I take a bite of the cake. It was delicious. Another tunes in. How could anyone be so perfect? How lucky could Theo's mate be? She must have done something notable in their past life. I raise a brow. I feel like I fell down from heaven. Some guy's eyes. His expression lost. Another chimes in. Imagine what a great fuck, th. I couldn't help the snort that escapes the ladylike facade I was digging for. After finishing my plate, I pat my mouth clean with the tissue just like the elegant lady I truly am. I fix my composure, readjust the hood of my black, colored cape, and caress the dress that I recently stole from some girl. I'm glad the fabric was comfy. However, I just wish that it was red to look rather intimidating. In the contrary, the white dress made me look like some saint. I strolled to the direction the people were leaving from. My interest piqued. There was a visible crowd around 5 young men and women. I was more thrilled than ever. Vigor runs through my vein and it made me feel enthusiastic. It was the Royal Crimson Pack. Most of the people stole glances, trying so hard to not make it obvious as if their attendance didn't make them engrossed in the slightest. It was a disaster. It was visible that they were an audience judging the performers like they were a piece of art. And I admit that I was part of that audience. They were a very fine art. With one look, I felt the power all 5 of them exuded. My brain buzzed with curiosity and I couldn't help but feel even more and more fascinated. One of them, a guy with olive skin, curly hair, and beautiful honey brown eyes, sported a bored face. Truthfully, I didn't blame him at all. The party could be more lively. The guy reminded me of someone who could have played the jock in a romantic teenage movie. He just had that bad boy vibes around him. His muscular arms were wrapped around another's waist. I noticed. He looks at her and gives her a loving expression. I couldn't resist the small smile creeping on my face. They were a beautiful couple and I couldn't ever deny that. The girl lays her head on his shoulder. Her curled, blonde hair cascading in gorgeous waves. Ocean blue eyes graced her pale skin. She looks exactly like an angel and had that girl next door feel around her. My eyes traveled to the person to her right, who owned the same exact features. Twins. The boy had straight blonde hair that reaches his ear and the same ocean blue eyes. In contrast though, he looks like an annoying little devil, a jokester, or the life of the party. A troublemaker, you could say. Look who's talking. It wasn't like I was any different. His lips were downcast and his eyes were frantic. After a while, I concluded that he was trying to calm down his mate, which wasn't working very well. The girl had fair skin with a bright glow. Her dark hair was tied up in a high ponytail. Her bangs swept to the side. She looked gentle except for the fact that her brows were furrowed and her expression displeased as she glared at her mate. He stuck his tongue out. What an odd couple. Next to them was another man and I would be lying if I said I wasn't drawn to him more than the rest. He somehow felt more intimidating, more fascinating, more spellbinding. The gorgeous young man held a devious gaze in his beautiful grey eyes and his lips were curved in a mischievous smile. He wears a gaze that made me feel like he treated this event like a game and we were the chess pieces. His face structure was magnificent, as if carved by the moon goddess herself. I couldn't decide whether I wanted to be his or to be him himself. Why couldn't she make me this pretty? Something about him drew me in and it was irresistible. It pulled at me and was convincing me to get closer. He was the most alluring man I've ever met and he captured my interest. Something stirred inside me, and I was craving to see him. The need to do anything that involves him consumes me from inside and out. I don't know how long I continued to observe him, and for a fact, I didn't really care. Then, those captivating grey orbs met mine. Holy motherfucking shit. I wanted to capture this moment and never let it go. My heart rate picks up, beating erratically. My surroundings seemed to fade out and all I could focus on was the handsome young man. My heart felt like it was going to burst out of my chest any second now. An unfamiliar and unexpected thought intrudes my mind. I tilt my head, scrutinizing him. He did the same. A frown tugs on my lips. He did the same. We were both studying each other, processing the unforeseen notion as we do so. Copycat. I breathed out. The idea had dug itself well into my mind, but it still felt unbelievable. A smile reaches his face and his eyes twinkle with curiosity. His stares bore into me as he eyes me up and down, pride swelling in his chest. He opens his mouth to speak. Pleased to meet you. Meet Emma. His voice was deep and husky, making my brain feel chaotic and out of control. My heart thrums with ardor and enthusiasm. I shudder unconsciously. The corners of my lips tug upwards and I grin. How interesting. It's a pleasure to meet you. Too, mate. I respond, my words slow and precise. We didn't break eye contact. Not at all. And then there was a yell. Capture her. The crowd parted. Guards run towards my direction. looking back at my mate one last time. I captured his beauty and saluted him. I didn't miss the amused look on his face. Did I forget to mention rogues were prohibited from the mating ball? Her hopes. Chapter 2. I don't like how his hair looks. Should I just kill him? I twist and flick the dagger in my hand, realizing that about 20 wolves surrounded me. They all looked equally pissed. Oh man. It's just me. To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Normal me. Same beautiful girl. Remember. No response. Taking a steady step back. I continue. Come on, y'all. This is the 4th year we've been buddies. Or are we not in good terms? How about we go get some drinks? My treat. J. Eric. To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Gives me an unamused growl and takes a few steps forward. It's you again. You annoying piece of shit. Damn. That kinda hurts. I frown and let out a small. To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This time, I'll catch you. And when I do, I'll make sure you'll live a long, long, long time in agony. J. Eric avowed. His eyes flashed with joy and newfound interest. You are so fucking irritating. Do you not know? You infuriate me. I gulp, but flash him a nervous smile. Well, someone's mad. You know, enthusiasm, in this situation, you'd expect that the main lead would charge, secure victory, and maybe earn some scratches or even a blow to the head. Then, some Prince Charming will save his lovely damsel in distress and even release some tears of sadness. Boo-hoo. Sadly, I'm not so brave and talented. But you know what I was good at? Running. So I did. But not before I throw the dagger at J. Eric, aiming at his leg to make sure I don't assassinate anyone. Believe it or not, I consider him my close friend despite our mishaps. Hit and run. Baby. I flip him off and sprint out before the others could react. The same routine continues for 10 minutes until a familiar tree enters my vision. Gasping for air, I felt for my bow and quiver, holding it to my cheek and cooing it. My little baby. I continue to run. This sure is fun. My compelling mate infiltrates my mind and annoyed even me. I was irritated by myself for getting so obsessed for someone I barely met. His dark hair, vibrant grey eyes, that chiseled jaw, and oh my, those full, sultry lips that made even me jealous. How could I be so lucky? The simple act of thinking about him made my heart beat erratically. I imagine how his hugs would feel and how his hair would feel in between my fingers. Then, a familiar ugly voice disrupts me from my train of thoughts. She's there. Just capture her. I crane my neck to look back. To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. In the void space was J. Eric, inking. Dried blood clung to his old and withering skin. I halt my steps to laugh because I just couldn't help it. He gives me a deadly glare and the other warriors stood next to him, puzzled. That made me laugh more. I laughed so much to the point I couldn't breathe. Doubling over, I clutch my stomach and take in big gasps of air. Noticing the lack of response and unamused growls, I clear my throat and regain my composure. J. Eric snarls. Are you finished? You filthy rogue. His posse of warriors and Eric himself take big steps towards me, enclosing the space that previously separated us. I feign a pained expression. Can't you be a little kinder? J. Eric. Placing a hand on my heart. I thought you were smart. He replies and keeps on dragging. I took this chance and search around, realizing that I did not have the leverage in this situation. You should know by now that kindness doesn't ever apply to you. And clearly, shutting up doesn't exist in a dictionary. I snap. I considered it attacking, but I had no close-ranged weapon on my hand. I guess I'll have to do another hit and run. He walks towards me, says the one who wouldn't shut up about being companions. Mocking me, he adds, how about we go get some drinks? My treat. His face was so close to mine that I could smell his horrid breath. I kept my breath in and tried to not breathe in his scent. It was enough to kill me, for God's sake. I give him the most intense glare I could muster. He imitates a giggle and continues. But don't you think a cape's a little outdated? A scowl threatens to occupy my face and I proudly put it on full display. Fucker. No one insults my cape. J. Eric only smirks, which swelled my temper. You know what would look nice on you? You in the cellars. Wrapped in chains while you get whipped and choked to death. Yeah, I bet you 20 your wife enjoyed that. His smirk drops, much to my content. His eyes fill up with anger. Do not ever talk about her like that or I'll tear you to pieces. You mutt. Once I capture you and leave you in the Gamma's hands, you better pray you won't receive such a cruel punishment. Oh, don't worry, J. Eric. I assure you nothing that bad could happen judging from your wife's account. He lunges towards me, aiming for my neck. I dodge it and head to the direction I previously planned to run towards. I'm not dumb. I know what I'm capable of and what I'm incapable of. This is how you survive. And like usual, running is my top one solution to the key to surviving by me. I sprinted out. A sigh of relief escapes past my lips. Too bad for me. The relief didn't last any longer. My ears perk. A high whoosh rips through the silence of the air. I clutch the arrow and squeeze it tightly in my palms as it zooms past my ear. I look back and shout, "Whoever shot that? Your aim sucks." I grin, enjoying the lack of boredom. Now this, my people, is what fun is. I twist my head to look forward again. I notice the figure that stood idly in front of me to lighten step as soon as I realized, hoping for the best. A scent enters my nostrils, leaving me entranced. It smelled like nature, an earthy smell like after rain accompanied with lavenders. A wave of calmness washes over me almost immediately and my muscles seem to release its tension. The figure grabs me by the wrists and pulls me towards them. Pleasurable sparks surface on my skin and I couldn't control the guts that comes out of me. Mate. I raised my head to confirm and was met by the same captivating gaze that I was already starting to love. My breathing hitches and my heart rate speeds up. I open my mouth to say something but he beats me to it. He moves his grey eyes away from me and travels behind me, his steely gaze eyeing them in a threatening manner. You can leave. I'll be taking care of her from this point on. He commands them in a firm manner. I twist my head to the side and catch a glimpse of J. Eric and his cronies bowing their head in submission before scrambling to escape. Oh, I forgot they existed. My captor, I mean mate, lets go of my wrist and wraps an arm around my waist, pulling me closer. A shiver travels all over my body. Whoa. I breath out. His gorgeous grey obs lock with my dark brown ones and a tiny smile appears on his face. His eyes swirl with an intention that I couldn't comprehend. This is interesting, he mutters to himself. That's my line. Last time I checked, your name wasn't on it. Sucks. I retort, because last time I checked, you don't even know my name. Clearly amused. Touch. Mind telling me your name? My love. My heart did a backflip. Before replying, I adjust my hood. A habit of mine. Alexandria. I say under my breath. Alexandria. He repeats with his sultry, sedating voice. Werewolves didn't lie when they insisted that the mate bond was strong. It took all the energy in me to not wrap my arms around him and hug the shit out of him, even though I just met him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. In some way, the mate bond had me frightened. I've barely met him yet the simple act of my mate calling my name sent shivers down my spine. He made me feel emotions I really felt. I couldn't help but think what we would be like in years. That is if we do decide to keep each other. I cock my head to the side, urging him to answer me, when he didn't get the message. Your name. Call me Theo. 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 I opened my mouth to reply but was disrupted by another voice. Theo. A guy's voice shouts from behind the trees. Soon, the individuals come to light. It was the same companions that came with him to the ball. I also noted that their expressions were filled with irritation, and I had a feeling it had something to do with me. To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Someone's getting in trouble. I snicker at the thought. Theo's eye snaps to me, his lips still curved into a smirk. What's so funny? Alexandria. Nothing, I say in an attempt to suppress my short outbreak. His friends glanced at him. Then to me. They remained silent and indifferent for what seemed like forever. I shift my weight from one foot to another, not liking the stares that landed on me repeatedly. Suddenly, the guy with curly hair and brown eyes takes a step forward. An expression of pure disgust overcomes all emotion on his face. It made me want to punch him in the face. Suddenly, he wasn't so attractive anymore. Who is she? Should I be offended? Theo grins and replies, she's my mate, Giovanni. I raise a brow, perplexed at how he was amused by his friend's reaction. The guy, Giovanni, runs a hand through his hair, as if he just heard the most stressful thing ever. I scoff in disbelief. He turns to his mate, who rubs his arm in circles in an attempt to pacify him. Then, I notice their eyes turn a brighter color. I suppress a groan when the realization dawns me. I turn to Theo for confirmation. Two were a vivid grey. Great. They're talking shit about me behind my back. Pussies. I cross my arms, annoyed at the waiting. 5 decades, 6 years, and 15 weeks later, their private little discussion finally ceased. The Asian girl with the ponytail was the first to speak. She's a rogue. Theo, it's nice meeting you two. To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Giovanni's mate, one of the twins, wore a worrisome expression. She looks at me as if I was pitiful, and it almost made me double over in laughter. Me pitiful? Never. Her brows furrow as she comments. I agree with Gio and Scarlett. It happened once. We can't let it happen again. Let's not take the risk. Please. Well, fuck you too. To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Theo doesn't say anything and just stares at them. I could tell how he pretended to think, but his decision was already made and nothing else could change it. Meanwhile, the woman's twin sports a dumb smile on his face. The turmoil between his pack entertained him, and I agreed with him. Seriously, he snorted. Is the beta and my dear Celestina scaredy cats? At a boy. Giovanni glares at him. What about Scarlett? Emilio. She's on my side. Too moron. Do you know very well that I'll be dead as meat if I ever talk smack about my mate? He retorts. Emilio's mate grabs him by the shoulders and strikes a blow to his head. K.O. He starts to cuff the sleeves of his dress shirt as if instigating a fight. Celestina shouts at them to stop like it wasn't the first time it happened. The amusing couple immediately stop arguing and fix their stature. Celestina gazes at Theo for a hot second, and as if noticing my long-lasting silence. Is she not going to talk at all? Now that she said that, it made me not want to talk more. Oh please, we don't need cowards in the pack. For Christ's sake. I kiss my middle finger at her and flash it at her. She frowns in response. Taken aback, her mate naturally releases a low growl. Despising the disrespect she was given, I'm really not liking her. Theo, making sure to emphasize every single word. Thanks, Captain Obvious. I flip him off with my other hand and couldn't help but smirk under my hood. I glance at Theo. His arms were crossed as he stares back at his friends with a smug expression. J. Bicotto. He looks at me. Because I'm liking her. Well, duh, I'm your mate is what I wanted to say. However, I didn't want to waste my precious energy on talking. It is merely a weapon that comes in handy when escaping, or even better, to irritate the shit out of someone. I copied Theo's actions by crossing my arms and lifting my chin up as if I was mocking them. They gaped at us in disbelief, refusing to believe that they'd have to tolerate me. I was troubled and so was he. Carrying us up was a risk the moon goddess took. But the world needs a taste of some of its own chaos every once in a while. Chaos is a good thing. It is fundamental. Chapter 3. The yearly mating ball had ended. Groups of friends and new mates gradually left the doors of the mansion. Only the elegant decorations and leftover trash remained to be undone by the workers the day after. I watched as the last warriors who guarded the event closed the gates of the mansion. Now, the only werewolves that lingered were 5 Greek gods and I, the most beautiful of all. I'm bringing you with me, Theo commands firmly despite the tension that surrounds us. He either lacks the ability to perceive his surroundings or he simply doesn't give a fucking shit. Okay, I answer shortly, not really knowing what else to say. A part of me still didn't process what was really going on. It just felt too unreal. Still, it was time to put a stop on stealing, running, and decapitating werewolves, temporarily. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobin, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I ignore the other part of me that parted my mind and told me I had other reasons for accepting so easily. Pulling me out of my thoughts, I hear the guy named Giovanni suppress a humorless laugh. It was a laugh that was making my mind go haywire as I stopped myself from murdering this son of a bitch. Let's not rush and be improper. My friends, we shall ask permission from her Alpha on her behalf. He eyes me. Oh wait, you don't have a pack. The blondie laughs and pats Giovanni on the back. And I thought he was on my side. What a traitor. These people were not only annoying, but the fact that I was the one getting irritated and not them woke up a fire inside of me. Funny, I'm the only one allowed to bitch around. I'd tell you to shut up or I'll cut off your dick, but I speak. My eyes travel up and down his body mockingly just like he did. You don't have one. The blondie lets out an ugly chortle and in return, his sister sends him a harsh glare. As if on cue, a strong wind passes by, causing my hood to fall off. Scarlet, the blondie's mate, takes a step or two forward. I suggest you stop talking. Rogue, she says with slight disgust. You're crossing the line. Sorry to inform you, but I don't do boundaries. I wink. She sends me a sneer and paces toward me, but instantly stops when her mate grabs by the waist and pulls her towards him. Her body immediately relaxes under his hold. Well, will you look at that? Turmoil is a beautiful thing. I could smell the tension in the air. It was picking at us, forcing not only me, but also them, to fight. Clearly, my presence seems to undermine their authority and they were thirsting for dominance. They obviously weren't very fond of me and they would gladly resort to violence. Like expected, curly hair guy charges towards me. The space between us gave me enough time to react. I grin as I quickly position myself and lift the bow to the air, ready to shoot before he could close the large distance between us. I haven't launched an arrow for a while. My hands have been clean of blood for far too long. Got a new arrow too, sparkly and tipped in silver. Giovanni would be a great trial testing. I wonder how cute he'd look like with blood dripping from his eye. What a masterpiece. This idea delighted me and I was pretty sure I had an ugly, creepy smile on my face. I grasp the bowstring, draw it, and release, aiming for his eye. Maybe he'd look even hotter with this new trend. He realizes this too late and tries to crouch. I grin even wider, considering the mission done, before it reaches him. However, I find my mate in the center of my eyesight, arrow in between his palms. He lets out a shaky breath before snapping it in half, dropping it to the ground. His eyes were furrowed and for the first time, he showed a sign of irritation. How lovely. Fuck you. That was brand new. Theo, do you know how hard it was to steal that? Since it's so easy for you, you can just effortlessly steal another one. He tells me in a matter of fact tone. Fine. I huff. Now set aside the bow, he commands. I glare at him, unenthusiasm, noticing my still state. He warns, Alexandria. I keep my eyes trained on him and notice his eyes turns frightening bright grey. Oh hell no. I drop my bow and quiver to the ground faster than a speeding bullet. Then, I pull my hood over my head, going back to my lone state. Theo turns to his friends. I hope all of you know that I am your alpha, and even if I was not alpha, remember, he pauses, asserting dominance. He sends his comrades a cold glare, that I am the lichen. Don't make me punish you. Such disrespect is unacceptable. I hope you all start learning how to respect each other. God, you guys are acting more like a rogue than she even is. They nod and bow their heads in submission. Yes, Alpha. He lifts Giovanni's chin with his finger, who remains silent. His expression, however, indicated his rage. You're my gamma. Am I right, Gio? Hesitating to reply, he slowly says, Yes, Alpha. Then act like one. I almost let out a snort. Same goes for the rest of you. Don't make me regret bestowing you such high positions. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Then, he looks at me, his brows and eyes seemingly softening. A mischievous smile dances on his face, making my heart skip. And like it not, she's coming with us. Giovanni growls, earning an welcoming glare from Theo. Theo surprises me. Something about him distinguished him from the other wolves. He felt different. It wasn't because he was my mate, nor the fact that he was an alpha or even the fact he is the lichen, which is a title given to the most powerful and recognized living wolf. It was the cunningness that he held in his visage. It was the same mischievous smile and that same twinkle in his eyes like he held as if he found something interesting. He felt different because in some ways, he reminded me of me, full of secrets and tricks hidden behind one deceitful smile. Yet, he was unfathomable. I have always been an observant person and I was always able to unravel secrets they hid so preciously in a snap of my finger. To my demise, Theo was so much more complex, way more calculating. This vexed me. The fact that I was getting myself into something I might regret scared me. Usually, I had something to expect, allowing me to brace whatever was coming in the near future. He was like a puzzle I couldn't solve. I wondered what kind of evil tricks he had already planned in his mind. I stare into his eyes, searching for answers. He sends me a smirk. Shall we depart? His eyes bore deeply into mine, before we try to uncover something we shouldn't have. I look down and pull on my hood. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It starts out fun. That was the trouble in trouble. Chapter 4. I tremble as I look down to my hands, the dark red blood painting my fair skin. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I swear. My eyes flutter open, I release a shaky breath, getting more and more used to being woken up by such horrific images. You're awake. I hear Theo's sultry voice tell me. Just in time. We've reached the pack house. Oh, I reply and unintentionally, letting out a dry laugh. I clear my throat and recompose myself, hoping that it didn't sound as bitter as I could make out. He pulls to a stop and eyes me. I question him. Is something wrong? He questions me dubiously, concern lacing his voice. No, just a meaningless dream. I ramble. That's not it. However, in less than a fraction of a second, he goes back to an impassive state. I release a breath I didn't know I've been holding. We both exit the car and I follow Theo. Apparently, the others had arrived way earlier. And by others, I'm talking about my oh-so-loving friends. Theo had to drive me separately because they refused to be in the same space as me. As I've been saying, they clearly liked me. I pat my head to make sure I still had my hood on. My eyes widen, I try to hold in a gasp when I behold the majestic structure. Before me was a stunning Mediterranean-style mansion. Mansion was a small word for what I was seeing with my very own eyes. This was some Beauty and the Beast castle type of shit. The darkness made it even more glamorous as bright yellow lights from inside the house shone through the windows. In front of the manor was a large garden, and in the middle of it was a lovely marble fountain. I couldn't help but think of pushing Celestina into it. Something about her made me dislike her the most out of the four. Her good girl appearance pissed me off. She looked too angelic and felt too distrustful for my liking. Theo's voice distracts me from my thoughts as he draws out with a chuckle. Someone's enjoying this. My heart warms up when my eyes land on his face, his chest up and his expression full of pride. I grin and say, just thinking about how much money I'll be making after stealing all the goods and escaping. His lips curl into a smirk, a smug look on his face. What a great time I'll be having chasing and catching you. Love, try me. I don't think that'll end up too well. He adds before peering at me. Let's make our way inside, shall we? As a response, I simply nod. He unlocks and opens the giant doors and leads me inside. Oh my God, how much money would I be earning? Hell, I'll be earning millions in less than a second. I'm debating whether I should be concerned about your expression or not. Theo comments, I promise I could see dollar signs in your eyes. I'm glad you know me so well already. Theo, he guides me through the hallways and gives me a mini tour for about half an hour. Chandeliers, the enthusiasm, lamps, and decorations sparkled. Sparkle why? Sparkle why? I resisted the urge to reach for them. The floors were so clean to the point it shined, and I could see my reflection on them. The mansion's interior, I realized, was a classic gold and white. Not too bad. I gaped out shame. I took notice of the gold vase on one of the tables, calling my name and pulling me in. I make a quick mental note to myself. It continues like that, me breaking my neck and jaw while I observed the place high and low in shock. Then, too abruptly, Theo halts to a stop. I react to slowly and crash into his back. A wave of pleasure runs through me as tingles arise on my skin simultaneously. My dad, I moan. He trushes to my cheeks. He laughs, noticing my dilemma. You're a clumsy one. I lift a brow and huff out. Not my fault you stopped so abruptly. Why'd you stop anyways? Everyone's gone to rest. I figured out we should too. He trushed into my cheeks once again as my mind travels to the wrong direction. Fortunately, blushing was not my forte unlike other people. The same signature smirk enters his lips. He reaches for a doorknob and pushes the door open. Now, you're mistaken. To my agent extraordinaire, Nylan Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Don't worry, I won't rush you. You have your room. He nods his head to the right, where another door was lodged, and I have mine. Oh, I reply shortly and rub the back of my neck. I'm open to anything. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He adds with a wink. No thank you. I lie as I quickly slip into the bedroom and slam the door shut. A few seconds later, I hear his bedroom door close. I release a sigh, my brain finally recognizing how tired I was. I run and jump to the bed, taking in its comfort. This was heaven. I duck under the covers and hug the pillow, closing my eyes in an attempt to sleep. It was pointless. I couldn't sleep despite my weariness. It continued like that for an hour, me shutting my eyes close, opening them, then staring at the ceiling. The dress was too uncomfortable to sleep in. I considered just stripping completely, but even to me, that felt bare and uncomfortable. Fuck this, I whispered to myself. I throw the covers off of me, and sooner than I realize, I was staring into the door of Theo's bedroom. I quickly knock 3 times and twist the door open, not giving a single shit. I was tired and I wanted to return to the relief the bed gave me. My eyes dart all over the room, searching for Theo. There on the bed was Theo, shirtless. Bed sheets cover his lower body. My eyes shamelessly travel up and down his body. I count the ABS on his torso. 1, 2. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. 7. Ego God. I sure hope I wasn't drooling. I raised my eyes to his face. His eyes drilling into mine. I'll take it you're enjoying what you're seeing. I stutter like an idiot. No, I'm not. I'm just thinking of how much cash I'd be making if I sold you at an auction. Oh, really? He raises his glasses with a finger. I groan to myself. Also digging the boyfriend look. Do you need anything, or are you thinking about the other option I gave you? I let out a fake laugh. Would you do me a favor and give me clothes I could sleep in? The dress is rather uncomfortable. Anything for you. Princess. Closet to your left. Grab whatever you want. If you want. The bathroom door's the door nearest to you. He pauses and smirks. Unless you want to change right in front of me. To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm fine. I open the closet, grab a random shirt, and rush to the bathroom. I put on a large black tee, glad that I wore tennis shorts underneath the dress. I throw the satin dress into the trash, knowing I wasn't gonna wear it again. I exit the bathroom and yawn. The exhaustion hit me harder this time and my eyes were struggling to stay open. Thank you. I tell him as I groggily find my way to the door. Good night, Alexandria. He responds, seeming amused. Good night, Theo, I mutter. Then, I scramble out of his room, hoping that I would not lose this tiredness before I could even reach the bed. I wanted a taste of some good sleep I haven't had in a while. When I reach the room, I jump to the bed and situate myself under the blankets. I close my eyes and fall into a deep, relaxing slumber. Darkness takes over me. Chapter 5. I wake up, feeling more at ease than ever. Now that my brain was working, I noticed the splash of black and white that occupied the room. Hints of dark red aspect the large space. I grinned, enjoying the elegant and lavish interior. I unwrap myself from the blankets I have cocooned myself in and jump off the bed, reminding myself to steal one for myself if I had the time to do so. I give myself a quick stretch to shake off the grogginess. A lopsided smile tugs on my lips and energy thrums within me. Today was one of my good mornings. No matter how much I hated the process of waking up in the morning, I loved mornings. I doted the idea of being able to accomplish something. Nighttime always settled with me feeling regret and failure, the lack of accomplishment eating me away. Mornings gave me the chance to fulfill something. I shamelessly open the door of Theo's empty room and grab a black hoodie from his closet. Then, I exit the room, inhaling my mate's intoxicating scent. His scent manages to drive me crazy, but it also made me feel serene. This could be those therapy lotions from Bath & Body Works. I searched for any signs of werewolf presence and received none. Great. It was time to steal. I reach out my hand to grab a fully gold carousel music box on the table, but retract them quickly when footsteps reaches my senses. I face the suspect and forge an angel-like smile on my face. Or so I thought. I'm gonna choose to ignore what you just tried to do, so you owe me one. The blondie from last night mutters. What was his name? B.O. Miller. To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Emily, Emilio, I suggest you take back those last words. Don't want a dislocated bone now, do we? Great. We've got two wicked people under one roof. Werewolf kind is officially over. The moon goddess really let the demons loose. He loudly says under his breath with the intention of letting me hear. Hell's been long empty. Guess where they went? Here apparently. Youngly. Emilio runs his hand through his soft, shiny hair. Everyone's out training. If you're wondering, I nod and keep my hands clasped behind my back. I was itching to steal and I did my best to hold myself back. Follow me and try to not steal anything, he says as he eyes me with his blue orbs. I, a captain, for the rest of the journey. I follow in silence. My social battery was already dying and the day has barely even started. Great. I used the silence as an opportunity to observe. I noticed Emilio take larger and faster strides as seconds passed by, eager to end the awkward atmosphere that clouded the both of us. He refused to look back where I was, as if scared that I'd catch him staring. Still, when I moved to his side as we paced down the stairs, his eyes wandered to me, inspecting me. I've caught someone's interest. Soon, Emilio leads me outside the house. The brightness of the sun hit me like a motherfucking train. Immediately, I raise the hood to cover my hair and I use my free hand to block the shining orb from my sensitive eyes. Finally, there's training grounds inside and outside the residence, for the majority of the time. However, we train outside mostly under Theo's watch. He claims that he fancies seeing us suffer under the sun's heat. I huff. I hear the faint sound of Theo's voice and pick up my pace unintentionally. Stupid mate Bond. Sooner than later, we finally reach the training grounds. Emilio halts before looking at me. I'll take it you won't be needing me anymore. I mutter a short statement of gratitude as he walks away from me. I couldn't help but think that if it wasn't for him, my pockets could have been full to the point it drops to the floor. My eyes wander over the clearing filled with sweaty, drained werewolves. They were divided into 3 groups. I notice. The first one was a group of children and teens. They appeared as supervised by my beautiful friend, Scarlet. Her hair was again bunched up in a ponytail. She led the younglings as they ran numerous laps. The second group was ran by the twin, Celestina. They consisted of women mostly. Yes, Gamma. A woman says to her loud enough for me to hear. Cool deal. Celestine nods to her, though my eyes gaze over shirtless men and women wearing mostly sports bras and leggings. Most of them performed their tasks without a single sweat while others were tied to the brim. Now, where's Theo? I squint my eyes, trying to find his gigantic figure. Furthest from me and everyone else was another group and a tall, muscular giant, which was unmistakably Theo. Eyes follow me as I walk past them and I march towards Theo. The group was consisted of men and few women. The closer I got, it was noticeable that this group were the strongest of the pack, their top warriors. It was clear they had more muscle, more stamina, and more skill. I could easily determine that they had tougher and stricter training. Theo's relaxing scent tinted my senses, and by the looks of it, mine reaches him too. Good morning, I chirped happily for my liking. It appears that my dear Alexandria is a morning person. I frown and reply, say good morning back. He lifts a brow, amused. Great morning. I thank him to show my satisfaction. I couldn't help but let my eyes travel over Theo's shirtless body in a blatant manner for the millionth time. What a blessing. Truly, he was a work of art. He also sported grey sweatpants, and sweatpants were the #1 way to my heart. Something about them just makes any guy 10x more attractive. Okay, maybe not all guys. He crosses his arms, staring at me. I didn't miss the detail as his muscles flexed either. Now show me your back, baby. I clear my throat and meet his scrutinizing gaze. It remained set on me for a couple of seconds when he suddenly beams at me as if an idea sparked in his mind. What the fuck? I see you've got your workout clothes on. My love. He tells me, his eyes twinkle with mischief. Care to join us? Oh no. His men stopped their movements to look at us, baffled that a stranger was joining a group of strong warriors like them. I snap my head at them with an icy glare. Actions. Theo, I believe I'm still a tad bit exhausted and emotionally drained from last night's incidents. I fake a laugh. Now that I also think about it, I'm more of a night person. I better go back and rest. You know what they say, morning workouts will keep you active for the rest of the day. He adds, mirroring the fake smile I plastered on my face. Good morning, sunshine. It's time to train. On a second thought, I actually feel really active. I don't think I'll be needing this training. Good. Now that you're active, I assure you training will be easy work. I drop my smile and give him a resolute no. To my absolute luck, a rumble emits from my stomach. It wasn't until now that I noticed how hungry I actually was. Oh my fucking god. This is embarrassing. I'll have my people prepare you a meal if you agree to train with me. I'm the one supervising, so I'll make sure you get special treatment. He adds, using my hunger to his advantage. I think then reply, deal. A home-cooked meal was something I definitely yearned for. Only if you cook for me. I moan. Anything for you. He answers with an enlivened expression. He turns his body away from me and towards his worn-out pack members. His cloudy orbs brighten as if the notion of beating me up to the pulp excited him. His men immediately ceased their actions and directed their forms towards Theo, bowing ever so slightly. As you've all noticed, a new member, his eyes move to me, has joined the pack. She is requested to join us in our training. You all know the drill, and I remind that you must all be respectful. If I hear anything discourteous in any way or form, you know what happens. Requested my ass. Yes, Alpha. They respond. They wait for his instruction, their feet planted to the ground. Proceed to your partners, Theo says as he grins at me. Oh fuck no. This was not the special treatment I asked for. Chapter 6 I lost. And lost. Again and again. You're weak, Theo tells me nonchalantly. I huff and bring myself up. Geez. It doesn't hurt to be nicer. You know. The truth hurts. Alexandria, wow. I really appreciate the effort. I mock. He returns to a fighting stance, signaling that he was ready to combat once again. I was tired. Beyond tired. This man's punches and kicks hurt like a bitch. He also refused to spare me any mercy for my very, very special status. If I may. The frustration from getting defeated over and over also strikes a nerve in me. My competitive side was growing tired of having to lose over and over again. I swing my hands up dramatically. I give up. Theo raises a brow. I glare at him. Didn't you hear me? I said I'm done. Fine. No, you're not. He tells me firmly. Too bad? I sneer and start walking away. CZ I never asked. I don't care. You're coming back here and that's final. I don't like one-on-one combat. I despise it. It's so fucking boring and difficult. Theo raises a brow, an irritating yet charming smirk on his face. Oh yeah. Then if you must, inform me what fun is to you. Stealth. Assassination. Killing someone from far away. I find pleasure seeing a pack of wolves search for me frantically. I glanced at Theo, expecting a disgusted expression. He listened to me with curiosity. His growing interest that never seems to stop made me want to pull my hair out. Imagine being one of those wolves expecting to be home by the next 2 days only to end up 6 feet under with little legroom. How enjoyable, he says sarcastically. Your presence and choice of words pleases me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Glad to know I'm able to please you. I blurt out. That sounded way cleaner in my mind. Okay. Maybe not, and that we'll be seeing about that. Won't we? He says to me. An amused smile tugs on the corners of his lips. I look down, attempting to cover my non-existent blush. In response, Theo chuckles. I catch a glimpse of Theo walking towards me, and before it, his warm hands trace my face delicately. He lifts my chin up with a finger. Grey lips lock with my dark brown ones. I shudder unintentionally, the sparks erupting in my skin. For less than a second, I thought I saw a pained and wanting gaze. His eyes flinches ever so slightly that it was barely noticeable. My lips form into a frown immediately. Before I could say anything, let's go and eat now. Shall we? He asks me with an unsettling smile. Follow me. I'll make you dinner. His cooking was horrible. I almost puked at the first bite, and Theo's amused expression didn't help a single bit. That, I muster up the deadliest glare I could, was disgusting. I wasn't the one who asked for a home-cooked meal. Was I? You could have told me, I say frantically. He rolls his eyes. You never asked. I cross my arms and groan dramatically, receiving a scowl from Theo. Let's play 20 questions. He then adds happily, as if he just thought of the most wonderful idea. His scowl was long gone and the mischievous twinkle in his eyes returned. Childish. Whatever, he mumbles before continuing, disregarding my lack of interest. Why can't we drink wine or something? Why just making sure we're legal? He says with a wink. Not gonna lie, that was kinda hot. Too bad? I'd do it better. I look down, focusing on the table as if it was $1,000. It probably was. 21, I say under my breath. Great. I'm 23. You're old. I joke as I scrunch up my nose. Why does my dear mate prefer younger guys? He stares at me with doe-like eyes as he leans on the palm of his hand. So cute. My breathing hitches. I try to ignore how ravishing he looked in this angle. My eyes travel unintentionally to his luscious lips and I quickly look away, hoping that he didn't spot that. His lips curl into a smile. He did notice. Flustered, I clear my throat. As a matter of fact, yes. Yes, I do. They are so much more tender-hearted. I lie. He growls lowly. At least I can tell the difference between you and your. Whatever, I say with a roll of my eyes and moved on to a new topic. Favorite color? Mine's blue and red. Black and red. Theo pauses, trying to think of a question. His eyes brightens with curiosity once again. Weapon of preference. Now I like how this is going. Strength was something I extremely lacked in, but my agility and precision made up for it. I was destined to be a thief right when I was born out of my mother's womb. I clapped my hands, unable to control my excitement. Daggers and bows. Anything that requires long-distance precision. I wish I had a gun, but the council banned them. The council has forbidden the use of guns in werewolf land, fearing that more developed packs would gain an advantage and less developed packs. But wasn't that the point? Theo lifts a brow and thinks before replying. Interesting. Tell me more. Do you know how many people report me for hacking whenever I play games? Like it's not my fault I'm decent and you're not. I tell him. Exasperated by the memory, he releases a soft, precious laugh. It was a melody I suddenly wished I could listen to every day. Tell me more. This wasn't a game of 20 questions anymore. This was 73 questions with Alexandria Catalina. People would cyberbully me. I received so much negativity for being too good-o. And they'd accuse me of having auto. A mom when they can obviously tell how much faster I get kills. Feigning a frown, his melodic laugh fills the room once again. You seem to have a talent in riling up people whenever you go. As you can see, you haven't told me your weapon of preference. Theo. Tu m'as agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Drumming his fingers on the table, he waits a long second before he looks at me with yet another smirk on his face. I don't know. I don't really need them. He informs me arrogantly and I roll my eyes. Fighting in wolf form, however, thrills me more than anything. Tell me about it. I like power. I'm greedy. Alexandria. And our wolf forms are much more stronger and uncontrollable than our human forms. He stops in his words. I like the thrill and the energy that runs through us when we shift. Don't you appreciate it too? I gulp almost visibly before responding. About THA. All of a sudden, Theo's attention drives away from me. The presence of his smile was now absent. His brows were furrowed and his lips were slightly parted. His eyes snap to mine once again. We have company, he mouths. As if on cue. Loud, boisterous voices fill the room. Fuck, I must really hate people. Disappointed that my time with Theo had already ended, he gets up from the chair and moves towards me. Before I knew it, I could feel his breath on my neck. I covers up my spine and I hold myself back from showing it. It's lunchtime, he whispers to my ear before sauntering to the table rested on top of a higher level. This man will be the death of me. Shortly, a mass of werewolves fill the vast space and take their seat. The last to take their places was Theo's friends. I didn't miss the awful glare they presented me with when they entered the room. I cross my arms and scowl back at them to show my loathing. As if mocking me, Scarlet keeps eye contact with me with her chin high up in the air as she walks to the table where Theo was seated, the table meant for those with high positions. Leadership. She was ridiculing me, emphasizing the empty seat beside Theo, where I was supposed to be, the Luna's seat. I ignore the sly take in the very bottom of my heart and bite back a growl. I really didn't know where I was going with this. I was just swimming along the tide. The 4 pairs of eyes boring into me didn't help at all. I release a sigh of relief as a servant places a plate full of food in front of me. I didn't know what it was, but it looked delicious. I pick up the fork, ready to eat. Instantaneously, the doors of the dining room burst open, disrupting my peaceful meal. A man with shoulder-length wavy hair, tanned skin, and sharp glare enters the room. Why is everyone in this pecs? Oh God, I'm gorgeous. Next to him was a girl with a short bob and pretty almond eyes. Her almond eyes were fierce dark brown and her lips were full. Welcome, Beta Felix and Lady Talia. A wolf greets. The pair stroll towards the table. I eyed them as they moved past me. Lady Talia radiated power, but less than the rest of them. Celestina is female gamma, meaning Giovanni is Theo's gamma. That leaves Emilio and Scarlet with the delta position. The only position still unnamed was warrior. Lady Talia was most likely the head warrior. Interesting. I say under my breath before taking a bite of the lava cake. I don't follow the dessert is the last meal rule. Fuck that. My body. My rules. Out of instinct. I pull on my hood to ensure it was still there. I always felt there without one. Thankfully, no one else noticed me and I was excited to eat the rest of my meal in silence. I remained quiet while the room erupted in small chatters. Glad that I didn't have to use my voice. I savored the delicious food in front of me. Theo's cooking had left me traumatized. It felt relaxing for a while, a feeling I really couldn't afford to have. I've been running and escaping my whole life, meaning that relaxation was a luxury. I enjoy the seclusion for a short time. Keyword, short time. That was until rude, unfamiliar voice disrupts my newfound peace. I raise my head searching for the voice. In a flash, everyone turns their heads towards me, finally acknowledging a new presence. Is this bitch talking to me? My eyes scan over the now peaked up werewolves and travel to Theo and his friends, who all sported vexatious expressions. Yes, I'm talking to you, a woman's voice firmly states. I look up to the speaker, only to land on Talia's grim countenance. I narrow my eyes at her. To my audiobook extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Quixote's enthusiasm. I really do seem to irritate people wherever I go. Within the territory of the Royal Crimson Pact, I am forced to engage in a power struggle. As the head wolf, has challenged me for the position of Luna in the pack. In this contest, I have to fight not only with my wisdom and strength but also face the inscrutable gaze of Theo, who seems to be testing me. I must prove that I am more than just a rogue. I have the ability to lead this pack. Chapter 7. The moon goddess gifted me with exceptional agility. I've always been told that I had great hand-eye coordination and reaction time despite my lack of strength. What I didn't know was that I was also gifted such an immense energy that it gave me the ability to annoy people wherever I go without me even doing anything. Awesome. Am I right? I returned to reality and was met by Talia's ferocious expression. Damn. Someone's mad. Get up. She commands firmly. Her gaze was icy and piercing. Okay. Confused. I slowly lift myself up from the chair, meeting the eyes of hundreds of wolves. What did I do wrong? Oh yeah, I existed. Now come closer. She orders with disgust. Her treatment was confusing the shit out of me. What was wrong with her? My gaze shifts to Giovanni and Scarlet, who sported a smug look on their faces, then to Emilio, who had his usual idiotic smile. Beta Felix remains impassive and I try to take no notice of Theo's impenetrable stare boring into me. No, I tell her sternly. Barely one day in this pack and I already had hundreds of wolves testing my temper. Talia growls. You heard me. To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing cliché's enthusiasm. Now move your tiny little legs and kneel before me. I hear a mother that sat next to me gasp and hug her child closer, giving Talia satisfaction. I scowl at the mother and the child without sympathy. They cower even further away from me and I'd be lying if I said that didn't turn a smug look from me. The reason they had not recognized my title is because I had easily covered my scent. It was a task I did almost very single day. Why? Is your boyfriend's dick so tiny to the point you have to call my poor legs out? Grow up. She sneers. Yay, yay. I fake a yawn. Is that what you told all your lovers, do? Given you have the right to remain silent. Use it before I lose my temper and tear you apart with my very own hands. I told myself to shut up. But I couldn't ignore the irritating expressions around me, increasing my vexation. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you already lost your temper a long time ago. A growl emitted from her chest. I don't think anyone has told you this. Yet, rogue, she informs me with a deadly glare. But this is the Royal Crimson Pack. Theo's pack. Theo's rules. You must follow our orders. I apologize. Madam. I bow dramatically. But are you so clueless that I must inform you that I don't follow rules? I'm a rogue. You said it yourself. You fool. I lift my chin up and meet her hostile orbs, keeping eye contact. These people were drop-dead gorgeous but their personalities belong in a shithole. I don't think you fully know your position in here. Sweetheart, she says in a bitchy tone. Are you done practicing the lines for your stupid play or not? I snap. See, I'm getting really tired waiting for a scene where you finally shut up. This woman was beyond my realm of understanding. She was unreasonable, questionable, and half-witted as fuck. I assumed Theo's friends had something to do with her outburst. Still, whatever they mentioned to her was not a reason good enough to justify her imprudent behavior. She was only embarrassing herself. Talia raises her body off the chair, heading to my direction with elegance. Her enraged face, however, contrasted her facade of sophistication. I make sure not to break eye contact. Her furious eyes were locked on my equally irritated pair. Soon, her face was close to mine, looking down on my shorter stature. She seems to gain confidence from this when a smile enters her expression. For your information, she didn't faze me at all. To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing cliché's enthusiasm. She is a mere warrior who used her authority wrongly. She lost her dignity and my non-existent respect for her the moment she acted rashly. I smirk in an attempt to increase her irritation. I didn't say a word as her eyes traveled to my clothed Theo's clothes. Her furious eyes snap to mine and she takes a step back as if I just burned her. I mean, I'm hot and all, but I didn't know I'm that take it off. She growls. I part my mouth and it curves into a lopsided smirk when realization dawns me. Jealousy swirls in her almond eyes and I was beginning to think she despised me because I was Theo's mate. Or maybe she just wanted to be me so bad. Do you like me that much you want to see my bare body already? I hear Remedios snicker emit from the silence of the room. He oddly clears his throat after he recognized the agitation that charged the room. This woman was mad. And I'm just saying mad. She was hella mad. She was so furious to the point her small, sharp nose flared and her mouth constantly formed into a sneer, continuously emitting an ugly growl. It was kinda scary, I admit, but my eccentric sense of humor overcame my fear. Forcing a laugh from me, she charges towards me, grabbing me by the neck and pushing me against the wall with incredible strength. I choked out another chuckle even though I was starting to struggle with my breathing. I, Talia Robinson, head warrior of the Royal Crimson Pack, challenge you for the Luna position, she announces strongly. A collection of gasps and chatter erupts from the room. I look at Theo, staring into his amused grey eyes. The heartwarming smile he had given me earlier was gone. He tilts his head and sips a glass of wine, looking dead straight into my eyes. My anger increases. 1 second he acts like a normal mate, then another second he acts like a jerk. He was a puzzling man and it infuriated me. Keeping eye contact with Theo, I choke out. I, Alexandria Catalina, accept your challenge for the Luna position. She didn't loosen her grip on my neck and only smiles. Fine. You hot-headed bitch. I raise my hand and brush her hair softly before feeling for a specific pressure point on the back of her neck and striking it harder than I intended. The last thing I saw was her bewildered expression before she dropped to the floor. I crack my knuckles before raising my head. I notice a barely noticeable devious smirk on Theo's handsome face. Everyone in this pack was insane. This must be fate. No, because I was just as insane. Chapter 8. I was given 24 hours to prepare and currently have 18 hours left. It was currently 7 p.m. and I felt too awkward to eat my dinner with hundreds of tense and uneasy werewolves. They were uncomfortable with my presence and with the idea of me being Luna. I just know it. I also knew that they had a considerable amount of issues with rogues and I was itching to uncover their secrets. But right now, I didn't know what to do. I was both hungry and bored, a horrible combination. And lazy. I considered preparing for tomorrow's duel. But gravity pulled me down every time I tried to get up. It was as if the moon goddess set me up for defeat. I'm losing. Against her. Never in a million years. Currently, I was laying on a soft, expensive carpet. My body slumped against the footboard of my bed. I stare straight ahead and eye the wall. This was my plan for the next few hours until I finally fall asleep. My mind spiraled with many thoughts and ideas of things to do, but I was too lazy to execute them. Just when I thought the boredom was gonna kill me, something on the contrary finally happens. My door barges open, interrupting my boredom. At this point, I didn't care if it was an invading enemy or a robber. I just wanted something to happen, anything. Fortunately for me, the familiar scent of after rain and laugh and enters the room. I take in the captivating fragrance and give Theo a crooked smile as he stares down at me on the floor with a raised brow. His eyes linger on my slumped state for a moment before he releases a sigh and lowers himself to sit down in front of me. You must be starving, he orders, and sets a plate filled with food on my hands. I thank him and devour the meal gratefully. Oh my God, I love spaghetti, I say in between my eating. Don't talk until you've finished eating. I comply with a small nod. When I finished, Theo grabs the plate and sets it aside. Someone's obviously been preparing for her duel. He ridicules. Thanks for the motivational speech. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Anything for you. Shortcake. He winks. This man is bipolar. I huff and cross my arms. I'm not short. He hums and says, whatever floats your boat. Fuck you. Fuck you too. Fuck you more. He chuckles. Anytime. Shortcake. Via fan culo. Did you drive ACU? To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He growls slowly at me intentionally and I growl back, sticking my tongue out at him. He responds by flipping me off. I was about to throw a light punch, when suddenly, he pauses and his eyes turn brighter, signaling that a pack member was mind-linking him. I took this chance to study his chiseled jawline, perfectly carved-out nose, and blemish-free skin. His lips was a luscious shade of pink and his dark brows a perfect shape. And oh my favorite part, his beautiful eyes filled cunningness and a mischievous glint. He was pretty yet manly. How could anyone be so goddamn charming? His eyes return to its usual shade. I watch as his perfect lips curve into a smirk as he tells me, as much as I'd like to see you checking me out, I have to take my leave. Pack matters. I couldn't help but frown, disappointed that the duration of our talk was short. Stupid mate Bond, making me all emotional and shit. He makes his way to the door, before he reaches for the doorknob. However, I ask him a question. It was a question that bothered me for the longest time. A question that lingered in my brain the moment I met him and the moment I was currently in. It irked me and I couldn't resist but ask. Theo, you want to know something sketchy? Sure. It's the fact that you're not worried about the results of tomorrow's match. It's like you're not bothered by the idea that I might lose and possibly die against Talia. I clamped my eyes on Theo, whose muscular back was turned to me. Why aren't you troubled like a normal mate would be? Why are you acting like a mate one moment and a stranger the next second? Who really are you? Silence slaps me in the face. After a few moments, he finally speaks, his back still facing me. Because I know you'll prevail. I'm not stupid, Alexandria. I'm somewhat aware of what kind of person you are, and I will know you completely soon enough. A person like you wouldn't be so composed unless you know the outcome. Clearly, you have a trick up your sleeve. I choose to not say anything, not shocked at all that he unraveled a piece of me. He was the lichen to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Clichet's enthusiasm. And he lived up to my expectations. It only made things rather interesting. Theo twists the doorknob and pushes the door open. However, his feet remain planted on the floor inside my room. He turns his body so I could see his face filled with undeniable roguishness. It was an expression that was boating, yet bewitching. His lips curl into his signature devious smile. Both you and I know that we're playing a game of secrets. The only time we can be normal mates is if one of us drops the act, and I will wait patiently for that day. But I assure you, my dear Alexandria, that I win this game. I didn't try to deny it to an extent. I was no liar. I was fully aware of his ability, and that was something anyone, even I, could not rival. With a poised look, Theo takes a step out of the room. Good night, my little mischief. He concludes. Good night, Theo. He finally takes his leave. Chapter 9. I had woken up about half an hour ago when I had come down to eat breakfast with the others. However, Theo and the higher-ranked wolves could not be seen anywhere. Somewhere inside of me hoped that Talia had ditched the duel. My anger and drive from last night was long gone. I just wanted to do nothing. But if she chose proceed, then may all hell break loose. Upon my arrival, all the wolves had quickly gotten up and left, dumping their leftover breakfast. They told their friends about their newfound excitement on training purposely loud enough for me to hear. It was pretty clear to me that it was merely an act. Even if I had only stayed for 2 nights in this pack, I knew that training didn't until a quarter of an hour later. I knew that they felt restless and even some disgusted at my mere presence. It would be surprising if someone actually cheered for my victory. I'll cheer for myself if I have to. I try to not let them get to me by focusing on my growing hunger instead. I look around the room, only to realize that there was no extra meals. I didn't want to disturb the kitchen servants just to cook for me. I grab an apple, considering it was the only thing I could find since I was too lazy to make a sandwich. I was about to leave the kitchen, where a craving pops in my mind. Looking down the apple for the longest time, I try to resist this craving. To healthy, I walk back to the pantry and grab a can of Pepsi. Then there was footsteps. Boisterous, loud footsteps. A hunk of flesh with long curly hair enters the room. Everyone in this pic must be really mad. Everyone seems to wake up on the wrong side of bed every morning. It was Beta Felix. His gaze fixated on me before he stomps to the pantry a few feet away from me, soda in one hand and an apple on my other hand. I gape at him slamming the cabinets as he grabbed a peanut butter container, and bread made it feel too awkward to make any movement. My feet remained planted on the ground. I took a risky move into the apple, making a small crunch. Beta Felix's eyes snapped to mine for a fraction of a second before returning to his task. At the corner of my eye, I grew wary as he grabs a table knife, roughly plunges it into the peanut butter container, and spreads it on the bread. His brows were furrowed as he repeated this process. He huffs as he hurls the knife into the sink, not bothering to wash it. Then, his head snaps to me. What did I do now? On his face was the same enraged expression he wore the second he entered the kitchen, and even from yesterday's lunch. Jeez, this guy was a rock. I was about to take a bite of my apple when he takes a step towards Ms., grabs the fruit, and flings it into a trash bin. I stare at him, my jaw on the floor due to this act of monstrosity. The beta grabs my hand, twists so that my palms were facing up, and places a peanut butter sandwich on my hand. Without saying a word, he stomps out of the room while munching on another sandwich. This pack must be really insane. I take a bite of the sandwich, thankful that its taste was not like its hideous outer appearance. I make a mental note to thank him one day as I munched away. I spend the last 15 minutes stretching and warming up for the upcoming face-off. When I had finished, I picked someone's lock and stole a black oversized shirt and black sweatpants to wear under my cloak. No way in hell was I fighting without it. Taking one last look at a mirror, glad that I looked like a grim reaper, I make my way to the training grounds, where I was told the fight was taking place in. When I had arrived there, the area was surrounded by hundreds of werewolves who were anticipating for my defeat, maybe even death. Their attention immediately focused on me when I made my presence known. Conversations ceased at presentation of my wonderful and jaw-dropping presence. I marched to where angry Talia was. "Mommy, I'm scared. She looks like those bad guys from Harry Potter," a little girl says as she tugged on her mother's dress. Her mother hushed her. The crowd exploded into whispers once again as I got closer to Talia, who looked more irritated every sec, and I closed the distance between us. "Dressed like a grim reaper," she tells me in an irritated tone. "No wonder you were late. How was the Halloween party?" I wasn't gonna deny it. Talia was a beautiful woman, but the ugly sneer she frequently wore nulled out that trait. "It was great," I mutter. "I admit, however, that your costume outshined mine. Who did you come as?" "The Hulk." Talia ended the conversation with a growl, which resulted in a smug smile on my face. We didn't dare speak to each other in the next few minutes, itching to get this over with. I watched as the wolves regarded me, inspecting my worth. I made sure to catch their eyes and give them a menacing growl in return. Immediately, they diverted their attention and pretended to be infatuated with one another. To my fortune, the conversation soon ended when my mate's alluring scent reaches me. He refused to spare anyone a glance as he hops up slab and sits on a stone-like chair. The wolf didn't speak and only bowed slightly to Thea, who wore an indifferent expression in his face. His grey eyes were cold and deprived of any signs of emotion. Following him right after was his beta, Gamma, and Gamma female. Both his deltas were nowhere to be found. Pussies. Theo didn't waste any time, merely opening his mouth to release a stern "You may comment." There was no other word spoken and no long speeches, as if fights like this have occurred too many times to be counted. Or maybe they just wanted to cut to the chase, eager to see the outcome of this battle. I take a quick glance on his steely grey eyes, as if noticing me shooting lasers with my eyes. He finally acknowledges my existence. The last thing I saw before concentrating back to the fight was the amused twinkle in his eyes. Talia lunges at me right away, a move that was usually risky. Clearly, she thought I was weak and could easily defeat me. I take a step on my right on reflex and unleash the dagger I was allowed to wield. Talia didn't bring any weapons, relying only on her claws and her werewolf form. What's up with these werewolves and being one with their wolves? She was playing the offensive side, knowing based on our last meeting that I would crumble under one touch. One mistake and I would be dead meat. It was a truth I cannot deny. I was forced to play the defensive side just like I had planned. Then, I would tire her out so I could utilize my final move, a weapon that I've been waiting to set free. My plan was simple, yet it was one that lacked decency. Wolves took pride in their combative strategies. Running, dodging, and play defense for most of the match was definitely not one that was prideful. But when you want to win, you've got to do everything to win. I wasn't one to throw my sword away so that my enemy and I could fight equally. It always confused me why movie characters make a whole ass peach before killing off someone. Talia charges towards me and swings her fist, targeting my nose and likely hoping that she would successfully hit me, which would cause temporary vision loss. To her dismay, I easily took a step back, her punch barely missing my nose by a few inches. We continued the same process, me dodging and her targeting my face, attempting to land a hit on my jaw and nose. I notice her quickly shifting her weight, striving to hit me with a roundhouse kick. I duck and swiftly dive, slashing her leg with my dagger. She growls in frustration. She recovers quicker than I imagined as she succeeded in landing a hard punch to my shoulder. I winced slightly, the impact throwing me off by a little bit. I too recovered quickly and avoided another punch coming my way. This time, Talia fakes a move, the sight of her right fist yielding back and her left fist aiming for stomach with undeniably incredible speed was too easy for me to not miss. I yank her arm and propel away from her. I could see the aggravation on her face. Her last bits of patience were trickling away by the second. Her strikes became more predictable to predictable. What is this? A game of infected? A round of tag? I didn't dare waste my breath and only release a chuckle. Talia swings her arm to strike my kidneys, a move that was again too obvious. I swerve and evade it too easily. Her moves were becoming riskier and more obvious. She was set on ending the match as quickly as possible. I, however, had different plans. She charges towards me in order to close our distance, taking the close range as an advantage. She attempts to throw a punch and an uppercut. Again, it was too predictable. I speedily lean away. For a long time, she continues to waste her energy by throwing useless punches and pointless kicks. I could tell that she was getting more and more agitated. However, this drill was soon discontinued when Talia leaps towards me and shifts mid-air. Her wolf form too quick to avoid in human form and too heavy for my weak self to sustain. I noticed the air around me as it stilled. Spectators held their breaths and unintentionally leaned forward, waiting for me to shift. They were anxious as they waited every passing second that I did not shift into wolf form. The thing is, I couldn't, not on my own will. At least, Talia realizes this, and the bright yellow eyes of her grey, almost white wolf snap at me with a satisfied gleam. She pawed at me and scratched me repeatedly with her claws. Welp, this was definitely gonna leave a mark. She managed to inflict a damage on my jaw, causing blood to drip from my jaw to my neck. I groaned. There was a harmonious intake of breath among the audience. With my last bits of strength, I grasped her paw, struggling to push her wolf away from me. I managed to keep her away from me, but only a moment now, and she would ultimately be released from my hold. Come on, come on, come on. Make me mad. You goddamn fool. Talia unbinds herself from my control and bites into my neck. I was able to make ends meet by ramming my knee on her wolf before she could fully injure me. I needed something to make me angry to the point my wolf would show itself. For a quick second, I glanced at Giovanni, knowing that his smug expression would make me furious. And it did. The satisfied, ugly smirk on what could have been a handsome face made me enraged. He notices my stare and his smirk only widens. Even better, if he only knew that he had caused my victory. My heart thrums with vigor and my stomach churns with anticipation. I was blazing, my temper increasing uncontrollably. I was about to go apesht any second now. I felt the familiar feeling of my skin morphing and my bones cracking painlessly. I also perceived the feeling I knew too well of me losing control. I shift quickly into my wolf form, void of any pain. My wolf, who looked fairly normal with her light brown fur, except for the permanent gruesome scar that went across her side, pounced on Talia. Talia was powerless against my wolf's strength and weight, who growled dangerously at her. My wolf clawed and bit at her body, leaving her unsightly scars that healed too slow for a normal wolf. She repeated this until Talia's whimpers faded and only the sharp intake of breaths and gasps were heard. The air around me a disturbing silence. Talia irritated the both of us, and she would do anything to dispose of this threat. Stop. I hear Celestina command. My wolf's blood-red eyes look up to Theo, who sported a cold facade, yet I didn't miss the devilish twinkle in his eyes. My wolf strikes at Talia's wolf one last time, making sure to leave an ugly scar that would forever remind her of us for the rest of her life. It was a threat. She was warning everyone. Chapter 10. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Logan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Deafening music blasts throughout the house. Drunk, sweaty dancing werewolves and the simple presence of people was revolting to me. I thought of just leaving the party and take my rest instead, but the ear-splitting music and drunk chatter made it impossible. It was starting to give me a headache and all I wanted to do was leave. I grit my teeth as I watched people dance and sway to the music without a single fuck in the world. Suddenly, the music halts. I sigh out, relieved that my ears could finally take a break. It was starting to give me a migraine. Like a switch, people transformed quickly from their woozy state to one that replicated a focused pack member. They all look up at where Theo and the others stood, with his shoulders rolled back and his chest up. His eyes travel over the waves of people until they landed on me. Damn, his eyesight must be wonderful. He opens his mouth to speak. As all of you know, hours prior, my head warrior, Talia challenged Alexandria to a duel for the Luna position. The dispute ended in Alexandria's favor. Talia will, however, remain head warrior unless anyone objects. In addition, I formally announce Alexandria a pack member of the Royal Crimson Pack. He declares and tilts the glass of wine so that it gave him a taste of its own bitterness. The room immediately broke out in whispers, dying to release their thoughts and feelings. Seriously, do they not see that I'm right next to them? Theo waits for the talking to stop before speaking once again. Noticing his patient and stony expression, the whispers quickly ceased. Theo raises the glass of wine up in the air in triumph. To my mate and future Luna, there was a series of whack-ass woos and applauds as they accepted me, some approving and others disapproving the Alpha's decision. A smile tugs on Theo's lip as he raised the glass to his lip once again and takes a sip. His eyes still trained on me. I scoff in disbelief. Sooner than later, Theo and the others leave the stage. Emilios releases a wild hurrah as he departs and enters the crowd like a drunkard. Without further ado, the music and the dancing begin. Clearly, this wasn't a celebration party for me. It was a party at a club for a bunch of wild as careless teenagers. I huff and cross my arms, glaring at wolves who weren't even looking at me. Deciding that I should just leave, I make my way out of the room and to the terrace I saw previously. Finally, I whisper, releasing a sigh. I sit on a chair and enjoy the calming air despite the blasting music in the background. As I take a deep breath in, I close my eyes and relax. Tranquility was a gift I wish I was given. The running and troublemaking made me appreciate the art of peace. No matter who needs a break every once in a while. It allows us to think and reflect on ourselves. I lean into the chair, the relaxation making me feel sleepy. Just for a few minutes, I promise myself. Then, I fall into deep slumber. I wake up to the delicious smell of cinnamon-ess. I moan before I could process it, already tasting the sweetness in my mouth. I sniff the air and also recognize the familiar scent of lavender and after-rain. I open my eyes unwillingly and look up to Theo popping in a chunk of cinnamon roll into his mouth. I want some too. Awake now, he asks in an amusing tone. Yes, I answer groggily and sit up, stretching my arms as well. He pushes a tray of cinnamon rolls to me and adds, I see you enjoyed the party. Clearly, I say bitterly. I groan as I recall the celebration. So many horny and loud teenagers. Can't do anything about that. If Emilios is there, it's first there's gonna be hungover werewolves the next day. He stabs a cinnamon roll and pops it in his mouth, feeling hungrier and hungrier as I watch him keep on eating. I grab a fork. I unroll the cinnamon roll, cut it in pieces, and devour it. Theo gasps in faint disbelief. I narrow my eyes at him in confusion. What? Who does that? Does what? He points at my cinnamon roll and I glare at him. Well, me, weirdo. Did he just call a weirdo? To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Slightly offended. You heard what I said. You're, with my mouth parted. You just lack creativity. At least I'm one of a kind. He rolls his eyes. I scoff. You want to know what you lack? He questions me. What? I ask him, my mouth full. His smile widens like he's about to say the most idiotic shit ever. Meanwhile, you're so charming. I totally fell for that. I say sarcastically as I eat another cinnamon roll. You know I only speak of the truth. It was my turn now to roll my eyes. Get over yourself. Theo, I will if you tell me a secret. He compromises. Hell no. I look at him and smile. Never. Well, we'll be seeing about that soon. Now, won't we? He replies. Before I could say anything, he unexpectedly stands up and leans into me. My breathing hitches upon seeing his face so close to mine. I tried not to fall in love with his grey eyes, but I was pretty sure I already did. It looked so much more beautiful closer. I wonder what he thought about my eyes. Muddy. I almost snorted. His brows furrow and his eyes narrow in concentration as he stares at my face without meeting my eyes. I keep looking at him, perplexed by his actions. Before I knew it, I feel his touch on my skin. I gasp ever so slightly as pleasurable sparks dance on my skin. I shiver in delight and release a breath I didn't know I had kept in. Theo, on the other hand, remains impassive. He frowns and tucks in a tendril of my hair that had loosened itself from my hair bun. Then, he moves away and sits back on his chair, a satisfied expression on his face. Your hair is annoying. Shave it off. He suggests like it's the easiest decision ever. I swear this guy somehow finds a way to offend me every single fucking time. Geez, I'm really appreciating the compliments. You're welcome. Beautiful. I almost let the nickname get to me, but decided to compose myself. But clearly my dumbass couldn't control herself long enough. I blame it on the lack of sleep. To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I try and frown at the same time, wanting the feeling of his touch and the warmth it gave. The nerdy part of me, however, was curious about the sparks. It was magic. Then we're something warmer, he says bluntly. Well, thanks, Captain Obvious. I slide my hands together repeatedly and attempt to warm them up. Look, Theo, feel my hands. They're so cold. No, they weren't. Theo raises a brow and a lopsided smile appears on his face. You really think I'm gonna fall for that? I retract my hand and sulk yes. Shortcake, the only thing I'd fall for is you. He tells me with a wink. And the only thing I'd fall for is money. I add, you should have stopped jinxing yourself. Because the future is on my side. I stop when a woman's voice disrupts me. I would have gotten pissed off, but the voice was soft and delicate like an angel. It left me in awe. Hello, Theo. Theo and I immediately look at the speaker. The raven-haired woman's skin looked beautiful as the moonlight shone on her. Almond eyes and dark, long lashes framed her gorgeous light green eyes. She looked so innocent and so fragile even I fell for half a second. Theo's eyes soften and turn more affectionate upon seeing her. I couldn't help but feel puzzled and hurt. I hold back the bite that rose in the very back of my throat. Who is she? The mate bond sent a small pain to my heart as my brain went haywire. I do what I do best and ignore it. If I only knew what destruction the future had set up for me. Chapter 11. I was confused. The mate bond was demanding that I find out this girl Theo turned soft for's identity right away. The crazy wolf in me was getting on edge. I wanted to ask so badly, but I refused to look like some jealous idiot. Maybe I am that jealous idiot. I clench and unclench my fists. I was definitely not liking having my feelings be in such a state of disorder. He approaches her, a delicate expression on his face, and places a soft kiss on the top of her head. Is this what you call third wheeling? I grit my teeth. losing patience and angered at the fact Theo was acting so lovingly to a girl that wasn't me. Calm down, you idiot. It could be a sister or a close friend or a cousin. Jealousy doesn't look good on you. On. I inhale and release a shaky breath. As if on cue, Theo and the stranger finally notices me. Took you long enough. I beam at them with my signature fake smile. None of them smiles back and Theo raises a brow. Skeptical. The woman, who I admit is indeed attractive, opens her mouth to ask, "W, who is she?" I grin, finding her voice cute even though she was probably the same age as me. Theo sends her a heartwarming smile and proudly states, "My mate." His smile seems so genuine, so valuable, and so delicate. I haven't seen that smile yet. And now that I've seen it, I wished I could take a picture and never forget that smile. I snapped out of my trance, only to be met by the unfamiliar woman's hand reaching for Theo's hand. Even though she hasn't done anything to me, I withstand the urge to smack her hands off of him. Cute voice. My ass. I take back what I said. "Yes, Kara," he says with such a soft voice, just like he was talking to something so soft and fragile. He didn't even let me hold his hands. This perspective of him was unrecognizable and so unlike his mischievous personality. It was like watching a dispassionate father falling in love with a puppy. Only this time, it was Theo turning into some affectionate man at the sight of this woman named Kara. I keep my mouth shut to hold myself back from saying something stupid. "I'm tired. Let's go," she says abruptly and pulls him away. Theo doesn't even spare any energy to resist and only gives me one last look before leaving with her. I stiffen, a feeling of betrayal in the very depths of my heart. I asked for trouble and now I was getting it. The reckless side of me was overlooking the danger I put myself into. But the one thing I didn't dare miss and will never forget is the vile sneer Kara sent my way as she looked back at me. I tilt my head side to side, my thoughts suddenly thrown in a pile of mess. I might be putting myself in a hazardous situation, but what they didn't know was that I was the real danger. Oh boy, this pack was definitely anything but peaceful. After I had went back to my room and slept the extra hours before breakfast, I wake up the same morning to the comfort of my bed. The bed was something I really appreciated the day I came to this pack. It made me wonder how I ever had the audacity to sleep on dirt and rocks. Every time I had waken up in the morning, my back felt impaired. Hopping off the bed, I dress into new clothes that I stole again and wear my little cloak over it like usual. Today, I gained the courage to eat with my now pack members. Maybe this time, they'd look at me at a new light and not stray away from me. If not, then they're the ones missing, who wouldn't want this out of this world beauty. I roam the huge mansion and finally find my way to the dining hall. And from the looks of it, my entrance was long overdue. I mean, what's different? Hundreds of heads snapped to me as if I had disturbed their peaceful meals. Damn, what happened to a new light? I clear my throat and avoid meeting anyone's eyes as I walk to an empty seat. The room returns to light chattering and a servant simultaneously places a plate of delicious food in front of me. "Thank you," I mutter. "You're welcome, miss," the lady replies before walking away. She sported a surprised expression before a genuine smile reaches her face. I stuffed down the food down my throat gratefully. When I finished, I pat my mouth with a tissue before looking up to a pair of laser beam eyes that had been boring holes on the back of my head since I entered the room. It was a miracle I was able to ignore it. I meet Beta Felix's furious gaze. I narrow my eyes at him and mouthed, "Bitch, what are looking at?" My gaze travels to the seat beside him, which was an unoccupied seat. I grin at the thought of not having to suffer under Talia's presence. My wolf made sure she couldn't get up comfortably until the next week or two. Even her wolf can't heal her any faster than that. Then, at the side of my eye, I see Thea push his plate to Kara, willing her to eat. She sat next to him, on the Luna seat. Wait, let me restate that. On my seat. "Theo, you jerk." I growl as quietly as I possibly could, but apparently, my effort went to the trash when the family next to me tensed and shakily took another bite of their pancake. Felix didn't miss my irritation and grabs the plate from Kara. Taking a bite of his own, Theo turns his head to his friend, bewildered, after seeing Felix chomping down the meal like a wild animal. However, Theo's expression turns more fondly. "Thank you," I mouth once again to Felix, slightly surprised by his actions. Seems like I've made my first friend, despite his uncanny behavior. At this point, I'd be okay with transforming into some Cinderella and start talking to birds. Theo and the others were the first to leave. Beta Felix and Gamma Celestina. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Stayed behind. I ignore the slight ache in my heart knowing that Theo didn't even look at me once. Soon, more and more people gradually scattered out of the dining room. I decided to leave last, not knowing where else to go afterwards. No one mentioned if I should be training with the others, and I happily took the chance of not having to attend it. I was about to leave when I sensed the two present individuals who refused to leave. I paused, feeling two pairs of eyes shooting daggers on the back of my head. I brushed it off aside and took a step to make my way out of the room. The atmosphere was becoming more tense and I was not way in hell staying here. "Wait." Celestina's voice calls out to me, followed by heavy footsteps as both Felix and her found their way towards me. I ignore them and continue to walk out, not exactly feeling like talking. I hear her soft voice squeak out. I stop on my tracks once again. Bewildered, I turn to look at her sympathetic expression. She bows her head and lifts her chin up. "I apologize for offending you on our first meeting, for calling you weak. You are quite the opposite. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Looking down on you for your rogue status is something I won't apologize for. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I nod and accept her apology quickly, a realization settling in my mind. I took this chance to find out more about Theo. Curiosity getting the best of me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. At some point I felt like I was overdoing it. I was nodding my head furiously and excitedly said. Then, more calmly, "Why do you hate rogues so much?" "Anyways," Celestina speaks, but Felix places a hand on her shoulder to refrain her from speaking. A ice scowl reaches my face and disappeared in less than a second. "We have history. Bad history. It's not my story to tell." I nod, not wanting to appear more overbearing than I already was. "Well, I've training to do." Celestina clasps her hands together and gives me a small, uncertain smile. "We will take our leave. Acquaintances." "Acquaintances." I agree. Celestina drags Felix out of the room, but suddenly he stops on his tracks. He reluctantly turns to me, his eyes soften, as if a heartwarming memory entered his mind. Then, he hesitantly tells me, "Mates are valuable. Please don't break each other's hearts." Assumptions barge into my brain when I hear the crack of his voice and the sincerity in his tone. My smile brightens, feeling reassured that such an unemotional man have told me such a passionate advice. Words coming out of his mouth somehow felt more meaningful. Felix stares at Celestina's remorseful eyes, willing her to say something. When she remains still, he flicked her forehead. His visage returns to a stony expression. I almost let out a giggle. Oh, she says, snapping out of a trance. She then walks towards me with a smile and whispers into my ear. I shiver as she tucked in a stray hair behind my ear. "I think you'd want to know this." "What?" "Carmilla. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Is Theo's sister? Was I too obvious? Flustered, I look down and utter a small. And with that, they finally take their leave. With the weight on my shoulders lifted, I make a risky decision to take a stroll around the pack grounds. I needed time to think. I had mixed feelings. I was glad, yet curious. What was the reason behind the pack's strong hatred for rogues? And why did Celestine look at Felix with such misery? Time will always somehow manage to reveal these secrets. Chapter 12. I sit down and observe the clear waters plunge into a pool below it. Then, I close my eyes and listen to the water cascading down the rocky surface. Silence. It was the source of my strength. The one thing I loved being a rogue was the ability it gave me to appreciate nature's beauty. Nature is a pleasure in everyone's life that many fail to enjoy. I stare at my face as I look down on the waters, my reflection showing. And it was my light brown hair that went down to my waistline in a tangled mess. Thunk. I blurt out, realizing I forgot to bring or steal hair tie. Whatever floats your boat. I breath out a sigh of disappointment. My hair right now is so not a move. Once again, I look at my reflection, resisting the urge to pull out a stupid peace sign. I groan, bored out of my mind. I really wished I could shift on command. I wanted to run and talk to my wolf like other wolves could. The only way I could shift to my wolf form, who is quite uncontrollable. If I may, it is by getting really enraged. And I was more happy to have Giovanni as my tool for that. Without warning, someone tugged on my mind, requesting permission to mind link. Since I was a pack member, Theo and the others could easily mind link me. However, only they could request and start to mind link. I let the unidentified person break into my mind. Emergency pack meeting. Money lover. I hear Emilio's voice call out. I cut off the mind link and run back to the pack house. I barged the doors open and instantaneously. Heads turned to me. I had gotten lost, not knowing where the meeting was held, and I was deprived to ask help from anyone. On instinct, I pull on my hood and led myself to an empty seat. Late again. Catalina. Scarlett's voice booms across the room. I grin. It's the only thing I'm good at it. She rolls her eyes and transfers her gaze to Theo, who sported the most devilish lopsided smile on his face. Oh my, what a handsome devil he truly is. His head snaps to me. He tilts his head and stares at me with eyes filled with so much anticipation. It was as if it was directed to me. It almost felt like he was about to pull a prank that I didn't know about. I gulped visibly, a little frightened. Something happened, and it obviously included me. One of the million things I hate is not knowing or not having an idea of what's about to happen. Why can't I have the superpower to see the future or read people's minds? I break eye contact with Theo and look down, fidgeting on the hem of my cloak. My heart hammered in my chest, and I release a deep breath out in an attempt to calm down the beating. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I barely notice. Was in complete silence. Other than me, everyone was looking directly at Theo, waiting for his command. Come on, dude. Say something. Let's get over this fast. You're making me more nervous than I should be. Everyone waits, their backs straight, and their lips unmoving. It was completely soundless. Their faces and bodies were still as stone. I resist the urge to cough when something tickled the back of my throat. Finally, after a painstaking minute, Theo begins to speak, his husky voice echoing from the soundless walls of the room. Everyone, relax. Immediately, there was a harmonious sound of exhales. Theo continues to speak. Today, two interesting events occurred. The first occurrence was that a rogue pack had invaded our territory for the first time since 5 years ago. At about 2 p.m., exactly 4 hours ago. For your information, there was an attack west of our borders. The disturbance was instigated by 3 rogues, 2 adult men and a woman. They are currently in the cellars and will be punished as I wish. The other interesting thing that took place, however, actually concerns a pack member. Theo pauses. Footsteps reached my ears from across the room, implying that Theo has left his place and had begun walking around the vast room. I remain looking down, braiding and unbraiding the ends of my hair. I hated pack meetings. I hated them back when I had a pack. I hated them when anyone talked about them. And I hate them now that I got into a new pack. They were usually boring and tedious. And for the first time, I was wishing that it was not nerve-wracking. I had a gut feeling that what he was about to say concerned me. And it wasn't good. As most of you know, if not all, my father as a youngling established law prohibiting harmful research on wolves. These were experiments that were performed for a reason we don't know yet. No pack or rogue dared to rebel, and so they abided by his rules. To my agent extraordinaire, Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. 6 years ago, we had come across that a rogue pack had broken this rule. These very same rogues, Theo continues, his footsteps were slow and steady, left me a very, very special message today. I clear my throat awkwardly. The atmosphere was now tense and comfortable. Please don't let it be about me. Please don't let it be about me. I proceed with listening to his footsteps when suddenly, the sound faltered. I whipped my head around to search for him. When I looked up, I see Theo's mischievous grey eyes looking into mine. Shit. I whip my head back around and start fidgeting on the hem of my cloak once again, waiting for Theo to move to another person. He never did. His voice was loud enough that he was right behind me, still as a stone. The message was clear and to the point. Bring our test subject. He says, using his fingers to represent quotation marks. And no harm will be done. Chatter erupted throughout the vast space. Now, fighting this rogue group will not be a big deal. Rest assured. We've had even worse fights. He places a hand on my shoulder. I nod my head along with the others. Feeling fitly, Theo leans down to meet my stature. I shiver as I felt his warm breath on my neck. His lips move just by my ear, making a shiver travel down my spine once again. The question is, he questions with his deep, smooth voice, why do they want this person so bad they dare set their own paws on my territory? And who among us do they want? People broke into chatters, unable to contain themselves. I release a nervous laugh and try to mute them by coughing, only to choke on air. Great going. To my agent extraordinaire, Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My heart beats erratically, unable to slow down its own beating. I groan at myself mentally as I thought that Theo could probably tell how nervous I was right now. Still, I remain silent and bring a hand on the back of my neck, suddenly feeling the need to scratch it. In a flash, Theo's hand wraps around my wrist as softly as he could. I shrug off the sparks that erupted on the surface of my skin, the nervousness getting to me. I was glad that the people were so immersed in their conversations. They did not pay attention to Theo and I. Theo bites my ear playfully. I release a breath I didn't know I've been holding in this whole time. I look at him only to see a smirk on his face. I win, he declares with twinkling eyes. Fucking hell. Chapter 13. I say we hand her over to them. Giovanni's furious voice bucks across the room. To my agent extraordinaire, Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He just had to, didn't he? There was a series growls and snarls sent his way. The natural instinct to protect their future Luna was already kicking in. Anything harmful thrown my way, whether physically or mentally, will just continue to test the waters and anger them. Even so, there were those who remained unaffected or even agreed with Giovanni. They nodded simultaneously at his declaration. Theo doesn't say anything, but his forbidding gaze was enough for me to know that Giovanni was infuriating him. Clearly, someone hasn't learned their lesson. And why is that? Theo asks. Tight-lipped. Giovanni pauses, as if he was making sure that what he was about to say won't end up with him losing a limb or two. Theo raises a perfect brow when there was a lack of response and questions. Are you going to say something or not? Giovanni grips the arm of his chair as he reaches to a conclusion. His wary gaze wanders around the room as if he was searching for a confirmation to keep on going. Oh God, don't say it. Don't say it. He hasn't opened his mouth to speak, yet I knew that only unwise words will come out of his lips. Giovanni looks at Theo hesitantly, but quickly returns to his annoying, smug expression. I was quick to note the tremble on his lips as he begins to speak. I part my lips and form them into a devious smirk as I break through his facade. He was scared of Theo, and it was quite funny. Because she'll bring danger to this pack, he says with a surprisingly confident tone. One death for the guaranteed lives of many. I hear a low growl rumble from behind me and also feel Theo's grip on my shoulder tighten. No one gathered up the courage to speak. To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Or even agree with him. No one, and I mean no one, speaks of a mate's death right in front of them. It was an uncommon rule. The simple idea of dying angers them. I gaped at Giovanni. This guy must really hate me. Everyone painstakingly waits for Theo's response. As I expected of him, he stayed poised. If it was any other alpha, I would have anticipated chairs breaking and punches being thrown. An icy glare was the only thing that indicated Theo's temper slowly trickling away. A part of me wanted to see a fuming Theo, but I told myself I'd regret that. She will stay and everyone will give her the respect she deserves. My heart flutters at his statement. He eyes Giovanni. You will serve your Luna. You will protect her. You will support her unconditionally and will obey her commands without a say. You will respect her. Giovanni furrows his brows together, not willing to back down. Why should I do that? Theo forges a smile and says, Isn't obvious, G.I.O. He doesn't reply and presses his lips together in a straight line. Because I said so. Theo continues. The meeting finally brings itself to an end. I hop off the car as soon as we arrived at the Bloodhound pack house. I had to suffer about 2 hours third wheeling Emilio and Scarlett. Stupid Theo and Kara. Privacy my ass. Feeling drained. Catalina. Scarlett calls out. Emilio's arm draped over her as he sports a smirk. I scrunch my nose at her and say, EW, do me a favor and don't call me that. Gladly. She draws. Catalina. Well, fuck you too. I huff and start walking to the pack house, pleased that I actually had something different to do. I had also wonderfully invited myself along with Theo, Emilio, Scarlett, and Kara to a pack meeting with the Bloodhound's scary little piece of shits. We would stay for a few hours and make our way back to the pack right away. On the bad end. To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Theo, like the fantastic loving mate he is, sent me along with Emilio and Scarlett. It was disgusting. They were fondling and groping each other the whole car ride while driving. The memory of it almost made me puke. I sigh and breathe in the fresh air, grateful that I could finally get a break from the couple. Pick up those legs and move. Catalina, Scarlett says with a mocking laugh. A smile reaches my face. It might not be noticeable, but her jokes felt more like it was coming out of a friend's mouth. Her laugh was no longer mocking but softer. Her eyes twinkled. As well, just like how older sisters would make fun of their younger siblings. Obviously, she was at the mean end of the spectrum. That doesn't change the fact that both of us still hate each other. But at least, we were able to tolerate each other for now. I follow her and Emilio. If I knew you were so obsessed with my legs, I might have even stolen a pair of shorts along the way. She scrunches her nose. No thank you. Stick to your sweatpants. Honey. A chuckle escapes my mouth. I continue to trail behind the couple as they hurriedly found their way to the meeting. The PDA led them to this tardiness since Theo and Kara half an hour ago. The meeting was waiting only for their arrival, and werewolves were most likely becoming more irritated by the second. When they arrived at a double door, which I assumed led to the pack meeting, I bring myself down to the floor and sit cross. Seriously, where was the chairs? Scarlett enters the room and slams the door. I eye Emilio, who narrowed his eyes at me. What? Stay here and don't steal anything, he says before entering. I roll my eyes and scoff in response. Then, I close my eyes and listen to the sound of complete silence. Crossing my arms, I drum my fingers on my bicep. Soon, a treacherous quarter of an hour passed. Boredom was getting to me, and I was being too loyal for far too long. A smile tugs at the corner of my lip. What if I move a little? Just a little bit. Fuck it, I mutter as I lift myself up. I was about to ease my way out of this damned place when a moving stone crashes into me. What the fuck? I curse out, feeling myself drop to the floor. What a beautiful wide set of vocabulary I have. Sorry, a man's deep and strong voice says, but it's not my fault you were in my way. I scoff. What a fucking jerk. Get your eyes fixed. I hear a chuckle. I like it. I scoff once again, disbelieving. Stole a line from Wattpad. At least it works. I raise my hand and when he didn't get the message, I voice out, bring me up, you idiot. I knew that. He mumbles and brings me up. Blue eyes meet mine, which widens upon seeing me. The young man cocks an eyebrow as he takes in my appearance. I've never seen a redhead before. I mutter under my breath. It's a pleasure I'm your first. Then, he tells me and winks. Quite unlucky, I'd say. I mumble. He only runs a hand through his fluffy hair and stares at me. Would you like a date? He asks as he pops one in his mouth. I prefer raisins. Just kidding. They're both disgusting. I lured an incentive then. He leans into me so he was closer. I take a step back almost instinctively. Would you like a date? I barf, earning a laugh from him. No way, I say shortly. You're technically a child. I'm 20. He exasperates. I scrunch my nose, pretending to look disgusted. No thank you, I tell him as I hold my palms before him. Come on, he pleads. You're Luna. I missed a meeting. We both don't have anything to do. Did I ask? He narrows his eyes at me and huff. No then, fuck off. To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I huff. Babe, this is what I call straightforward and direct. Now shoo. He crosses his arms and leans on a wall, a failed attempt to look like some cool bad boy. I don't think so. Then don't. Because I am. Say he drawls. I'll ask someone to answer for you. One stands for yes. You're going with me. Two stands for no. You stick to your little corner and die by yourself like a loner. Fine. I grumble. I'll be leaving either way. As if on cue, the double doors burst open and waves of people exit. They give me weird looks as they pass by me like I was an alien. To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We all know my presence is just too alluring and my beauty is far too great for the human eye. I clasp my hands together as my eyes meet my handsome Theo, who was discussing with another alpha. Next to him was Kara, Scarlett, and Emilio. However, my smile drops as soon as I spot a redhead coming their way. Oh shit, I blurt out. The other alpha notices his arrival and sends him a glare. The redhead sends him a wide smile in return despite the alpha's obvious disappointment. To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His alpha acknowledges him as he eyes him. Good afternoon. To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The smile still on his face. Where were you? Skipping your responsibilities as future beta. To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I met this girl. He blurts out as casually as someone ever could. My eyes widen and I cough out, choking on air. We barely even met, for God's sake. Suddenly, he turns to Theo curiously and asks, to my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. With a welcoming smile on his face, Theo replies, yes, may I ask you a question? Theo nods while the other alpha closes his eyes as if he was about to blow up any second. One or two? Please answer. My future depends on your answer. He tells him and sends a wink my way. Oh no. I groan and resist the urge to slam my head on the wall. And who thinks while he looks at the guy named Mason? I'm about to be fucked up. I kick one. It's a pleasure to hear from you. To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Beaming at Theo, who just gives him an innocent, light-hearted smile. Thanks to you. I'll be having a date tonight. And who might this lucky lady be? Lucky? My ass. My heart thumps as I see Mason's head twist in my direction and his fingers point to me. Everyone listening to their conversation turned their heads to look at me. I hear a snort come out of Emilio and I smile awkwardly. I lift my eyes so it meets Theo's indifferent expression. I wave my fingers at him and he narrows his pretty grey orbs at me. He raises a skeptical brow and crosses his arms. He forges an evil smile and looks at Mason. What if she has a mate? Mason shakes his head so confidently I almost let out a laugh. No, sir. She's unmarked. Theo nods his head calmly. Not all mates are marked. What if she does? His twinkling eyes snap to me before travelling back to Mason. You do know it's legal for a mate to fight for their soulmates. Am I right? Mason pauses before nodding. Yes, sir. Theo smiles at him deviously and cracks his knuckles. Then I, Theo DeLuca, Alpha of the Royal Crimson Pack, challenge you. Mason's bright blue orbs widen. His head travels back and forth between Theo and I. Surprised at the situation. You guys are mates. He spits out. Theo nods his head and his smile widens. Oh shit. I'm out. Goodbye. He scrambles out and sends me a little wave when he meets me. I gulp when I feel 5 pairs of eyes drilling a hole into my back. We must take our leave. Alpha Blackwood, Theo says to the Alpha, who nods his head. His befuddled gaze wanders to me. Theo walks towards me with a fake smile on his lips. Oh shit. Now you. Alexandria. My beloved. He grabs my hand and leads me out of the hallway. Sparks run throughout my body. Are taking the car ride back with me. Alone. I squeaked. The wolf half inside of me was enlightened at the idea. As a response, I see a genuine smile from on his face. Yes, Alex. Theo drones. This time, a genuine smile reaches his lips. Just me and you. In the hunt, I unleashed my wildness, but a scream broke the peace, and I had to face unknown threats. It's a double test of courage and wisdom. Chapter 14. I look at my peripheral, making sure Kara could feel my burning gaze. When she turned to look at me with an obvious sneer on her face, I gave her a smug. Did that? She diverts her attention from me to Theo, who she turns to with the fake street smile on her face. I almost snorted at her act. Theo. She starts. You know I'm not comfortable with other Theo. With an emotional's his face. Theo sighs and disrupts her. Cut it. You need to stop relying on me. Dear sister, it's been for years. To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Move on. Please. Let's start with spending time with others and not just me. I grit my teeth together and purse my lips. Kara's knockoff smile immediately drops and transforms into a frown. Then, her eyes travel to me once again with the most maddening gaze. I frown at her irritation. Fine, she says before following me oblivious. Lovey-dovey couple to their own ride. Before she does, to my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She passes by me and nudges me. I didn't think twice before shoving her harder than she did. She stumbles but doesn't fall to the ground like I desired. What a fucking bitch. We glare at each other for God knows how long before Theo lets out a resolute. Behave. Kara's head snaps to him, but I narrow my eyes at her but chose not to speak. Keep talking. You motherfucker. Stop making trouble. Theo says, tight-lipped. His eyes were filled with rage, but not too much that it scared me go. The brows on Kara's upset face furrow together as she makes her way to Scarlett and Amelia, who both sported a grim countenance. They were paying attention. Theo releases a deep sigh one last time as he kept his eye on his sister. When she hesitantly entered the car, Theo finally turns to me, a reassuring smile entering his face. It's our turn to leave. He crouches to my eye level and nods his head to an executive black car, which I don't know what brand it is since I'm a rogue who never had the chance to own or even look at such things. I just knew it was shiny and expensive. I unconsciously grin at the thought. Let's get moving. I clear my head of Kara and squeak out an "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I follow Theo to the vehicle, ready to look at the scenery as he drove and fall asleep to the beautiful view of nature. Why can't it be nighttime already? I wanted to experience the nighttime rides witchcraft that teenagers speak of. Theo pulls to a stop in front of me and opens the door to the passenger seat. What a gentleman. Thank you. I mutter. You're welcome, he says and enters the car, starting the drive. He turns on the radio to play some music and turns the volume higher but not loud enough to burst my eardrums. I don't think your sister likes me. I blurt out, then release a heavy sigh. Since when did anyone not hate you? I scoff and say, oh right. He chuckles but soon, his expression morphs into one full of earnestness. His brows furrow as he processes his thoughts. Forgive her. He hesitates. With one hand on the wheel, he runs his other hand through his tousled hair. She has suffered a lot. I know it isn't a justifiable reason, but she's broken and I don't wish to make her condition any worse than it already is. I guess it's a brother thing. Okay, I tell him, understanding, not tolerating the silence that followed. You know, I actually have a brother. Theo lifts a brow. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I nod. What's his name? Ian? I couldn't resist the smile that threatened to appear on my face as I thought of a memory. He was a great brother. You know, even though he made fun of me all the frickin' time. Oh yeah. Theo glances to me for a hot second and looks back to the road with a soft smile. Did he make fun of your short height? Too sorry. I meant font-sized. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I scoff. At the time, I was way taller than him. Theo hums before continuing. At the time. Where is he now? Contemplating. Where is he now? I couldn't help but feel the shame enter me. I didn't even know where my own brother is. I don't know. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I admit, I lean on the window and stare at the trees and the forest that lay in them. Probably delighted. Content. Maybe he might even be leading a rogue pack since he couldn't help let our old pack as gamma. A wave of melancholia immediately washes over me and I purse my lips together. Theo nods and waits a long second before speaking again very slowly, as if I was fragile. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And how did the two of you separate? My smile falters and drops into a grim one. Now this is a memory I wasn't fond of. When my old Alf exiled my family, we were taken in by a rogue pack on one condition. I pause, glancing at Theo's pressed lips and tight grip on the steering wheel. He clearly knew what the condition was. The condition was that one of us be used as a guinea pig of some sort, such as experiments every now and then. As you can see, since I'm so unique and perfect, they chose me. And then I guess one day I couldn't tolerate it anymore and I kind of abandoned them. I place my arm on the windowsill and lean on it, admiring the empty fields of grass and high mountains as they passed by. How Theo hesitates. How did they treat you? I purse my lips together. We led a pretty much no life. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We had meals together frequently. We were all given responsibilities by the leader. My parents worked with the rest of the group while Ian and I were given training. I remember hating it so much I'd beg and cry not to go. The experiments weren't that bad either. The poison they gave us tasted like shit, but it didn't physically cause me pain. My childhood life was such a regular day, 2-day routine. Now that I think about it, it was pretty normal, or so I thought. I closed my eyes peacefully, feeling a hand reach for my thigh, the tingles appearing on my skin. I furrow my brows and whisper as quietly as I could, hoping Theo doesn't hear me. It was too normal. Either he didn't hear me, which I favor more than the other, or he simply chose not to reply. Still, Theo's hand on my thigh noticeably stiffens as I feel my consciousness slip. I ignore it, another thing I'm an expert in. I snuggle into my arm, despising the absence of a pillow. I'm going to sleep, I murmur before darkness takes its toll. I wake up to Theo nudging my shoulder and whispering, "Wake up." I groan, the laziness hitting me harder than ever. I gather up all my energy simply to open the car door and lift myself off the leather seat. Theo replicates me and leaves the car. I walk behind Theo and follow his steps to the pack house. He stops when he reaches a door and I do the same. "I have work to do, so I won't be able to send you to your room." Theo's lip curls into his lopsided smile that made me swoon. "Good night, Alexandria." A yawn escapes my mouth as I nod and turn on my heels so I could take my rest on the best thing ever made, my bed. "Good night, Theo," I reply with a groggy voice. The only response was the sound of a door closing. Half awake, I bring myself to find my way to my room. Before I could finally reach the love of my life, the same soft voice that's been bothering me for the longest time puts me to a stop. "Alexandria." Kara's voice calls out to me. I turn to her, only to see indifference on her face. "Yes, Kara." I click my tongue mockingly and tilt my head. Suddenly, I wasn't so sleepy anymore. She rolls her eyes and takes a step closer to me. I resist the urge to take a step back, not wanting skin-to-skin contact, especially with her. To my fortune, she stops only a step in front of me and leans into the side of my head so her mouth aligned to where my ears were. "I know more about you than you know, Alexandria." She pulls away with the familiar fake-ass smile on her face. "You're so unlucky, even I feel bad. Your life is gonna turn into shit tier than it already is." I ignored the spiking of my heart and how my breath hitched when she first opened her mouth to speak. "Get your shit together, Alexandria." I mentally scold myself. Oh yeah, a smirk reaches my face. "My life was the shittiest it's been the moment I met you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Your statement is completely false. Nothing else can turn my life into garbage except the moment I saw through your facade. I return to finding my way to my room, feeling satisfied and refreshed at seeing the scowl on Kara's face. "Go get some beauty sleep, Carmelo," I shout as I continue to make my out. "You really need it." Chapter 15. "It's time you get proper training, Alex," was the first thing that came out of Theo's luscious lips earlier this morning. Apparently, the statement, "Good morning," didn't dare exist in his dictionary. After eating a surprisingly undisturbed breakfast, I gathered up all my energy to change and pick up my somehow heavier legs to the training grounds. And like always, I was late. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I have so many skills and strengths that hands is enough to count them all. I groan and move towards a shirtless Theo with heavy footsteps. And because I had no dignity to begin with, I shamelessly glanced up and down his perfect body. Covering his lower half was a pair of black sweatpants. Oh my, something about sweatpants just makes my heart skip 1,000,000 times per second. "Liking the view, babe," a familiar sultry voice calls out. I clasp my hands together and grin at him, nodding at the same time. Yeah, the sun's unusually bright and sparkly today. I release a loving sigh. Just like someone today. Theo says, his eyes scrutinizing my full black outfit. He smirks at me. somehow giving out a hint of satisfaction. "Geez, thanks," I scoff. My eyes glaze over the empty field. There were shirtless men all over the place. Some of them panted and consumed deep breath barely at the warm-up, while others finished the task with ease. The routine continued in every group led by Scarlet, Celestina, and Thea. I chuckle, glad that the warm-up was at its peak and I didn't have to suffer having to do it due to my extravagant way of showing up to schedules. Still scanning the field full of busy werewolves, my eyes finally land on a very interesting person, a slender woman with waist-length dark hair and green eyes, Kara. I hum and nudge Theo. "Don't you think I should train with Celestina instead?" He raises a brow upon seeing the mischievous and overexcited smile on my face. He turns his head so that his line of sight would be identical to mine. When he realized who I was looking at, he releases a hopeless sigh and says, "Whatever you feel like doing, Alexandria." I resist the urge to skip while I make my way to Celestina and the other women. On my way, Theo's voice calls out, "Try not to create trouble, my little mate." I smile to myself. Alexandria without trouble isn't Alexandria. I turn to look at him and shout back, "Yeah, it's not like I'm gonna pull a Mulan and come up with something tricky or something." Theo breathes out, "You're an Alexandria and it makes every trick one worse. I love that you know me so well." "Theo, I'm off." I march towards Celestina, who stared impassively at the group of werewolves before her. When she heard my footsteps, her head snapped to my direction and a smirk reaches her lips. "I guess we have a new guest with us today," she mentions to herself loud enough for me to hear. "And a tardy one. Well, good morning to you too, Celestina," I tell her. She nods at a group of women who quietly looked at her, waiting for a command. Among them was a very happy Kara. A satisfied smile tugged at the corners of my lips when her grin dropped and her brows furrowed upon seeing my marvelous presence. "I won't be going easy on you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," Celestina adds. Still, something about her made me feel like she wouldn't dare let anything dangerous happen to me, no matter how much she would deny it. I tilt my head and scoff, although a smirk was present on my face. I didn't ask for it anyways. I step away from Celestina and walk towards the sword. They tried so hard not to peer at me, but the side glances I saw through my peripheral had defied them. I disregard them and look up at Celestina, also waiting for her order. Then, I cross my arms and put all my weight on one leg. "Come on, girl. People are waiting." She opens her mouth to speak. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." She starts off. The pretty blue eyes meet mine and remains in contact. "We're going hunting. Now that's how I like it," I whisper, a barely noticeable smile entering my face. There was a series of groans and discontented sighs among the crowd. "You guys are doing the hunt with me or running the rest of the 2 hours?" "Non-stop," Celestina demands. "Either way, I don't want to hear I'd guess and all your pathetic complaint, so I suggest all of you to cut it." There was an immediate silence. Celestina smiles at us, her cold demeanor prior to this long gone, moving away from us and towards the region surrounded by evergreen trees and mysteries. She says, "Follow me." I pick up my pace, wanting to be the first to reach the hunting grounds. When I passes by Celestina, I wink at her and say, "I like it. Sorry, Mason." She rolls her eyes, but there was an evident smile on her face. When everyone finally came along the woodland, Celestina speaks with a thrilled image on her face. "Since everyone is here and not a single person decided to back out, there should be no complaining. Grau Ching, and all that dumb shit. Am I right?" Some replied, "Yes, Gamma," while others simply lowered their head as a sign of submission and respect. I, of course, remained silent and still. "Let's start, shall we?" Celestina says and steals a glimpse of me before her eyes wandered once again over the mass of women. She paces back and forth with her chest high up in the air, as if challenging us. Like always, this is a contest. Whoever brings me the best prey based on my standards triumphs. Many broke out in whispers, feeling motivated by challenge. Celestina continues to speak. This time, the winner may request anything she wishes for, and I will do my very best to grant it. The rule. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Is that it must be reasonable and harmless. An irresistible grin tugs on my face, content with the prize. You absolutely may not harm anyone in this pack, and you cannot steal one another's prey. She also mentions with much more emphasis. I didn't miss how her head whipped to me for a fraction of a second. The corners on my lips lifts into a lopsided smile. Secrets exist for a reason. And lastly, she concludes, you all have the rest of the 2 hours to fulfill this mission. I nod in response. You may begin, she finally says. Oh, and by the way, those hasn't left yet pause to listen for her final statement. I'd like a good meal. She smirks. I turn away from her and walk towards the hidden land masked by the humongous trees. I hear the familiar sound of nature, the crunch of the ground beneath my feet, and that same feeling of freedom. I was a rogue in its natural habitat. I notch and arrow, pull the bowstring back with steady hands, and lift the bow in the air, aiming for the already injured deer. The arrow lands precisely on its stomach and the poor deer collapses. This was my 5th prey. At this point, I was playing to hunt and not for a mission. My rogue habits was yearning to be set free, and Celestina gave me the chance to do so. I dropped the bow to my side and moved towards the lifeless animal when suddenly, a scream ripped through the air. I was slightly surprised. Knowing that I was at the very edge of the pack border, I was almost sure that no one else would risk endangering themselves. I immediately turned motionless, using the best of my senses to alert myself of any signs of danger. Silence. Wind. My eyes dart to my left and my right rapidly. Siamon. Ears do your work. All I heard was silence. An easy silence. Bile forms on my throat as the tension in the atmosphere continues to show its presence. I resist the urge to cuss out loud. Again. There was only silence. I narrow my eyes in concentration, refusing to close my eyes. My heart beat like crazy. Now you may think that scared would be the least I'd be because of my previous rogue status. But I wasn't that type of rogue. As a rogue, I traveled a lot. Still, I made sure I was near people, near towns, near homes, near civilization. I made sure I heard people's voices or signs of existence whenever I settled myself somewhere, anywhere. People were the sole thing I wanted to avoid so badly, were also the existence I needed most. I despised the feeling of not knowing what happens because I always had a plan. I wasn't scared of facing whatever was out there, but it was the unknown itself that scared me. It was the simple act of not knowing. Come at me, beast, I muttered to myself, disrupting the quiet environment. Let's get it over with. My ears perk up. Leaves. The repeating crunch of leaves followed by another and another almost simultaneously. Seems like someone's getting chased. I try to pick up more sounds and hints. 1 runner and 3 attackers in approximately 12 miles east within pack borders. The rapid beating of my heart ceases to a regular pace as the fear is no longer present. I followed the sounds without thinking. Just kidding. Of course I think. I just don't care. One day you'll get yourself killed. You idiot. I continue to run speedily, yet maintain my light footsteps in human form. If only I could shift at will. Damn it. It took me the next 4 minutes to get close enough to the suspects I had masked my scent beforehand. Then, I drop to my stomach and put my weight on my elbow as I hide myself behind the crowded, tall trees. I are the 3 menacing rogues that halt in my line of sight. There was a gasp and a thump from a girl in front of them as she dropped to the ground in trembles. Well, look what we have here. I release under my breath as I take in the wonderful view that lay in front of me. This is interesting. I felt for my quiver and eye any movements the 4 individuals made. I then attached the arrow on the string and pulled back. It zips through the air and hits the target with a THUCK. 3 pair of eyes turn to me, acknowledging my presence. One of them was the vibrant green eyes of an infuriating woman with raven black hair. She stares at me in shock, her lips parted and her eyes wide open. I give her a cocky smile and mouth. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Then, I dart my eyes to the 2 wolves that gaped at me in anger. I won't just be bringing you a meal, Celestina. I'll bring you the whole buffet. Chapter 16. Their eyes burn into me, fear from Kara and anger from the 2 rogues. The rogue who I successfully struck earlier lifted himself up, gazing up at me with the most maddening fire in his eyes. His wound disappeared as fast as it was inflicted. The shirtless man growls at me and flashes his canines at me with the most roguish way possible. I imitate his actions. This was a rogue communicating with a rogue. After a few moments, I begin to wonder when this staring contest would end. Tired of this stupid game, I broke eye contact and flaunt my fake street smile. So I begin. How's your day going, young gentleman? The 3 rogues look at each other quickly before the shirtless bonded. It was great, but now that I met you. He pauses and I raise an eyebrow. It's quite outstanding. If I say so, I believe you'd maybe want to take back that statement. He smirks and takes a step towards me. Kara's eyes dart between him and I in panic. The stranger cocks his head and questions. And why is that? I nod to the direction behind him. Look back. Foolish. All 4 of them, including Kara, are idiots. A part of me believed that their brain capacity had reached its limit as they aged out of 4 years old. When I said that, all 4 of them turned their bodies and snapped their heads behind them, searching for an answer only to be met by the vast space of emptiness. I almost gasped in disbelief. How could life be this simple? I take advantage of this and station my already loaded bow before shooting the same guy. This time, the arrow had been tipped with silver. I stole it from the pack storage. Fortunately for me, silver is a strong poison that will leave said person immobile for a time. To my demise. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This arrow only had the amount of silver that would knock out a wolf for only 20 minutes to an hour, depending on how strong the wolf actually is. It was my greatest of luck that these rogues were not of high position or strong enough to withstand the effects of such poisons. Like I expected, he drops to his knees before he face, planted on the ground once again. I cringe, imagining the feeling of wet dirt on my face. 3 heads snapped to me to bared their canines at me and extended their claws, while the other darted to me and all over the place. As if uncertain, Kara looks at me with the most unsettling and doubtful expression that even I couldn't interpret it. Before I could say anything, my eyes catch movement at my peripheral. THUCK. I was quick to process it and completed the motion that seemed indented into my nature, shooting another wolf with precision. The man groans and clutches his chest as he slowly drops down to the floor. Easy peasy. The last rogue dared to not miss one single fraction of a second before lunging to my direction. I almost stumble, feeling startled. Stop underestimating people. Alexandria. I prepare myself to dodge any forms of attacks, when suddenly, the angered man shifts direction and charges towards where Kara was. Reload. Aim release. The arrow hits his back just like I wanted it to, but what it didn't do was knock him out like I wanted. The arrow digs into his skin, causing dark red blood to drip down his bare back. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I was facing the inevitable. He did not fall down or even stumble one bit. A painful groan was the only thing telling me that he felt even an ounce of pain. This guy was strong enough to withstand the silver effects for a small duration. Still, that doesn't mean he could resist it forever. The beads of sweat and heavy breathing told me so. The man continued to march towards Kara in undeniable speed and wraps an arm around her neck. If you weren't gonna help me, at least run away. Goddess. Kara's feet remain planted to the ground, refusing to make a single movement. The rogue looks up at me, his brows furrowed. Still, he sported a satisfied smirk on his cocky visage. He releases a shaky breath before speaking. "I suggest you drop the puny little weapon of yours before I slash my claws on scared little Missy's neck." Kara whimpers, contributing to the rogue's pride. With his arms still around her neck, he sniffs her neck and drags a wet tongue along the nape of her neck. I scrunch my nose in disgust. But Kara definitely was at the worse end of the situation. She looks at me with pleading eyes, tears forming. The man chuckles and eyes me in a challenging way. Getting the memo, I place my quiver and bow on the ground beside my feet. "Pleased," he commands. "Now get closer. Get over here, you damned woman." I scoff and glare at him, dismissing his command. "You either move or Missy here." He glances at Kara. "We'll end up dead in a snap of a finger." I roll my eyes and say, "Never said I wanted her alive. To my agent extraordinaire, Mahlin Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." At this, Kara's eyes widen, her tears finally released as it fell down her cheeks. Her mouth trembles before a small sob sounds through the forest. "Oh yeah," the man challenges, flashing his canines and glazing then at the surface of Kara's skin. She closes her eyes, controlling herself from panicking. I wave my arms up in surrender. I shout as I take wary steps towards them. "Pick up your legs. You're goddamn slow." "Okay, you slow-minded freak." He narrows his eyes at me and growls out, "Say that again, weakling." "Oh, are you deaf now?" "Too," I question in intention to rile him up. "Come on, keep talking." The guy's speech was starting to wobble and sweat covered his forehead, implying that the silver was starting to get to him. "Just a few more minutes." "Yeah, your shrilly voice caused me to turn into this, sweetheart." "Ooh, I coo. Do I make you tremble and sweat?" He growls lowly at me. "Well, someone's a little mad today." I mutter loud enough for him to hear. "I suggest you zip your mouth shut and surrender. Cupcake," he demands. His grip on Kara tightened and she releases a shaky breath in response. "Now can do." He grins at this and questions, "You know what? To our agent extraordinaire, Mahlin Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I question blankly. I'm tired of this bullshit. If I can't kill two birds with one stone, then I must at least get one. Say goodbye to little Miss Scaredy Cat. "Little girl," he rambles as he extends his claws and canines. No way am I taking responsibility for her death. I push my legs to run as fast as they could towards Kara, watching as the sharp tip of his claw touched the surface of her neck. Before he could fully graze onto Kara's skin, I charge towards him and headbutt him. I feel my cheek sting as his claws scrape my skin. We both fall onto the ground, struggling for the upper hand. Unfortunately for me, he owns it. I wrestle underneath him, struggling to release my ray held down by strong forces from both his hands. Constantly, he wastes a second releasing my hand in an attempt to swipe at my face. He was only met by my hands holding them back to stray away from my face. "Give up, weakling." I believe I should be the one saying that. "Old man," I retort. I pant as I put up with his hold on me. "Funny," he knocks. I scoff and add, "We all know. Dead is what we'll know of you soon enough." I release a groan as he grazes my cheek once again. "It's whatever. I'm still pretty. This ain't Hollywood, Grandpa." I continue. "We don't steal lines here." He bellows in laughter before saying, "Good gracious," he exclaims. I follow his eyes as it moves to the object close to the back of my head. "Oh no, because the only thing I'll be stealing is your life." I was no way in hell dying without telling everyone how useless Kara has been. Before I knew it, pain pierces through my head followed by a loud ringing in my ears. I groan and feel wet blood fall down my face. I would have clutched my head if not for the heavy arms that made sure to keep it planted to the ground. Not gonna lie, I ramble as another wave of pain forced me to shut my eyes close. and squint in agony. He hits pretty hard. That kinda hurt. Old man. He tries to force a smirk, only to be stopped by a strong discomfort. The silver effects was finally completing its use. Fucking finally. He drops beside me, clutching his head as he groaned in pain. His eyes rolls to the back of his head before slumber forces him down. I laughed despite the equal pang of pain I felt. I bring myself up to sit on my butt, glaring at Kara's useless self. Her gaze drops to her feet in shame. Rushed footsteps enters my eardrums, and soon enough, bodies of people come out of the tall trees. One of them was Theo. Painfully, I force myself to get up on my feet. Theo, I start, only to stop myself when I see him rush to Kara in panic, searching for any signs of injury. So much for a mate. The ringing in my ears seemed to keep getting louder and louder. After a light grip on his sister's shoulders, he wastes no time searching for me. When his eyes land on me, he grimaced and hurried to me. I sigh peacefully at my mate's presence and grin. Then, I open my arms wide open as I wait for my deserved hug, only to be met by the familiar rush of air as I fall. Thankfully, my head lands on a pair of comfortable arms. I engulf Theo's scent and snuggle into his chest as he raises my legs with another arm before raising me to carry me bridal style. Rest now, dear mate. I hear Theo's intoxicating voice lull me into sleep. Took you long enough. Slowpokers. I make sure to add before a well-needed sleep overtakes me. Chapter 17. I take a bite of my favorite mocha, can eat my favorite spaghetti dinner like a normal person. I drink the cup of water just like the everyday person. I sip on the cup full of poison that made me more insane by the minute like it was normal. I smile and sigh in content just like how every other person does after eating a refreshing full meal. But normal was a privilege I couldn't have. Suddenly, my smile drops and my lips begin to quiver, a sob threatening to escape. I hiss out and let the tears drop down my cheeks until the familiar taste of saltness reaches my lips. I spout. I wanted to shift. I wanted to prance around the room. I wanted to punch a wall. I wanted to do something to move, but I couldn't. So I bring my trembling handcuffed hands and chained wrists to my hair and grip it tightly, then scream silently, a scream only to be heard by the four walls that caged me. I gasp and subconsciously grip the sheets of the unfamiliar bed. Meanwhile, my eyes dart around the black walls, as well as the gold and white hints of station areas and furniture. A lavender fragrance tells me that it was Theo's room, and I quickly wipe off the unreleased tears in my eyes. I hope no one saw. Then, my eyes land on a mop of long brown hair and muscle. A pool of honey orbs glare at mine deeply as Beta Felix crosses his arms across his chest. I bring myself up and lean on the back of the bed before continuing the eyeing contest. Narrowing my eyes at him, I try to communicate. Don't tell Theo. Don't tell Theo. Don't tell Theo. Unfortunately for me, mind linking was an ability only official higher-ups were gifted in. In return, Felix narrows his eyes as well and his gaze remains fixated on me. Luckily, before the eyeing contest lasts for much more, the sound of the doorknob twisting has the Beta and I turning our heads. The door opens and my gorgeous mate enters my line of sight. I frown when I feel Beta Felix's burning gaze on me. I welcome Theo with a warm smile and he returns the favor. He leads himself to me and sits on a chair beside his bed, a tray with soup and a cup of water on his lap. He drags on after blowing on the spoonful of soup. I open my mouth, then grin as he feeds me nonchalantly. Cute stitches, Theo points out as take another sip, just like its owner. I retort arrogantly, with an amused smile. Theo says, suddenly I don't find him cute anymore. He raises the spoon to my mouth again and I take a mouthful of the soup. Your immune system sucks for a wolf. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He continues, you're the first wolf I'd ever met who needed stitches over such a small injury. I just came out of war and I'm injured. At least give me a compliment. I huff and roll my eyes. Give me 3 decades then. Compliments and you just don't blend well together, wow. I cross my arms and glare at Theo, to which he gained amusement from. Fine, fine. He chuckles. He hums and says, "You have great pain tolerance." Oh really? Theo laughs in the most indecorous way possible before continuing. Dr. Walsh refused to waste anesthesia on you, and still, you were sleeping soundly while he angrily did your stitches. As everyone can see, I was very well loved in this pack. Bitches don't cry, I reply. Suddenly, an old figure makes his presence known. Beta Felix snorts ridiculously, making Theo and I pause and acknowledge his presence. Theo raises a brow at me before asking, "Mind telling me why my beta has been eyeballing like some predator you the moment I entered the room?" I shrug and lie. "I don't know." Theo eyes me like I was being suspicious, and I eat the soup from the tray. "Yeah, what about it?" "Soda." Theo rolls his eyes, then lifts his hand to caress my cheek. His brows furrow and pain shines through his grey orbs for a fraction of a second before it disappeared as his thumb swipes over the stitches softly. "Did it hurt?" he asks with a shaky breath. "Of course it did." No. I stutter like some idiot I am. He lifts himself and moves the tray off his lap, then to the spot beside me. I feel him place a light kiss from his soft lips on my forehead until he places his forehead against mine, his tight hand still on my cheek. "Thank you," he tells me sincerely. My heart warms up and my cheeks flush at the statement. "Why, you're welcome," I reply, fully knowing what he was talking about. Still, the surprise of receiving such a heartfelt gratitude got to me. This was the first time someone was truly thankful for me. I feel his lips curl into a smirk before he caresses his thumb against my cheek one last time. Then, his hands travel and feel the skin under my jaw. He leans down and places a soft peck on the spot. I feel tingles on my skin and I almost broke out in giggles. "I'll get you your soda," he concludes. My eyes follow his back as he leaves the room, then travels to Beta Felix, who is leaning against the wall impassively. His dark brows were furrowed together like always and his lips remained downcast, giving off the impression that one little move will make him blow up in anger. He refused to say anything for the longest time. "What's your problem?" I question. "You are an idiot," was the only thing that comes out of his mouth. "And you're worse than anger from inside out. You are childish. You remind me of a fucking grenade." Beta Felix huffs and continues to glare at me. "You are a crybaby. Tu m'as agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Oh no you didn't," I gasp slowly. For the first time, the corner of his lips lift into a faint smile. "Yes I did." He puffs out his chest and says with pride. I scrunch my nose and retort. "Childish. That's all you." He huffs out. "Fuck you. You cuss more than my mother seeing uncooked rice." I muster up my deadliest glare and reply with a, "Your brows are thicker than those birds from an RG." I knock on Theo's bedroom door and immediately pulls us out of our little banter. Beta Felix marches to the door to open it, but not before he squints his eyes at me for the millionth time. My mood drops viciously when I see the horrid figure that awaited me by the door. "Kara, may I enter?" Kara asks me with respect and an uplifting smile. Still, the insane glimmer in her eyes grew and her whole goody-two-shoes facade. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I say hesitantly. I stop myself from feeling queasy about what she was planning to do. "Thank you." Then, she turns to the weirdo of a beta and requests, "If you'd be so kindly and leave us." The tone in her voice made me feel like it was more of a demand rather than a question. With a gruff, he leaves the room in an unsure manner. My wolf senses hear him whisper "You are a coward" to Kara before leaving the room. The grimace on her face signaled that she too had the insult. "Anyways, what is taking Theo so long? What do you want?" I question Kara abruptly. "Now, is that what you're supposed to say to a victim?" She replies, "Obviously. You're not gonna thank me for your cowardice, so drop the act and cut to the chase." I spit out. A headache was starting to form and I was getting more and more irritated by the minute. Kara's smile drops right away, and she stares at me as if I was some disgusting bug. I'm not a mirror. Stop staring at me like that. I snap. An ache pulsed through my head and my tolerance continues to lower. Fire burns through her eyes and I take notice her jaw clench and unclench. She releases a dry laugh before continuing. Do you really want to know why I was out in deepest part of the woods? I don't reply and I stare at her with uncertainty. She doesn't wait for my reply and resumes. I was meeting a She pauses and eyes me. Very special someone. What's your worrying around have to do with me? Her brow lifts in irritation, but she remains composed and unbothered. It does if it's your brother I'm talking about. She scoffs. My heart beats faster and faster on its own accord and my mind goes blank. For my reaction, she only smirks and smugly says, Ian is very fond of me, if I say so myself. I grip the sheets and look down on an attempt to control my anger and jealousy. Instead of searching for his endangered missing little sister, who he fully knows where her location is, he's spending more time helping another woman. Instead of saving his little sister, he's saving another woman. Short story. No one cares about you. I can't imagine Theo doing that to me. It would have broken me. She shares with an ugly, horrendous grin on her face. I don't give a fuck. I hiss out. My heart drops at her statement and my grip on the sheet seems to tighten as I control myself from throwing a punch or two. Restrain yourself, Alexandria. She cackles and sports a vicious, yet saddening smile on her face before proceeding in her rant. Since you can handle all this bad news, then surely this won't affect you at all. Just say it. I inform her shortly. Shut up. Shut up. Just shut the fuck up. Even though there was a confident smile on her face and her chin was up, I see her take a small step back and I sent a hesitant vibe throughout her. The last thing I heard was the sharp intake of breath before I blew up. Mother Catalina wishes you well. That was enough to make snap and lunge towards her. My wolf's presence made sure to make her presence known as my irises turn into a sadistic shade of red and my teeth transform into canines. Thirsty for blood. Monsters don't only exist under your bed. I growl at her. Chapter 18. My wolf instinct pushes me to tighten my grip around Kara's neck and slam her against the wall. The gasp that emits from her makes me smile even as I trembled one anger. Frustrated tears fill my eyes and blur my eyesight. I grit my teeth together in an attempt to keep my emotions in check before my wolf takes complete control. You know, I see that she choked against my hold. You're a fucking bitch. I soften my grip, willing to hear her response. The only response I hear was a laugh that immediately turned into a fit of coughing. How do you think Theo will react if I tell him about what you've done? I question. Then, I release her neck and drop my hands to my side in a form of a fist. Her lips curve into a mocking smile and it feeds my bitterness. Someone must really want to die. Who do you think Theo will believe more? She instigates. His soft and innocent little sister or some overbearing stranger who can't keep her temper in check. Soft and innocent my ass. I dryly laugh out. She ignores me and continues with a smug expression, stating, Do you really think Theo will ever believe you? You were a rogue. For God's sake, do you even know anything about this pack? Anything about any of us? Anything about Theo? Ask yourself, when has anyone ever trusted you with anything? I clench my jaws, her words sent a stab to my heart. The headache in my head that's been showing its presence since earlier pulsed more painfully than the one before. All this was contributing to my growing frustration. I hiss out as I force myself to keep my tears in. When she didn't hear a response from me, she proceeds. Reality check. Alexandria, you'll never be good enough. But it's not like you try to be good enough anyways. Ian says you were an arrogant little girl. By the way, I scoff and breath out. How would you know? Oh, trust me. I know everything. She mocked. I know how you're always the second choice. Second choice to your parents. Second choice to Ian. And now, second choice to Theo. What a sad fucking life. I fought hard not to blink and my eyesight blurs even more. I dig my fingers on the palm of my hands hard enough that I feel the stinging of a cut on my skin as a way to keep myself together. It healed as fast as I inflicted it. Unfortunately, Kara was trying her hardest to destroy my plan of stopping myself from killing her. The only time you were ever of option was the moment your parents gave you to the rogues as a guinea pig instead of their beloved son. She cackled. That did it. I felt hurt, embarrassed, and powerless. Second choice. My muscles were tense and I was shaking from anger. My jaw was clenched and my mouth felt as dry as a desert. I bare my teeth as my surroundings seemed to fade. My mind forced me to mute out everything and I was trying my best not to lash out of anger. I felt pained emotionally and physically from the throbbing in my head. Not good enough. But that did it. I was done keeping myself in check and keeping this talking bitch alive. I was ready to end her life. I meet her eyes and for the first time, she shows pure fright. Fairly she screams, only to be stopped by my hands on her bruised neck once again. Only this time my grip was tighter and my wolf's claws left a scar on her neck. Kara struggles for air and she brings up her hands to mine, trying so hard to pull them off her. Who's laughing now? I taunt her. Her eyes moisten and she resorts to kicking me with her legs in an attempt to save her life. She's taking too long to die. Suddenly, she stops and her eyes turn into a bright shade of green. Heavy footsteps enters my ears and the door slams open. A concerned Felix stares at me with wide eyes. Still, he doesn't stop and only gives me a pitiful look. What is it that I don't know? Rushed footsteps follow Felix and scent overcomes my senses before he enters the door. He charges towards me and pulls me away from Kara, making me stumble but not enough to make me fall to the floor. I watch in silence as Theo held a sobbing Kara to his chest. He pelts her with comforting words and places his lips on the top of her head. Second, Kara's mocking voice enters my mind and voids out all other thought. An embarrassing tear drops and falls down my cheek. I didn't wipe it off and merely looked down on the ground in shame. Then, I notice Emilio and Scarlett's presence join them. Emilio's eyes dart towards the siblings and while Scarlett immediately stormed towards Kara. She pulls in Kara for a hug, causing Theo to return to reality me. Realization dawns Emilio and he blurts out, "Oh shit." Him and Felix remain by the open doorway as they look at me with what seemed like pity. Theo refuses to look back where I was and analyzes Kara's bruising neck, his thumb caressing her bright red skin. Scarlett holds her hands and comforts her. Soon enough, her sobs started to die down, but still existent. How beautiful. Abruptly, Scarlett nods her head and meets my gaze with hatred. When she hears another sob from Kara, her eyes soften and she coos. I'm here. I almost cackled as I taste the saltness from my tears. What did she do? Scarlett demands from Kara. She spits her words with clear bitterness. I eye Theo as his back tenses and it was almost enough to make me break down. She slurs. I almost gasp in disbelief. All I said was that her mother wishes her well, then she lost her temper and started choking me. What did I do wrong? Any mother would wish her child well if she misses them. Lies. 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 She fully knows what that simple statement would do to me and she's making herself sound like some saint. Everyone looks at me for a response and for the first time, Theo turns to me. It made me wish that he didn't. He watches my tear-stained face with an emotional expression so void of emotion that it scared me. Is it true? Theo asks, painfully waiting for my response as he held his trust for me with a thin strong. Yes, I say shortly and search for any signs of faith in his eyes. Where I didn't see any, another tear falls down my cheek. Then why? He questions me with so much hopelessness and disapproval that it sent an aching pang to my heart. She was mocking me, Theo. She was making fun of me. Of everything about me. She was ridiculing me. Theo, I tried to explain in a fit of tears that I didn't try to keep in anymore. She was harmless, Alexandria. Scarlett disrupts me. She didn't do anything wrong. You disgusting rogue. Theo doesn't say anything and I look at him pleadingly with tear-filled eyes. It might not mean anything, but to me it did. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I exasperate stopping in between to control a sob. Scarlett scoffs and spat. You should be glad you have a mother alive and wishing you well. That broke me. Suddenly, my mouth felt drier than it was prior. I looked down on my feet, wishing so much for this to end and the desire to be alone. I control the urge to laugh as a form of coping. I hear Theo sigh and feel his finger on my chin, lifting it up so that my eyes meet his once passionate grey eyes. Tell me, Alexandria, tell me why you're acting like this. He almost pleads. I look at him, analyzing his uncertainty and worn-out expression. Why should I? It's not like you tell me anything either. I explained myself once and I refused to beg for someone's approval. Hurt flashes through his eyes before a stoic expression returns. His hands curl into fists. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Have her patrol the borders starting tonight and for the rest of the month as her punishment. He commands. Felix nods in response and I refuse to say anything, not sure of what I was really feeling. I was tired of these people, of anyone. Then, he turns to Kara, his tone softening. Jack, get dressed, Kara. We haven't done a sibling day in a while. A disbelieving laugh from me disrupts them. Really, Thea? Anything wrong? Scarlet sneers. Do you all want to know the real difference between rogue packs and werewolf packs? When the only reply was silence, I continue. It's that in rogue packs, everyone is treated and punished accordingly. What are you trying to say? She says, her brows furrowed in anger as she eyes me up and down. Apparently, in this pack, words don't hurt as much as punches. I made sure to shove Theo as I leave his room and all the gaping stares. I rush out of the pack house ready to shift into my relentless, furious wolf stir in my stomach and my chest. Chapter 19. 1 week. It's been 1 fucking week since Theo last spoke to me and 7 patrol as my punishment. After 1 week, my anger had simmered down, but apparently Theo hadn't forgotten. Every time I tried to even approach them even 1 fucking step, they seemed to intentionally leave the room or pretend to talk amongst themselves like your little kids. No one fucking understands. Constantly, I had to remind myself that I was mad at Theo and everyone else before I let myself get taken over the urge to talk to them, and mostly Theo. The mate bond was making me fret and stress over every little thing. I was getting more annoyed and got ticked off over every little thing. To my luck, Beta Felix was in charges of patrol and became my very victim. He became somewhat like my own punching bag to feed my irritation. God, my temper is really unappealing. You know, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You should audition for Tarzan. He growls. Watch it. Catalina. Aye. Cap. I mock. Get your shit together and watch for any trespassers or rogues among the premises. He commands. I let out a humorless laugh. You have a bad eye. He only rolls his eyes and returns to his alert state. I knew I was irritating him, and I knew that he and the others were also already stressed ever since Kara had been attacked by rogues. Since that incident, rogue disturbances have greatly increased. They were seen holding meetings and eyeing the territory as if they were trying to map it out. It was as they were making themselves known that they were shamelessly planning an attack. Theo, getting the memo, increased the number of warriors guarding the territory, including me. I thought it was nothing, that it was no problem. But the weary and fatigued expressions almost everyone in the pack sported told me it was something more. The situation must be getting out of hand. And apparently, I wasn't well informed. It's not like anyone tells you anything anyways. So I continue to do what I do best, annoying people. Are you exhausted? I questioned Felix, fully knowing the answer. The young bait merely sighs and grunts at me. I bet you ought to let out your frustration on someone. No, he huffs and nods. Like a rogue. I add. He snaps his head to me and runs a hand through his long hair before admitting. You're right. I'm stressed, and everyone else stressing makes me more stressed out. I just want to go down the cellars and throw a punch at a rogue or two. I pause and shrug at his honesty, then continue with a smug smile. I'm a rogue. I reach my hands towards him as if they were secured in handcuffs. Felix shakes his head and watches me, skeptical. You're insane. He breathes out and a lazy smack dances on my lips. With furrowed brows and downcast lips, he slaps my hands away. This pact drives me insane. I joke. Felix shakes his head and huffs at me the most disappointed way possible. Anthony, he says as he calls for another warrior. Take charge while I take a small break. It'll take 15 minutes, if not less. Yes, sir. The man called Anthony replies. And you? Follow me. Gladly. I grumble. I felt like a child being scolded by a parent. Only I was too grown to be identified as a child and too troublesome to be kept by my own parents. He leads me to a denser portion of the forest, far from the others but close enough that he could sense any oncoming danger coming on their part. I meant it when I said you're an idiot. And I meant it when I said you're a ticking bomb who could blow up any minute. I retort. How can you even tell? He continues like right now. He grunts and breathes out a, "You're the most infuriating woman I've ever met." Thanks. I day with a lazy smirk. I hear that a lot. Maybe it was the saltness in my tone of the slight bitterness that I didn't even notice that shined in my eyes. But Felix's thick brows started to furrow in concern and a frown tugged on his lips. He eyed me with so much distress it almost made me sad myself. He didn't talk to me for a while and I didn't have the courage to speak either. Seeing him look at me with sympathy and without the sternness on his visage felt so foreign. It was so unlike his temperamental attitude. You know, he breaks the awkward silence. I had a mate head. I keep my mouth shut and listen to him earnestly despite my surprise from his abrupt truthfulness. When I meet his gaze that focused at a far distance with so much passion, I looked down on instinct. It felt like I was disturbing such a precious moment. He was perfect for me, he says softly. As cheesy as it sounds, he was my soulmate and I couldn't ask for anyone else more meant to be for me than him. I nod slightly as I felt a small ache in my heart when his voice sounded so heartbroken. I admired his bravery for being so open to me about his past and his identity. Maybe, even the deepest part of me felt amazed that someone trusted me enough. What was he like? The boss's fervent vibe was getting to me and I felt an unusual closeness to whoever this person was. I hear a heartfelt laugh before he continued. He was amazing. I couldn't help but fall in love with him every time I see him. He made me feel more complete in a span of 2 years more than anyone else ever had. We weren't perfect and we didn't expect perfection, but with him, everything felt more perfect than anything else. I softly release a heartfelt laugh along with him as we imagine the memory. Felix turns to me with a peaceful and soft expression, a picture I made sure to capture knowing that this was once in a lifetime. So what I'm trying to say, he tells me, is that for both you and Theo to please cherish the times you have together. I know you're on the worst end of this situation, but I see it. I see the future you both could have and I don't want anything to risk not having that future. So please, despite the challenges, I'm asking you to try. I'll only say this once, but you're an amazing person. To my agent extraordinaire, Logan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And Theo's been through a lot, and I definitely know you didn't have any better. I nod, my heart suddenly feeling lighter. You want answers, am I right? To my agent extraordinaire, Logan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I mutter. I believe Theo has the right to tell you his secrets on his own, but I'll tell you one thing. I nod my head furiously, glad that I could finally hear some answers even if it was a tiny little detail. All I can say is that he blames himself a lot for reasons that he couldn't have avoided either way. He slowly informs me, and he's doing so much to gain back and fix what he believes he's fragmented in his younger days. Most importantly, his sister. She's the very person he wishes to never break again, and she's the person he'll protect the most. I stare at a distance with so many thoughts running in my mind. Feelings stir inside me, and I look down in shame as I recognize a very slight jealousy. I try to push back that feeling to the depths of my heart. There will be a time Theo will choose his sister over his mate. I grit my teeth together as I run his words through my mind over again. Then he must be an idiot. I huff. breaking the vehement aura around us. Felix sports a lopsided smile and speaks again. Do you know why our beautiful moon goddess put you two together? I raise my brow, piqued. Why so? You're the only one strong enough mentally and physically to be able to handle with a past and a burden like Theo. He tells me with pure honesty. I rise my chest and put my chin up smugly. He rolls his eyes at this, but the corner of his lips lifted upwards. And what is he to me? Tilting my head. He meets my eyes and carried on. Something about you tells me that at some point in life past, present, or future Thea was your savior. Oh really? I say under my breath. My heart thrumming. So many secrets that Toll don't know. But I did know one thing. This pack seemed to know more about me than I expected, almost as if they were connected to my past itself. I never run. Too bad? I voice out with a smile on my face. I believe you made your first inaccurate statement the moment you called me an idiot. In my world, I am a cursed werewolf, designed to kill lycans like you. But ironically, I fell in love with a lycan leader, Theo. Our relationship is filled with secrets and betrayals, and it gets even more complicated when my brother shoots me with an arrow, and Theo becomes my savior. Loyalty to family versus personal feelings. How do we choose? Chapter 20. The next day, it was obvious that tensions between the pack and the rogues were getting worse and worse. I wouldn't be surprised if once I'd end up instigating an attack in a day or two. But, as expected, the pack was well prepared. I was able to confirm that same theory when I almost tripped over a string that would have caused my body to be demolished by spears. Keyword almost. The idea of informing me about such traps seemed to go past Felix's train of thoughts. Everyone in the pack waited in anticipation, despising the suspense of not knowing when the rogues would start their assault. It almost felt like they wanted this to happen. They wanted blood to be drawn and craved to see powerless rogues. Their saddest, I'm telling you, right after sunrise, the rogues were seen eyeing the territory in a more obvious manner. They were literally growling at the warriors in their wolf forms, as if trying to send a message Theo well understood. They were fighting not by strategy or the element of surprise, but pure strength and maybe a little bit of cheating. It didn't hurt to put some traps in, does it? I steal a glance at Emilio. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And Giovanni, who were put in patrol. Felix stares at Emilio and Giovanni while they bantered against each other. If they don't end up dying by rogues, they'll definitely die from each other. By the time the sun was starting to go down, everyone, including me, was starting to get more and more restless as the wait kept lengthening. Still, they kept their positions and remained as alert as possible. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. At one point, I got tired of waiting and resort to leaving my post. Felix seemed to not care because all I got was a roll in his eyes and a grunt. I follow a somewhat clear path as I strolled around the territory, losing track of time or where I was leading myself to. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If my life was the stereotypical damsel in distress story, I'd probably end up getting kidnapped by a pack of rogues. Good for me. This wasn't some cheesy Wattpad story. I hum a tune I didn't even know I knew as I take slow and steady steps. That was until the ambience shifted and somehow, it felt like the air turned thicker. The quietness of the woods made itself more prominent and I halt my steps. Thud. I blink my eyes and look around the empty area, searching for the source of the sound only for there to be none. Like, I muttered to myself. Head out real quick. I keep my mouth together in a thin line and take a steady step back. When my feet plants on the ground, I turn around and begin to sprint out. I gasp when cold fingers wrap around the ankle of my right foot. I stomp on the hell over and over again immediately with my other foot. You prick. A man's voice growls out. Next time choose your victims wisely, I growl back to the darkness. But that's when a hard strike to the back of my neck forces me to shut up and fall down to the wet earth. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I hear Theo's voice growl out from a distance as if it was the most nonsense that he's ever heard. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Says another man in a resolute manner. Then talk. A road pushes me into the clearing just outside the borders of the territory. The moonlight was the only source of light. A fourth of your territory in exchange for one of your loyal pack members. The man says, pride in his voice. Do you really think I fall for such a lousy deal? Theo says. When my face comes into view. His smirk drops and his voice falters. I greet him, trying to calm him down with a smile and a small wave. The man who was previously exchanging words with Theo grabs me. He wraps an arm around my neck to keep me in place. Theo eyes this movement and lets out a threatening growl. I let out a shaky breath as I look up. The height difference prominent. This guy is a giant. Not so lousy anymore. Am I right? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The bald giant mocks. Not as lousy as your lack of bravery. Theo mocks back. It was blood for blood and nothing else. What happened to you? Scared? My captor releases an ugly chortle before continuing. I don't think those measly traps you made will help you prove we're cowards. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Theo says, feigning innocence. You really think I won't find out? The man growls. Find out about what? Theo questions and hums. The man takes in a deep breath, as if annoyed. The traps you have shamelessly placed. How would I have known there are traps? Leomord. Theo questions, a smirk dancing on his lips. At least 8 traps and all of them are badly placed. A blind man could easily sense them. The man called Leomord says. The corners of his lips twitches on an attempt to hold back another growl. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Prove it then, Theo retorts, testing Leomord's patience. The lopsided smile on his face made his vexation even worse. His grip on me tightens as his anger increased. He was fuming mad and his glare was enough to kill a person. Theo only tilts his head and smiles at him in a taunting manner. I curse my lips in an attempt to save my life. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. You're still mad at him. It wasn't even that funny. Don't laugh. Before I could think properly, a snicker escaped my lips. I glue my lips together in a tight line immediately. I look up only to see the burning eyes of the rogue. Leonard looms over me, and a frown reaches my face. Shit. Both annoying. Just like the peas in a pod, a new voice joins in and adds. That's something we can both agree on. Shut it. Emilio. Theo commands. Then, for the first time Theo makes eye contact. He nudges his head to his right and keeps his gaze on me as if he was trying to communicate. I narrow my eyes at him in confusion. I keep my eyes on his lips as he parts them open to form the words. Follow me. His brows furrow together and his eyes widen in fear as gapes over my captor's shoulder. As if he was in a panicky state. He takes a low march back. Leomord loosens his grip on me very slightly, confused by the situation he was put in. Theo's acting might be but my acting puts him to shame. I gasp and buckle my knees to let Leomord hold my weight up so I would not fall to the ground. Oh my God. I gasp out pointing to my left. Like an idiot. Heads turn. Work smarter. Not harder. Cut off guard. I feel his arms loosen enough for me to escape his hold. Before I realize, Another hand reaches for me and wraps an arm around my waist. As usual, familiar sparks dance on my skin. The Omord growls at Theo, his fist clenching and unclenching. He meets Theo eye level, only separated by the invisible boundary. You fooled me. Fools deserve to be fooled, Theo retorts, a devious smile on his face. Only fools would fall for that trick. I hear a shuffle to the right and an awkward laugh from Emilio. Leomord backs up and takes a deep breath in, then out. With his emotions finally in check, he calmly states, "Blood for blood." I frown as a sadistic smile shows itself on Theo's lips. "Blood for blood it is." He agrees. My eyes skim over the area and I scoff at him in disbelief. When my eyes land on Talia, Giovanni, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And Mayo, and 5 other warriors. I watched them warily as their wolves take over them. It was almost as if they wanted this to happen. Savages. I tell you, I give Talia a little wave when we lock gazes. She rolls her eyes and moves her eyes away from me. Are you serious? I whisper, yelled to him. Yes, why? Theo asks, genuinely confused. 10 against a pack of 50 rogues. I mutter loud enough for his ears to pick up. 11 now. He jokes. I pat his shoulder and ignore the arm still wrapped around my waist. Good luck. By the way, you're still a jerk. Just give me a moment to run away and you're free to feed your hungry wolves. I tell him, unless you want to be mauled by traps like last time. Then I suggest you stay with me. He whispers to my ear. How do you know, Tha? I question him in surprise only to be broken off by a threatening howl. Theo reaches for my hand and a cool material touches my palms. Wha. I look down on my palms and eyeball the pretty-looking knife on my hand. Sparkly. Energy fills me and the sudden desire to use the weapon makes me numb to any other thoughts. I grip the knife and run a finger over its clean blade. I hope it's enough to do the work. He voices out. Fancy. Just how I like it. Chapter 21. Kill after kill. Blood dripping on the earth after another. Yet still, I wasn't satisfied. I let my body move at its own accord, slashing the knife ruthlessly onto a rogue's stomach and into the neck of another. I look around me and watch Theo and the others perform the same sinful acts. Their own wolves take over their human selves as bodies drop to the wet earth, but I made sure not to let my wolf take over me completely. All hell would break loose. It was now that I realized this. War was all fun and games for this pack, so I make the most of it. I breath out in satisfaction and squat down to swing my leg in order to trip the rogue in front of me. A clean swipe on his neck follow right after. I bring a hand to my face and swipe the blood off my lip. I release a content breath and the corners of my lips form into a mischievous smirk. Unfortunately for me, a hand grabs a handful of my hair and drags my body over the soggy dirt. With one hand, I grasp the attacker's wrists. When I secured my hold on them, I bring my other hand to slash it with my knife. The woman screams in agony and clutches her injured hand. Nice finger, I told her in between pants. She glares at me with indescribable anger and tear-filled eyes. She chose to join, and these were consequences of joining a war. I give her one last look of pity before moving along to another victim. I'm liking the fit, I tell Giovanni despite my heavy breathing. He whips his head to my direction. Lips pursed. I swore the evil in his bright honey eyes was enough to kill a bitch. His wolf smirks at me and looks down on his tattered blood-filled shirt. He didn't seem tired at the slightest. I must say your hair is on a way other level. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He says one last time before he spotted another wolf to victimize. I sigh out and lift my hand to scratch my head, only to be met by a knotty mess. I gasp and mutter to myself. Disgust, aye. An arm embraces me and I could tell who it was immediately. Theo holds my head against his chest, just under his chin. I can't deny the comfort it brought to me. To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He informs me. I hear a thump on the ground beside us and I narrow my eyes suspiciously at the rogue. A hole replicates the flesh that was supposed to cover his heart, and I thought I was barbarous. I hit his chest in the about. Hey, that was not nice. He twists us around, but still secures my head flat against his chest. I unwrap myself off him and I keep an eye on Theo as he holds a tight hand on another rival. Theo lifts him up using his unyielding grip and the mount scrambles to escape his clutch. He claws at Theo and his face turns into a dark shade of red. Struggling to breathe. He tightens his grip even more and his forearm flexes. I observe Theo's face as the corner of his lips stuck into a sadistic smirk, watching the rogue slowly die before him. The part inside of me that was mad at him and Kara compels me to tear down the satisfaction he was feeling. I briskly lash out the knife on the dying man's abdomen, making him die completely. Poor guy. A smirk reaches my face and I watch the smirk on Theo's face fall down. A growl rumbles out of his chest at the memory of his kill being taken away from him. All alphas are proud creatures who refuse to let anyone take their pride away from them. My heart suddenly feels lighter at his lack of satisfaction. This isn't a video game. To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He scowls at me. Still, there was a hint of humor in his voice as he speaks. We don't steal kills here. Not on my watch. I inform him. A grin reaches my face and I watch Theo lunge into another wolf, ending the rogue's life. His eyes twinkle deviously after his satisfaction finally consumes him once again. Hey. Emilio shouts at him in a wary tone. He gapes at Theo who just took his kill, mouth parted in bewilderment. I couldn't see the content expression on Theo's face, but I notice his back muscles flex as he crosses his arms proudly, feeling the lack of rogues attacking me out of nowhere. I let my eyes roam the space filled with pure destruction. I note the decreasing number of standing rogues, their lifeless bodies and blood painting the territory. And then I spot a person I thought I'd never see ever again. My eyes remain trained on his short dark hair and my favorite pair of amber eyes. My feet was planted on the ground and refused to move. I couldn't bring myself to make a single movement, so I don't. I just watch him as he draws the string of his bow back then releases. I watch his eyes squint in torment and before I knew it, pain erupts on my leg. My body forces itself to drop the ground and I clutch my thigh where the arrow dug itself into. I steal a glimpse of where my attacker would have been only to be met by trees and darkness. No signs of anyone. I scrutinize the arrow that buried itself under my thigh, shot not meant to kill but to impale. A hiss escapes my lips when I make even the slightest movement. It seemed that the skin around the wound registered every little move I made. I narrow my eyes and refuse to let tears drop over such a mere injury. Weak, my hands grip the dirt beneath me, digging my nails into the earth. I groan after a failed attempt to lift myself off the ground. My ears pick up heavy footsteps as another person slowly approaches my impaired body. Thunk, thunk, thunk. I grumble to myself in panic. I eye the looming shadow in front of me that seemed to grow taller and taller. Theo, you idea. Help me. I shout and bring my arms in front of me to cover an oncoming strike to my head. My eyes shut close on instinct and I hold my breath in. Relief fills me when I hear a threatening growl and a body drop. Heavily, I let my arms fall and release a shaky breath as I stare at Theo's muscular back. His muscles tense while he attempts to contain his fury. I ignore the fact that if another second had been wasted, I would probably be dead and lying on the ground. I follow Theo's fuming gaze and land on Leomord's heartless chest. All I do is watch as dark red threatens to consume his grey orbs. Theo struggles to keep his wolf in the depths of his mind. To my luck, I wouldn't have to find out what menacing consequences could have happened if his wolf did manage to take control. For now, at least. Finally, Theo takes notice of my presence and he rushes to me. His eyes narrows at my pained expression and he mirrors it as if he was in pain himself. Swiftly, he breaks a part of the arrow shaft, but did not remove it entirely. The arrow, which remains in my flesh, provides enough pressure itself to prevent too much bleeding. My eyes follow Theo as he rips the fabric of his shirt. Then, he wraps the material around the wounded area to minimize the shaft's movement. Maybe it was the pain from wound or the embarrassment and my loss of pride. Maybe it was the aching I felt from seeing my own brother harm me without hesitation. But I suddenly burst into tears and let out heaps of sobs without a care in the world. I didn't care if I looked like a mess, and any signs of hatred for him was now gone. I just wanted to cry like the sensitive little bitch I was. I look at Theo with tear-filled eyes and he furrows his brows in agony. He brings an arm under my leg and my back, lifting me up bridal style carefully. My arms immediately wraps themselves around him over his shoulder. His movements were cautious, but I notice his pace increase in alarm as he glances at me repeatedly. I let myself relax in his touch, but still, the tears refuse to stop. Cry baby. Weak. Theo. He. I tried telling him in between uncontrollable sobs. He was there. He shot me. How I would He places his lips on my forehead, and I close my eyes simultaneously. Shake it slow. Me Emma. He tells me gently. Tell me later when you believe I deserve to know. I'm not letting the you, right now, force you to tell me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Close your eyes. You'll be safe soon. My love. I feel my consciousness slip and I mumble out a small and weak. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I hear him rant. That was enough to feed the temporary void in my heart, and I close my eyes with a triumphant smile. Chapter 22. I watch the door creak open, and I Ian's tinsel hair pop out of the doorway first. My gaze stays on him suspiciously when I notice his hands behind his back. What now? I grumble. He beams at me with the brightest smile despite my lack of excitement. Someone woke on the wrong side of bed. He jokes. And what side of the floor did you wake up on? I retort. Your hair is more fucked up than usual. Ian, well. He breathes out. Thanks, sis. You're one and only. He rolls his gorgeous amber eyes, but soon another smile reaches his face. I always wondered how he could be so cheerful. How could he be so carefree? I brought you something. He tells me, excitement radiating off of him. My usual meal. I question, boredom lacing my voice. He brings his hands in front of him and states, To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I couldn't hide the smile on my face. His glee was rubbing off on me. He settles the box of cake beside me on the bed. You're welcome. I roll my eyes, but still, a smile was present on my face. Thank you. I tell him softly. I watch his smile stretch wider, only for it to fall down as fast it came. And he hesitates to continue. I know. I assure him, hoping that the bitterness didn't show in my voice. Ian eyes the room and comes back with the usual tray full of a small meal and a cup with disgusting contents. He smiles at me one more time before leaving the room entirely. I sigh and decide to eat the cake first, glad that I at least received a gift. Well, happy birthday to me, I whisper to myself and shrug my shoulders. I wake up to the comforts of my bed, Theo's hand laced in mine, and his head tickling my arms. He was situated on a chair, his body bent uncomfortably so that his head was resting on my bed just beside my stomach. I bend my knees and move myself further down the bed so that I could catch a glimpse of his face. He looked so peaceful and so fascinating. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His appearance reminded me of an intimidating and cunning Theo of some sort. But right now, he looked pretty. I wanted to sprinkle him with gold dust and dress him in one of those Roman daggers. In my eyes right now, he appeared to be some Adonis. I wanted to place a leaf headband on his head and make his hair more tousled. I wanted to paint him with his fingers running under the strings of a harp. I rubbed my thumb over his dark brows. Mesmerized, Damn you, moon goddess. My eyes remain fixated on his face as I trace my fingers along his unbelievably perfect nose and down to his plump lips. Feeling brazen as always, I run my thumb along the bottom of his lips. I was enthralled by this man's beauty. The mood goddess is so unfair. His lips lift into a smirk and I process this movement late. He bites playfully on my finger and I retract my hand away from him. You bitch. I cuss at him and pulling myself away. Theo lifts his head off the bed and stretches his arms, a small yawn escaping his mouth. He laughs and says, "Seems like you've kept yourself busy, Hal. By checking you out." I answer him blatantly, "You're not so bad yourself." He jokes, a smirk on his face. I merely roll my eyes. Deciding that my body felt too stiff on this position, I try to raise my body, only to be met by a sharp pain on my leg. Fucking hell. Theo chuckles at my wide set of vocabulary but aids me in bringing myself up. He places a hand on my back and delicately positions me so that my back was against the headboard. Thanks. I mutter. He sits back on his chair and scoots more forward towards me, leaning into me in the process. No one talked for a while, so I resorted to playing with my fingers. When you were shot, he starts off, interrupting the silence. His head stays low, but he grabs my hand once again, massaging it. I was confused, frightened even. You weren't healing as fast, just like a regular human. As dumb as it sounds. I didn't know what to do. You were in so much pie. You know. I disrupt him. It was now or never. It was itching me and I was burning to tell him for the longest time. The rogue Pax created my wolf to find ways to kill the lichen. Theo's head remained low, but his body stiffened and his thumb stopped rubbing circles on my palm. He didn't speak at all and continued to listen. They say the experiments began when your grandfather was born. They took in captives, some even volunteered and made their wolves stronger. They tried to alter their wolves so that they were powerful enough to kill a lichen, although none of them was even close enough to replicating a lichen's strength. But every action has their own consequences. The rogues tried to make these wolves so strong that it took a toll on the human part of them. The human were noted to experience fatigue, lack of immunity, which led to poor healing, as well as poor behavior and strength. That's why I'm so weak and that's why I can't heal properly. Theo didn't speak. The only indication of his response was how his hand tightly held mine, and how his body heaved heavily. His hair covered his face since his head was bowed down, hiding any emotions he felt to the moment. I watched as his muscles soon relaxed and his breathing became more even. "I'm sorry," he murmurs, his thumb rubbing circles on my palm once again. He says sorry a lot. "You shouldn't be the one apologizing," I whisper to him, a frown on my face. "No, Alexandria," he tells me firmly. "I should be apologizing. There's 100 things on my list that I need to apologize for. Look, I'm sorry for being such a jerk and not treating you as my priority. I'm sorry for letting others look down on you. I'm sorry for not being a proper mate and treating our bond like it was some game." I gape at him for God knows how long, surprised by his sudden honesty. I observe him as he runs his other hand through his hair and brings it to the hand he has been caressing. The hands massage my hands so delicately, prodding me to say something. He reminded me of a little kid waiting for an approval. "I accept your apology," I reply, my heart feeling lighter than ever, not knowing what else to say. I open myself arms and wait for my well-deserved hug. When Theo didn't hear a response, he looks up for the first time. I drop my arms when my eyes land on his pain-stricken expression. His lips were pursed together and downturned. "Are you actually about to cry?" I gasp out. "Well, fuck you," he curses out. His brows furrow and his eyes narrow at me suspiciously. An uncontrollable smile breaks out on my face and I let out a laugh. I open my arms again and brace myself for a hug. "Stop smiling," he huffs out. Then, he lifts himself off the seat and settles beside me. "How could you be so carefree right now? I didn't know you were such a big softy." I tease him. He releases a playful growl and scoots closer to me, bringing a hand to the side of my head. He gently moves my head so I laid on his chest. "I'm not," he huffs out. Then what are you? I'm a big bad multi-millionaire possessor of alpha who exerts dominance, he says proudly with a smirk. I laugh and hit his chest playfully. Then, what am I? My little runt who's submissive to me. He ridicules. I roll my eyes and laugh out. Sure, Mr. Softy. No, I'm not. He huffs out. Oh really? I question him and raise a brow. Was it an act? It was my way of seducing you. Oh shut up. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Didn't it? He says smugly and pulls me closer to him. I scoff sarcastically and he chuckles. We lay silently like that for another while, me on his chest and him rubbing his chin on the top of my head. Ask me questions. I incite. Noticing how his eyes seemed to burn with questions when I looked up at him, he opens his mouth to say something, but hesitates and switches to a different question. Are you planning to kill me someday? He says light-heartedly like it was a joke. Still, I somehow felt the sternness in his voice, pleading me to say otherwise. Assassinating you would have been a perfect lot. I joke, going along with him, that now, the rogues use us as guinea pigs and damage our wolves to see how strong they could become before we couldn't handle it anymore. I don't know specifically what the rogues would do, but then they'd use this information they gathered from us to create a safer ingredient. This safer and better poison is given to another more important person who no one else but the rogues themselves know. But the goal is the same, to kill the lichen to kill you. Fortunately, they haven't even gotten close to a solution. They either die or go apesh. We're simply pawns for a king. So no, Theo, I wasn't sent to assassinate you at nighttime while you're sleeping. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That would be a pretty cool storyline, if I say so myself. He growls out. How could you say that so lightly? I pause, and when I notice his other hand curling into a fist, I decide to laugh it off. It irritated him more. Stop there, he commands me in a resolute manner. Stop what? I question him, genuinely confused. Using laughter as a defense mechanism, he huffs out. It's okay to feel unhappy. It's okay to feel ashamed, weak, or vulnerable. It's okay to feel not okay. My breath hitches, feeling stunned myself. I hold back another nervous laugh in fear of confirming his statement. How could he interpret me so easily? Am I really that goddamn obvious? It's okay to feel like a softie. Too, I tease him. I made sure to keep his previous words in my mind. Now, he chuckles. That's a way different story. I don't speak, my mind craving space and time to finally think. It feels like a dream, when not another word was spoken. I look up only to be met by Theo's peaceful sleeping state. A light laugh escapes my lips when a soft snore leaves Theo's parted lips. I watch him dreamily as his brows furrow and he murmurs, I'll kill them for you. Another smile tugs at the corner of my lips, but my brain bombards me with 100 thoughts. I sigh out in relief. A part of me was glad that he didn't ask about my brother, because frankly, I didn't know the answer either. Chapter 23. I wake up to Theo pelting my forehead and nose with little pecks of kisses. I groan out, pissed off that he woke me after just an hour of napping. My arm swings at its own accord in an attempt to hit Theo, but of course, he dodges it easily. Go to hell, Theo, I murmur and shut my eyes tightly. I can't help it. You're just too pretty, he tells me with a chuckle. Of course I am. I agree with him groggily. He only laughs and continues his routine of giving me little smooches on my face. Both his arms were on either side of my head and he hovered on top of me, his legs also on both my sides. Sensing an opportunity, I bring my knee up and jab his stomach. And of course, he didn't flinch at all. Wonderful, he groans and says, that kinda hurt. You know, do I look like I care? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He says and rubs his heart as if he was in pain. A smile threatens to break out on my face, loving the affectionate side of him. Too bad for him. My sleepy side forced me to shut my eyes close and shouted at me to fall asleep. Go away. I grumble. The only response I hear was a soft laugh before I felt his soft lips on my eyelid. After bringing his hands to ruffle my hair, he then pecked my forehead, my nose, and both my cheeks. And when my heart couldn't handle it anymore, he began to trail little kisses along my jaw. I held back a soft laugh when tingles surfaced on my skin. Just when I thought he was done, he moves his lips and places them softly just beside mine teasingly. I feel his lips curl into a mischievous smirk. I open my eyes to see the starry gaze twinkling in his beautiful eyes. What would you do if I kissed you right here? He breathes out with his husky voice. Oh, so he was playing this game. An identical smirk forms on my face and I place my hands on his back, willing him closer. I don't know what brought me to doing something so bold. Maybe it was the prideful spirit in me that refused to back down. Or maybe it was because I was too sleepy to think properly. Maybe it was the mate bond giving me bursts of butterflies in my stomach and making my heart beat fast enough to give me a heart attack. But I move my lips so it brushes his delicately. I've been wanting to do this since the day I met him. He doesn't waste a second before leaning in further and presses his lips even deeper. I feel his warmth on my skin and it sends shivers down my spine. He brings his hands to cup my face and moves his lips perfectly against mine. I felt the adrenaline rush to me and I let my body act on its own accord because right here, right now, all that mattered was him. His kiss was softer than a feather but passionate as his lips danced with mine gracefully. I feel the crinkling of his lips as it forms into a smile before we pull apart. And then I feel the racing of my heart when I open my eyes to meet his grey orbs, enjoying the tingles. It was the intention in his eyes and the somehow loving gaze in them that had me so mesmerized. He moves a hand to the side of my neck and runs a thumb along my jaw. He gives me a lopsided smile and I mirror it. Old. I like it. He chuckles. You're not so bad yourself. Stealing my lines now. He hums. Did I manage to steal your heart? As well. I go along and let out a laugh. It's all yours. Me Emma, he says and places his forehead against mine. I scoff and he mimics it dramatically. Now get off me. Theo. His eyes travel to my lips and he leans down to give me another short kiss before lifting his body off of me. Caught off guard. My feet misses to land a hit to his side by barely a few centimeters. I sighed dreamily before bringing the blankets to cover my head. Feeling drowsy once again. Too bad. Theo had other plans. He rips the blankets off of me and reaches for my arm in an attempt to drag me off the bed. What a loving night, when I refuse to move a single muscle. I feel the bed dip, catching me by surprise. The comforts of my bed were suddenly gone. Theo carefully lifts me off the bed bridal style and exits my room, leaving it in a state of messiness. What the hell? Theo. I groan out. He nudges his door open and uses his back to close it once we entered. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What are you planning on doing? He places me on his bed swiftly and says, We're watching a TV show. I need sleep. I grumble. Do I look like I care? Impersonating me in a high, shrilly voice. Okay. I huff and cross my arms. I do. Not sound like that. Yes, you do, he tells me firmly. Whatever. He grabs a remote from his nightstand and turns on his TV. Then, he throws his blanket to my face and says, Now shut up and watch this with me. Mustering up all my strength, I throw the remote control at the TV. I hear Theo take a deep breath and I growl at him. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I groan out, running my hands through my hair. This Taisha was testing my anger management skills and irritated me more anyone ever could. The characters and endings pissed me off. Stupid Kagami. Stupid Luca. Die bitches. I went. Kagami, can I but please let Luca live? He's quite charming. Theo adds. This show is childish. Fits us. Theo says and chuckles as if he just said the funniest joke of the century. It was currently 4 in the morning and we've been binge-watching Miraculous since 12 at night. Theo and I were running at an hour of sleep and the show did not help at all. I'm pretty sure I looked like zombies with my fucked up, messy hair, huge eye bags, and unhealthy complexions. Theo, on the other hand, could pass for a Cole, and despite his tangled hair and dark eye bags, I shoot envious daggers at him and he glances at me nonchalantly, his body propped on one arm. A sudden desire crosses my mind and I send Theo an excited glance. It was the urge to see nature, to smell the clean air, and listen to the tranquil silence of the woods. You want to go for a run? I suggest, nudging him. With your injured leg? Theo questions with a skeptical brow. Let me restate that. I continue. Want to go for a walk? Okay, he answers. Only if you stick to me and not go wandering off. Don't want to get to injuries in less than 2 days now. Do we? Deal. I hop off the bed. Fortunately, my injury simmered down enough for me to have the ability to walk. There was an obvious limp, but at least I was able to walk around freely without feeling a striking pain every time I moved a muscle. Theo guides me with a hand on my back, leading me out of his room and down to the 2nd floor. After we painstakingly got to the bottom of the stairs, he stops and eyes the empty hallways warily. What? I question him with a well-needed whisper due to the eerie silence. Just scared that Felix will pop out of nowhere. I've been blocking out his mind links and the others the whole day. Felix probably had to bear with the responsibilities. He whispers back. I let out an unladylike snort and Theo continues to guide me to the very 1st floor of the huge-ass mansion. We both release a deep breath once we got out of the double doors, feeling relieved. Somehow, I felt like an agent who just completed an important mission. We walk over the grass surrounded by a garden full of a variety of flowers and finally reach the vastness of the woods. And then we just walk, side by side, our steps in sync, and enjoy the simple pleasures of nature. The silence wasn't awkward as we slowly lost ourselves to nature's beauty. The only sound was us breathing and the crunches of the leaves as we walked over them. We passed by the little family houses that surrounded the bigger pack house. When a little girl barges out of one of the houses, Theo halts his movement. We watch as she darts her wide eyes everywhere as if she was searching for a place to hide. She seemed about 67 years of age and wore a dandelion sweater too large for her size. God, I hate kids. She spots a bush right by us and runs to our direction, not noticing our much larger figures. She must be blind. Her long, blonde hair that was tied in a loose ponytail bounces up and down. Just wait when I was about to confirm that she is in fact actually blind. She stops. She eyes Theo from his shoes to the tippy top of his head, ignoring my godly form. Unexpectedly, he bends down to her height and scoops her little body up. He beams at her affectionately and I gape at him in wonders. What are you doing out here alone? Amelia, he asks her with a soft voice, his eyes twinkling with affection. Running away from Dad. She giggles. God, I really do hate kids. Rush and heavy footsteps enter my eardrums. Amelia's father, I assume, runs over to us. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luna, he greets us with a bow and Theo hands Amelia over to him. I apologize for the hindrance. There's no need to apologize. Really, Theo tells him and ruffles Amelia's hair, who was now in her father's arms. He smiles at her and she gives him a toothy grin in return. Then I must bid you goodbye. Thank you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Farewell, Luna, he says in a hurry and scrambles off to the confines of his house. I follow Theo as he continues his walking once again. You must really like kids. I begin. Yeah, he breathes out. When I found out Kara was 3 months pregnant with a little boy, I was overwhelmed with happiness. I was already planning his outfits and bought toys way before he was due. I decide not to bombard him with questions when I saw the pure happiness on his face. I admit that the curiosity was beginning to kill me. But I don't say anything. The peacefulness he exerted made my heart feel light and made this whole day feel like it was some fragile dream. And then, Theo starts laughing out of nowhere like a maniac. I frown at him, confused by his antics. What now? I grumble, sensing that he was making fun of me inside his mind. I just thought of you with our kid. He admits. You'd think that it sounded romantic. Honestly, I'd probably be in a fit of giggles if not for the fact that Theo tried to suppress another laugh. You'd probably hand them a dagger the minute they're born and gift them a bow on their first birthday. Shut up. You know I'd be a great mother. You'd want to throw the whole child away. Your image of me seems to be very appealing. I say and nudge him. A smirk reaches my face. Who said I liked you enough to have a child with you? Wrapping an arm around my waist. He pulls me close to him and brushes his lips on my ear. I shiver unintentionally. We'll be seeing about that. He tells me lowly and I could clearly imagine that same signature smirk on his face. Chapter 24. After my short walk with Theo, I immediately went back to my wonderful bed while he went off to his tedious duties. I was able to nap for an hour or two until Felix's violent knocking woke me up. He greeted me with a dissatisfied grunt and now dies before dragging me to the weight room. So here I was, picking up weights like Celestina directed me to. Out of all the activities Celestina chose for today, she chose weightlifting. I'd rather sprint the whole day for Christ's sake. Anyways, as expected, I couldn't lift anything heavier than 5 piles of book on my hands. I groan as Celestina hands me a 45-pound dumbbell. And here I was, thinking that Amelia was the evil twin. Pick up the weight. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Celestina tells me with her 500th sigh. My arms drop to the ground due to the weight. But I keep the smirk on my face and huff out. The only thing I'll pick up is your love for me. Celestina, you really flatter me. She draws out sarcastically. Good to know. I beam at her and clasp my hands together. Now if you just let me leave. NUHR, she says, clicking her tongue and smiling. The only time you can leave is the moment you can finally carry a weight the average human can. Hun, my back already hurts from carrying the stress you're giving me. Just let me go. Goddess. She chuckles and with sarcasm dripping in her voice. She adds excitedly. If humans can do it, you can do it too. You already know that the only thing I'll ever do is you. I retort with an exaggerated wink. She shakes her head and smiles, flipping her hair simultaneously. Then, Celestina opens her mouth to say something when a growl rudely disrupts her. The other women around me working out stops their movements and stares at the intruder. I, on the other hand, raise a skeptical brow. Say that again. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I dare you. I hear Giovanni growl it out in a threatening manner. He strides towards me with a furious gaze. But Celestina's arm stops him. I let out a cackle and he growls lowly at me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Go, Celestina sighs out. Dissatisfaction in her tone. I smile at her. Glad that my words worked. Oh my, how talented I am. Before I leave, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I tiptoed to meet Giovanni's height so that I was almost eye to eye with him. A smirk tugs on my lips and I whisper to him loud enough for Celestina to hear. Jealousy looks good on you. Like I predicted, he attempts to claw at me only for Celestina's hold to stop him from doing so. You are so dead. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He snarls and cocks his head side to side. At least he goes by my name and not by the term rogue now. Or will you look at this? My wonderful friends. Celestina wraps another arm around Giovanni and tries to pacify him. Using this as an opportunity, I muster up all my strength and lift the dumbbell off the floor. For the first time, my body didn't fall from the weight in less than 3 seconds. I swing my arms and fling the weights, hoping it landed on Celestina's or Giovanni's feet. Sadly, it didn't. The couple flinches, startled, and I pat my hands together, feigning accomplishment. Goodbye, I shout to them before turning my body away to run out of the room filled with murderous energy. I pick up my pace when I hear Giovanni's growl, only it was louder than the last. After concluding I didn't have anything else to do but sleep, I led myself into the pack house. Before I could even take a step, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Theo enthusiasm. Felix's laughter reaches my ears and I follow voices to the back where the gardens and pool area should be. I keep my distance and the figures finally enter my line of sight. Theo's arm was draped over Felix's shoulder like the good OL friends. Maybe if I try sneaking up on them. Two more figures join the two and I bring myself back to reality. I frown when Kara's and Scarlett's hideous faces invades the beautiful picture. My breathing hitches when I take in Kara's appearance. Sure, she does ruin my mood every time. But that wasn't the reason that her presence made my heart drop this time. It was the tear streaks down her face, tangled hair, and deranged expression as Scarlett drags her in front of Theo. If it wasn't the tension that suddenly takes its place, maybe I would have laughed. Maybe. I take one last peek at Kara's trickling sanity before hiding myself. I crouch down and hide behind a pony wall surrounding the patio. It was enough to cover my small body. I was too far to be smelled and hopefully too far to be sighted. Still, I could pick up their voices despite the distance. Yes, I was being a nosy little bitch, but I couldn't help it. I admit that I didn't want to be left in the dark anymore. I hugged my knees but moved my body to the side so that I could see what was happening. What happened here? Theo growls at Scarlett as he scrutinized his sister. She didn't run to him for a hug like I thought she would. She just drops down and hugs her knees, rocking her body. Silas. Scarlett replies with a heavy sigh. Silas happened who? I hear Theo growl out and Kara's sobs become louder. Theo warningly questions Scarlett. While the rogues attacked, he infiltrated our boundaries and met Kara in her room. I don't know what happened after, but I found Kara in this state after she didn't leave her room since. Scarlett tells him. Theo runs a hand through his hair and takes deep breaths in an attempt to control himself. For a fraction of a second, I almost threw myself in there to comfort him. How stupid would that be? Felix simply puts a hand in his shoulder, and immediately, Theo calms down. Darn. He could be Theo's mate if he really wanted to. Theo crouches down to meet his sister's height and wraps an around her, while he wrapped circles on her back. She starts sobbing more uncontrollably into his chest. I eye Felix's unmoving body and I almost swore he rolled his eyes. I'm sorry, was the only thing that came out of Theo's mouth. Kara starts throwing weak punches at Theo while he held her. I do my best to keep myself planted to the ground. Where were you? She seethes with so much hatred that it surprised me too. Theo hesitates before he continues in a soft voice. I had pack duties to do and I had to tend to my mate. Kara laughs and pushes Theo away from her. Theo lets the force guide his body away after seeing the crazed expression on her face. He watches his sister, who is going more and more insane with so much pity and hurt in his eyes. I am so gonna beat up that bitch one day. Oh, so you're gonna throw me away and ignore me for a lifetime. Now she exasperates us, just because of the pathetic excuse of a mate. I clench my fist together and take deep breaths to stop myself from doing something I'll regret. Hit me, punch me, kick me, call me names. I don't care. But the one thing I don't allow you to do is insult her. Theo growls at her, his wolf fighting for dominance. After a few moments, he resists his wolf's control and continues in a much calmer tone. She was hurt. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Kara gasps in disbelief and throws her hands up in the air dramatically. She flashes Theo with loathing eyes and he frowns. I was hurt too. Theo, she shouts at him. No one says anything for a while, leaving only heavy breathing and sobs to fill the silent air. Theo parts his mouth to say something but decides to say something else instead after looking at Kara. She was so close to breaking and he wanted to be careful with his words. I'm sorry. He hesitates. He really does say sorry a lot. Kara laughs and looks up at the sky, her eyes filled with tears. Then, she whips ahead to Theo once again. This time, she did lose all her sanity. She hugs her knees and rocks herself like earlier. Except this time, I could see her claws protruding and scratching her legs. Scars repeatedly from on her skin, one on top of another. Dry blood was the only sign of her wounds, for it healed as fast as it was inflicted. You don't deserve a mate. She spouts at Theo, loathing in her tone. She sobs to herself like a crazy person. You destroyed my chance of having one and having a child alive and well. So why did the moon goddess bless you with one? Theo recoils as if an arrow was shot and directed to his beating heart. He clenches his jaw and winces in torment. It was gone before I could even comprehend it. I shrink back, not liking seeing my mate in a state of pain. Still, Kara wasn't done and continues to speak with a dry laugh. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Now that I think about it, it isn't so much of a blessing. With such an irritable mate like her, I'd rather wish I didn't have one. Oh, how the tables have turned. Theo peers at his crazed sister and lets the dismay sink in. He narrows his eyes at his sister in disbelief. After a long second, Theo lifts himself back up and takes a step away from her as if being close to her repulsed him. He musters an expressionless face and stoically says, "That's it. We're visiting, Mother." Kara lets out another dry laugh, and I almost pitied her. Keyword, almost. Theo turns to Scarlett and commands, "Bring her to her room and pack up her things. And I don't care what it takes, but have her ready before sunrise tomorrow. Or else, I'll drag her myself." Scarlett purses her lips to try to stop herself from opposing but merely says, "Yes, Scalfa. Let's go." Theo commands Felix firmly. He remains indifferent, creating a mask that fully hid his emotions. Felix simply nods and follows Theo inside the pack house, painfully going past Kara's hysterical figure. And all I do is silently watch Kara's sanity fade away as she screams and digs her nails into the wet earth. Chapter 25. Not exactly feeling like going back to my room anymore, I allow my body to lead myself that woods for a walk. I needed time to think, and like always, nature was my first resort. Let's just wish I don't get kidnapped this time. Fucking bitch caught me off guard last time. I sigh and wander around, making sure that I was in close proximity to any signs of residence. This way, it'd be easier for others to notice the absence of my presence. I take a deep breath in and then out. Immediately, I was bombarded with hundreds of thoughts and questions. My curiosity was piqued and I held myself back from questioning Theo. Today was not the time to attack him with questions. I could feel his low spirits through the bond even though he hasn't marked me yet. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I could tell how conflicted he was as of right now. He was stuck in despair and was greatly discouraged after hearing such vile words come out of his innocent little sister's mouth. His heartache naturally made me feel troubled as well. A part of me wanted to run to him and give him a back hug in hopes of easing his pain. The other part of me wanted to attack him with questions because it hurt me inside that so many secrets were being kept from me. But I couldn't bring myself to bring him more grief. I didn't want to hurt him just to satisfy my curiosity. I groaned to myself mentally when I realized how easy it was for me to hurt others. But when it comes to Theo, it was a whole other story. On that note, a sudden desire to be next to someone's presence and annoy them will be to change directions. The satisfaction of groans of disbelief and sounds of aggravation were music to my ears. And at this moment, I longed to hear Giovanni's dissatisfied growls. I turn on my heels and search for my victim. Finding my way to the weight rooms, I wished to myself that Celestina and him were still there. Training barely ended a few minutes ago. Anyways, finally, I reach my destination, I look around the empty room and release a heavy sigh. For the first time, I was obsessed about not seeing Giovanni and Celestina showcase their PDA. I find my way to the outside training grounds as my final resort. Well, will you look at this? An unladylike snort escapes me when I see the lovey-dovey couple play fighting on the dirty grass. A content smile was spotted on Giovanni's face. The happiness Giovanni shows when he's around Celestina contrasted his usually rude and dull demeanor. It gave me a break from seeing the hideous sneer on his face. But right now, that was exactly what I needed. When he tackles Celestina on the ground and tries to put dirt on her face, I decided it was the Queen's time to shine. I pick up a random pebble and fling it at the back of Giovanni's head. Bullseye. I quickly recompose myself and pretend to analyze my beautiful nails. Using my peripheral, I was starting to regret ever coming here. Like some creepy doll, Giovanni slowly twists his head to look at the intruder, Alchemy. I hear a sigh before he lifts himself off the ground, pulling Celestina up afterwards. I'm liking your nails. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Giovanni starts with his arms crossed. Mind telling me the color and idea behind it? It's all natural and clear. I inform him dramatically. I look forward to meet his eyes and smirk. Just like Celestina and I's love for each other is very clear and well known. So back off, Giovanni. You're right. It's so clear that I can't even see it. I roll my eyes and hold my hand to my heart, pretending like his words cut me. I fake a sniffle and say, "Oh dude, why do you have to be like this?" "Yeah. Whatever. Keep crying." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's quite satisfying. He tells me with a smug smile. I immediately drop the pitiful enact. I turn to Celestina and say with a pout, "Are you really gonna waste my love for you like this?" She lets out a genuine laugh and shakes her head. "Sorry, hun, you were too late. I'm already taken." Giovanni smiles and places an arm around her shoulder, then gives her a soft kiss on the top of her head. Now this, I was not expecting. Why does he have to be in a good mood today out of all the days? Goddamn it. I cringe and blurt out, "Get a rune. For Christ's sake." Somehow, this motivated them more and Celestina raises her head to kiss him on the cheeks with a giggle. Before I could the image of Giovanni leaning in for a kiss on the lips, I cover my eyes and slowly back away. "Shall we skip dinner tonight, my dear Celestina?" he asks her seductively, knowing very well that I was still here. Before I hear her tortuous reply, I muster up all my energy to run off and shout back at them, "You guys are hopeless." All I hear was their laughter before I scurry back to the pack house. Subconsciously, I cut the top of my head to feel my hood, then make my way inside the dining room. Tonight was quieter than usual. Small chatter and the sound of forks and spoons scraping the plates were the only signs of life. A discontented sigh escapes my lips when I don't see Theo and his signature mischievous smirk. Knowing fully well the reason behind his absence, I was struggling between comforting him or pretending like nothing happened. I wanted to console him, but that shout, so I came to eavesdrop and found your sister crying like an idiot for some man, blah blah blah. I thought of using the mate bond as an excuse, but I imagined lying right at his face and I could feel the guilt eating me away. I didn't get it. I was a great liar. Lying and coaxing people was step one of How to Steal Like a Pro by Alexandria Catalina. So why couldn't I just lie to him? I told myself that it was okay to lie to him because it was a simple and lousy lie. But still, my heart defied my brain. But he never tells me the truth either. So why should I? And at the same time, I wanted him to be the one to tell me about his secrets. Different emotions flooded me, and I couldn't help but feel conflicted. So instead, I choose the easier way out, go with the flow. Now this, ladies and gentlemen, is the wisest statement of the century. I bring myself back to reality and thank the lady who serves me my platter. I clear my mind of Kara and Theo, making the decision to instead focus on the most crucial event of today, dinner. I stab my fork into the beef bulgogi, then raise it to my mouth to enjoy it, following with a spoonful of rice right after. Hey, don't you have the same shirt? A little boy whispers to who I assume is an older sister. You're right, she whispers back in a delighted tone, just like a mom does to a child. The boy opens his mouth again to speak, but she stops him halfway as if she knew exactly what words she would hear. That just means Luna and I have the same style. Like attracts like. Maybe we can even bond easier. Do you get it? To my agent extraordinaire, Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Of course we're gonna bond. I stole it from you in the first place. The little boy stares back at her in wonder and slowly nods. They return to their eating, and I would too if not for the sound of doors being slammed open. I almost choke on a piece of beef when I feel Theo's warm skin on mine. He wraps his arms around the chair and around my waist for a hot second before relaxing and letting go. I feel his fingers on the back of my neck as he moves my hair to the side. A delighted shiver runs through me as he tucks in a strand of hair behind my ear. You know, I've been missing you all day. Come with me, he whispers to me casually. Seriously. I question him. All my fellow pack members who were stealing glances at us like we were some celebrity couple. I contemplate whether to strike a pose while they're at it. Theo follows my gaze and rolls his eyes before pulling me out of my chair. Who cares? He grumbles. But my food. I whine to him, pouring my all heart into this one special line. He grabs my wrist with care and guides me out of the dining room and engrossed paparazzis. I'll cook you food later, he tells me with a chuckle. I scoffed and say, I'd rather die of starvation than eat your food ever again. That's home-cooked food for you. Yav. I only roll my eyes as my response and allow a comfortable silence envelope us. I let him lead me excruciatingly up the stairs and into his bedroom in a rushed manner. Ew, bold. I like it. I tease him. You and stealing my lines every single time. He laughs, shutting the door behind him. He places both his hands on my shoulders and sits me down on the edge of his bed. And as much as I want to, we're not doing this tonight. I shut my mouth faster than the speed of light when I sense the urgency in his voice. My eyes follow Theo as he sits down on the spot next to me and moves me so that I was between his legs. He runs a hand through his hair before meeting my eyes reassuringly. Ask me questions. He utters out a assuring lie. Doubt and confusion runs through my veins, making me hesitate to reply. What? He sighs and wraps his arms around me, placing his chin on my shoulder. I know you were there listening. Watching, he tells me. My breathing hitches, but at the same time, I almost sighed out in relief when I didn't hear any accusation in his tone. How? I squeak without letting the words process in my mind first. I'm not stupid. Alexandria. I can sense anyone coming my way from a mile away, and your scent is too strong to hide. I'm sorry. I tell him sincerely. Naturally, shame fills me and I purse my lips together in a tight line. Before I could even start fidgeting with my fingers, he stops me by lacing his hands through mine. You shouldn't be, he says in a resolute manner. I'm the one hiding secrets from you and you deserve to know. I nod and smile in appreciation, glad that he understood me. With the guilt lifted, I snuggle closer into him and ask, So you're leaving tomorrow? He pauses for a painstaking second before shortly answering this. A frown tugs on my lips and I don't say anything. I didn't know what else to say except rant about how much I don't want him to go. A week, Theo breathes out. Give me a week and I'll come back to tell you everything. To my agent extraordinaire, Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Single. Detail. When that time finally runs out, I'll answer all the questions you've been wanting to ask me truthfully. I nod my head furiously and he chuckles. If he needed the time to think and fix things first, then I'd give it to him. I trust him. And Alexandria. Do you think? He starts off reluctantly and lifts his pink finger. That, within a week, you can finally talk to me about your brother. I take a few moments and think to myself. It was a question that I granted the permission to wander at the back of my mind. Theo brought it up and now, I had to face it. I was gonna spend this week finding the courage to tell Theo and find the answers for myself. This was the moment that a strong urge to find Ian and the desire to throw my strongest punch at him hits me at 3 mph. And even though I didn't know the answer to the question myself, I lift my pinky finger and wrap it around Theo's, saying, "Pinky promise." Childish. He laughs out. "That's supposed to be my line. You fucker." I grumble. "You and your beautiful, wide range of vocabulary. To my agent extraordinaire, Myron Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I take in another of his melodic laughter that resonates throughout the room. I laugh along with him. His laugh quite contagious. I knew fully well that it would be the last we would share until this miserable week finally ends. I woke up in a world full of contradictions and contrasts. My skin was burning hot, but I was shivering uncontrollably. The poison was burning inside me, making me feel uncontrollable. My wild wolf was being pushed to the surface, but I couldn't let it out. I couldn't, even as the poison gnawed at me, causing my head to throb terribly. Chapter 26. You know what's funny? My luck. My life. I'm a whole fucking joke. I'm the best fucking comedian of the century. I'm a whole-ass puppet being played around to entertain an audience by a puppeteer. In the crowd were the same merry rogues and my family, clapping and smiling. And there was the younger me, standing on the stage, being used and played around like some toy, wondering if I was able to make them laugh. Now I laugh to myself, realizing I haven't changed since. The me now was still hopeless and vulnerable. I still wonder if I was enough, if my family would ever search for me and take me back. And I ask myself, even when my own brother shot me with wolfsbane that didn't show its effect until now, do they still love me? Since my luck is incredible, I didn't even have to waste my energy and time searching for Ian like I planned to, just so that I could give Theo the answers he wanted. I had the answers in the very palms of my hand. If only Theo had waited one more day. Because the same burning, uncontrollable sensation the day after Theo left told me the answer to my question. I wake up to the familiar burn igniting in me, the same burn that those vile rogues had given my wolf and I. It was the exact rickety pain that Akhenaten, better known as wolfsbane, had given me before I escaped and turned into a lone wolf. My skin was red, hot to the touch, but I shiver uncontrollably as a cold sensation travels up my spine and all over my body. My throat felt drier than ever, and I scratched it in hopes of driving the pain away. But that wasn't the awful thing about it. The poison was making me lose control, forcing my wild wolf to the surface. I don't let her. I can't. Even when the poison was gnawing at me to let her out. Even when it sent an aching pain to my head and made it throb awfully. Because if I did, then I'd be dancing among a pile of dead wolves. The poison was making me feel uncontrolled. My mind was in a pool of frantic thoughts and manic desires. I was in such a state of disorder, and I was fighting myself to keep my wolf in. So I laughed dryly to myself, not believing that I'd let myself be used and attacked by my family and those rogues again. I was stupid for not having any suspicions when Aunt shot me with that arrow in a way that it didn't kill me. He just wanted to feed me poison once again. Why? I curl myself into a fetus position, clutching the blanket to ease the coldness that bit at me. My body, on the other hand, sweated from the heat that somehow clung itself under my skin. Tears start forming on my eyes when a wave of loneliness hit me. I felt unwanted. I let the tears drop and fall down my cheeks. A sob escapes my lips when I taste the saltness of my tears. Cry baby. I didn't know what time it was, but I couldn't care less. The wolfsbane making its way to my system distracted me from my hunger since this morning. All I wanted was pasta and dessert. God damn it. I cocooned myself further into the blanket, nesting my body and snuggle my pillow. And then I continued to cry until I was sobbing loudly and gasping for air at the same time. Realizing that my volume was starting to become head-splitting, I nuzzle my face into my pillow to muffle my sobs. I want Theo. I croak out. When I hear the raspines S in my voice, another pang of distress hits me and I let out a heart-wrenching weep. Another realization dawns on me. Theo wouldn't come running back to me because there was no way he would feel my torturous pain. He had completely cut all communication, leaving Felix in charge. And since my wolf was fucked up, the mate bond didn't apply to her like it did to me, and I needed her to connect my emotions to Theo's wolf. Fuck my luck, I shout in frustration. The sound was muffled by my pillow and only to be heard by myself. The next day was better than the day before. It could only mean bad news. I knew what it was, the calm before the storm. Tomorrow would eat me away and kill me inside. I told myself that it'll soon end, and all I have to do is make sure my wolf doesn't reach the surface. To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I stare at my nightstand, locked in the same position I've been since yesterday. My eyes felt swollen from all the crying and my throat was dying for water. But I couldn't find the energy to get off the bed because every movement felt like I would lose control. I wince when another aching pain hits me. I close my eyes, hoping that I would fall asleep and avoid the pain. I was tired, but my body somehow forced itself to stay awake. A knock on my door disrupts me from my thinking. I furrow my brows, already forgetting that people existed. I clear my throat, crossing my fingers that my voice wouldn't break. Then, I shout, "Yes. Are you okay?" I hear Felix's voice from the other side of the door. "No, yeah. Sure." I shout back. There was a short silence before he speaks again. "Are you ready?" To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I lie. To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I hear him draw out as if he wasn't digging my lie. I want to be alone. I want to be alone. I don't reply and I heighten my senses for any sounds of footsteps. When I hear his slow footsteps fade away after an agonizing second, I release a shaky breath. Then, I close my eyes, devoid of any thoughts because right now, all I could think about was the tormenting pain. I was right. Today was the fucking worst. I wake up in the middle of the night, my head throbbing more painfully than ever. I let myself fall off the bed with my blanket still covered around me. I clutch my head in turmoil and clench my jaw to stop a scream of agony. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I rant to myself. I struggled to breath and I took in deep intakes of air. It took all the energy in me not to bang my head on the wall and knock myself out. So instead of self-harming, I resort to destroying my whole room. I grab an expensive vase off the nightstand and throw it across the room, hoping that the loud chatter wasn't heard by others. My hand trembles as they reach out for an empty glass. Still not satisfied, but I stop myself from doing so. Because if I don't stop now, I fear that I wouldn't be able to stop until this room couldn't even be called a room anymore. So I hug my knees and rock myself in silence the same way Eric did. I open my eyes and blink again when I lose vision for a terrifying second. My wolf was trying to push me to the very back of my mind and lock me up, and it scared me. I didn't want to lose myself. I clutch the end of my bed when I feel the fire inside me growing more and more rowdy. I wanted to throw something to destroy and to kill. Everything seemed to annoy me. The painting of the wall irritated me. The bed that I used to love so much made me mad. And even the eerie silence made me displeased. I hear a chirp from outside my window and I whip my head, glaring at the loud-ass fucking bird. I dig my nails into the sheets to stop myself from jumping out the window just to murder a fucking bird. The image of it almost made me cry. If anyone or anything makes one more fucking sound, Alex. Giovanni's voice calls out. I shut my mouth closed and keep myself from blowing up. Earth to Alex. What? Celestina wanted me to tell you that she deeply misses seeing you at training. He drawls out sarcastically. Sarcasm isn't exactly my thing at the moment. I take a deep breath to suppress a growl before replying. So, right now, I didn't give a fuck about sounding rude or not. I just wanted to be left alone. Giovanni pauses, as if taken aback. He waits for a long second before talking again. That's not the reason I came here. You haven't left your room once since Thea left, and I'm pretty sure you're starving to death. Everyone's concerned about you. You hear me? Hell, even I am. So I suggest you leave your room right this fucking moment, because the idea of me being worried is disgust. A cheerful voice disrupts him. I huff in annoyance when I realize it was Emilio. Took you long enough? I hear Giovanni grumble. The best always requires the most amount of time. I bite back a growl and pull on my hair when another wave of shooting pain strikes me. I breathe heavily when my breathing becomes uncontrolled once again. Open the door. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Emilio sings. I brought you depressed out some food. Usually, his never-ending gleeful personality made me smile. But right now, his happiness annoyed me. I pat my head in an attempt to fix my hair, and for the first time, I move my limbs to open the door. I keep my head down low and snatch the plate from Emilio's hands. Well, I hear him breath out. Thanks for the act of gratitude. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm feeling really appreciated. You're welcome, I shout back. Just shut the fuck up. We'll wait here. Just hand us your plate when you finish eating. I don't reply and quickly eat his spaghetti. My stomach crumbles in content. After a few bites. However, a striking pain pounds at my bead and I drop the fork to the ground. Bile forms in the back of my throat and I stop myself from throwing up my stomach's contents. A fuss tugs at me to lose control and ravage this place like strings on a puppet. I hold back a snarl and recompose myself. Opening the door swiftly, I slide the tray towards Emilio. Well, that was fast, he mutters before I slam the door right in front of his face. I return to my blankets and wrap myself inside it once again. When I realize that it wasn't working anymore, I prance back and forth, waiting for Emilio and Giovanni to leave. My hands crave to tear down this room and leave it in a wreck. The sound of footsteps leaving never reached my ears. However, there's something wrong. I hear Emilio tell Giovanni in a hushed voice. No way, Captain Obvious. No, I'm serious. Emilio inform him firmly. What is it? Giovanni questions after registering the urgency in his voice. Normal Alex would have stolen the diamond bracelet I left on her tray. I hold back a breath and hold on my movements. A strange silence also fills in the air and no one dares to speak. That was until Giovanni kicks the door open, and I finally lose my temper. Your eyes. Emilio breathes out as my wolf's bloodshot. Red eye surfaces. I lunge towards him, not being able to stop myself from ripping his throat. But before I could, Giovanni slams me to a wall and holds me back with an arm. Get me a rope, anything. I don't give a flying fuck. And yet Felix and Talia are here. Quick, he commands. Emilio doesn't waste a single second. Then, my mind goes black and all I could recognize was the uncontrollable hunger for blood growing inside of me. God, I'm worse than a motherfucking vampire. I growl and bite Giovanni's arm, who refused to stand back down, and I continue to do so. My wolf feeling satisfied at the gruesome marks her canines left. When I grasped the fact that Giovanni didn't seem fazed by this, I kick him where the sun don't shine. He groans and loosens his hold on me enough for me to break loose. He realizes his mistake to slow and I shove him out of my way. I rush past him with undeniable speed. I let his shouts calling back for me become muted. I grasp the walls while I run to God knows where I'm going. My head throbbing as my wolf claws at me for a release. And before the pain drives me insane and make me fall the floor, I let a part of her gain control. She doesn't fight for more control with the knowledge that I had the same goal as her. The pain stops and all I'm left with is a powerful craving for chaos and annihilation. We both craved blood. Ian's blood. Chapter 27. I run and run for what seemed like hours. However, the amount of times I've seen the sun go down and back up told me otherwise. I couldn't feel my own fatigue because my own greed overcame it. My desire to kill made me void of all other emotions, and so as I run, I let all my thoughts rest at the very back of my mind. Bright lights coming out of makeshift homes and contrasting the darkness of the night enters my vision, and for the first time, I stop running when I finally see familiar road camp. It sends a jumble of emotions and thoughts to my brain, making it go haywire. From a distance, I watch in both amazement and dejection as families return to their little tents. This was a home that turned my childhood a tragedy, but it was also a place that raised me, provided me warmth, and gave me a place to live in. Too bad I didn't come here to share tears of joy and yearning. I was here for a very special someone. The crunching of leaf disrupts me from my thoughts. I turn to the intruder, only to feel a hand roughly pull my hood off and grab a chunk of my hair. It only takes a moment for my eyes to meet his, which widened in surprise. He lets go of my hair, but I pull him closer, completing my intention. "Hey, you look familiar," he starts off, but stops when he coughs out blood. His eyes widen and he keeps his eyes locked with mine in terror. I twist and dig the knife even deeper in his abdomen. The man weakens and groans, leaving his weight on me. "Yeah, you probably see me in your nightmares," I say under my breath. Then, I push his huge body off of me, leaving him on the ground to wither away. Whether his wolf heals him fast enough to survive or not was none of my business. Luckily for me, I didn't have to waste energy hiding his body, which was hidden by the darkness in the shrubs. I pull my hood back on and return to my task. My eyes roam a familiar setting and I let my body move at its own accord. Familiarity and memories charge my brain. None of them were happy. Thankfully, before I know it, I behold my brother's home in front of me. His home was further from the rest, giving him more privacy. Lucky for me. A smirk tugs on my lips when I spot Ian's and another's looming shadow. I lean on a tree with crossed arms, knowing that these ignorant rogues wouldn't notice me. I tap my finger on my skin as I wait for him to notice my wonderful presence. "Goodbye. Make sure to sleep well tonight," I make out from their muffled voices. I flinch involuntarily and watch as the shadow of a prideful man I once knew recedes. Ian keeps his back to me as he takes in all the figures retreat to the warmth of their tents. I scrutinize him while he stays still even when there was no other signs of presence. He just stares at the empty space. Not a sound spoken. "I'm surprised you're still breathing, sister," he carefully says, disrupting the silence. Cut to the chase. "What are you doing here? To get a hug?" "What else?" I reply bitterly. He keeps his back to me and spits out, "I'd rather let fire burn me alive than ever let you lay a hand on me. Not after what you did." I wince but continue. "Then why? Why what?" He questions hopelessly. "Why even bother trying to kill me? Just let me live. That is all I ask for, Ian." I notice his shoulders tense when I called out his name, but he proceeds. "You're an abomination. Your wolf is no better than a monster. You were supposed to die. I am just finishing what we started. You suffer from your own creation." I snarl at him. "You're right." He breathes out, and for the first time, he slowly turns towards me. I meet his amber eyes that used to twinkle with joy and hope. Now I see is pure emptiness, so devoid of emotion. "Your existence itself is atrocious. Your wolf is even more corrupt and foul. You being alive is dishonorable and is a shame to our moon goddess. The world doesn't deserve to see such monstrosity." I take slow steps towards him until I was an arm's length away from him. Ian, like the proud wolf he is, refuses to stand back down. My wolf stirs in me, urging me to snap his neck and leave him in the deeper parts of the forest, leaving him there for the hungry creatures scavenge him. "Luckily for you, brother, you're one of a kind. You deserve to see this monstrosity that you call me." I snap, taking another step towards Ian. I bring my hand to his cheek. "You wouldn't dare kill me. You would never." He spits out bitterly. I let out a dry laugh and let my claws extend. He didn't flinch and keeps his cold eyes on me. "That doesn't mean I can't hurt you," I tell him with a lopsided smile, letting my claws trace his skin. Blood falls from his cheek and down his neck. He didn't move an inch. His chest rising up and down was the only indication of his ability to react. My wolf, frustrated by his lack of reaction, lashes out on his chest. She shivers in content when she inspects the horrifying mark she leaves. He uncoughs out blood but quickly wipes it off his mouth with a shaky hand. I feel my wolf relish the image of my brother's pain. I don't feel a single ounce of regret when I look up to see his eyes shut close, the area under them moist with unshed tears. I tiptoe so that my mouth was near his ears, then whisper, "What makes us different is that I rightfully claim the evil title you all have given me. But the truth is, you people are no better." He refused to open his eyes, his arms locked behind his back, and stops himself from breaking down his own cold exterior. A part of me wishes to hear his voice one last time. I wait a painstaking minute and regard his somehow still confident stature. I used to look it up his so much for being so strong and mighty. When he didn't speak, I decided it was my cue to leave, gradually taking steps away from him. I tell him one last time and hope that my voice didn't waver. "Don't worry, brother. You'll heal soon." I hope so. At least. I turn my back to him completely and pick up my pace. I hold back the tears, feeding a sense of abandonment just like I did years ago. Then, I feel the familiar rush for release and let my wolf's exultation surge throughout me despite my heavy heart. And for the first time in a long while, I give my wolf complete control as my bones reform and my skin turns into fur. Landing a paw on the wet earth, I let my rejoiced wolf guide me back to where my heart belongs. Chapter 28. Kara and I found our way back home, our hearts feeling lighter than ever after we placed our differences aside. Still, she remained silent all week long, but all I cared about was the serene gaze as her eyes roamed over the dense forest, where her other half belonged. At least she was doing better. I knew I'd never get back the Kara who smiled so brightly, but I was grateful to even have her by my side, especially after the foolish things I've done. My eyes follow Kara's retreating figure as she enters the pack house with slow and steady steps. I follow her right after and smile when an image of my mate enters my mind. I wanted to give her a back hug and shower her with kisses, but I already knew something was wrong the moment I entered my territory. I could feel my fretful pack members panicking, and I could also feel the absence of my mate. But somehow, I don't feel an ounce of concern. I trusted her with all my heart. My wolf could feel Alexandria's satisfaction through the mate bond. That could only mean that her wolf just accomplished something so triumphant and satisfactory that I could feel it through the mate bond. My wolf yelped at me, overjoyed, because this told him that somewhere out there, his mate's consciousness still resides in her. I could feel like walls that separated us break down little by little. Maybe, just maybe, today is a day we would finally decide to move on to the future. I opened the doors of the pack house and immediately, hundreds of distressed wolves move their attention to me. I hold back a chuckle when my eyes land on Emilio, sitting on the edge of a table, his knees bouncing up and down anxiously. Scarlet rubs his back in an attempt to calm him down and places a blanket around him. "Theo." He starts but stop him when I toss my coat his face. His down-turned lips dug even lower when I throw him my biggest my love reassurance. I don't think it's working. Instantaneously, there was a pause in all movements. I meet Justina's eyes as she gapes at me with uncertainty and disbelief. I watch a little kid blink at me repeatedly, stopping midway in the process of biting her nails. The ambience seems to shift and my people eye me up and down as if I just stole something from them. Sorry, I don't steal. Unlike someone else I know it. What the actual fuck? I hear a voice mumble to themselves. "Don't worry. I've got it handled. You all trust me, don't you?" I question them. When there was no response, I raise a skeptical brow at them, prodding them for an answer. The only reply I received was a slight nod. I unbutton my cuffs and then my shirt, slipping the dress shirt off my body. I fling it at Gio, who narrows his eyes at me suspiciously. I smirk when I see the dried blood in his arms and say, "Nice tattoo, Gio." I ignore his grumbling and march towards Emilio, who eyes me with a frown on his face. His brows furrow when I yank the blanket off of him. "I'm borrowing this," I tell him shortly. I grabbed 2 large black shirts that were yet to be worn from a basket by the door. Twisting the knob open, I ignore the stares as I leave the pack house. Are you sure they're even mates? I hear an exasperated voice ask another. I shut the door close. I rush to the woods and unrest completely, shifting into my wolf. I feel my bones mend and my skin turn into dark gray fur. A surge of energy channels through me and I let my wolf surface. And I let him guide me to Alexandria as we run north as fast as we could. There she was, playing with a pebble like it was the most interesting thing ever. I couldn't take my eyes off of her captivating light brown coat and the most alluring scar that runs through her side, a sign of her strength. Taking a step forward, I note her wolf tense and she turns to me. She growls at us, incapable of feeling the mate bond. I don't think mate likes you, my wolf tells me, as if you're any different. Alicia. Taking another risky step forward, my wolf wags his tail to show that we mean no danger. She stares us with a look of indifference, and I land another paw on the ground. I drop the clothes I held with my teeth, feeling that we were starting to get too close. She stiffens and growls at us slowly in a threatening manner. "Oh, that's so cute," Alicia informs me sarcastically. Still, I could feel his spirit go down unintentionally. He wanted his mate back, but it was something we both knew would take time. Ignoring his mate's lack of affection, he treads towards her. We both earn a skeptical look from her, but my wolf disregards this. Unconsciously, he paces towards her like an idiot because we both lack brain cells. I groan mentally when I realize it might look like we were trying to attack her. And as if it couldn't get any worse, my wolf jumps at her for an embrace. Instead of a hug, we receive a hard hit to the scruff of our neck. The only pain I could feel was a slight sting before the cut closes up, leaving no indication of her attack. Shaking off the surprise and shrugging it off, my wolf continues to throw himself at her without a single fuck in the world. Alex's wolf continues to back away, questioning our actions. Whenever she took a step back, we took a step forward, and whenever she growls at us, he growls back playfully, not wanting to wait any longer. My wolf pounces towards her and rubs his muzzle on her fur. When there was no response but an emotional glare, he turns to his underbelly as a sign of goodwill. Her wolf circles us and eyes us warily. My wolf persists and yaps at her repeatedly. She caves in, lightly landing a paw on his head. I could feel Alicia feel overjoyed. He flips back to his legs and licks her muzzle. This time, she doesn't retract, but instead, she consciously rubs her muzzle on his fur. Mate likes me. Alicia yips at me mockingly. I don't reply and scrutinize Alex's wolf sit down on her belly with closed eyes. My wolf continues to rub his face on hers until we feel her consciousness slip away, allowing sleep overtake her and let her know that she trusted us enough to protect her. And they lay there for as long as I can remember before I sense my jubilant wolf recede to the back of my mind without a word. I shift back into my human form and quickly change into my clothes. Lowering myself until my knees land on the ground, I take in the wolf's beauty, carefully placing a hand to caress her fur. She leans even more to my touch. I grin, overjoyed by the progress we were making. Her intimidating, yet captivating red eyes flutter open, and I move my hands to pet the top of her head. I laugh when she yips at me with glee. "Will you shift back?" I ask her. She licks my hand and lets out a triumphant cry of delight. I hear the familiar sound of bones mending, but I keep my eyes on my mate's charming face. When she completely shifted, she raises her arms and I slip the oversized shirt over her. Then, I wrap the blanket around her small body and she immediately wraps her arms around me for an embrace. Oh God, I'm fucking whipped. I hug her back and sway with her, placing my lips on the top of her head. "You smell like Kara." "Gross," she mumbles. I laugh and hug her even tighter. "Not anymore. Now that's how I like it," she tells me proudly. I hum and close my eyes, simply basking and enjoying her presence. The silence of the woods were not eerie, but relaxing. I allow myself feel at ease. "Do you remember?" Alex starts off breathlessly. "The time where I got into a fight with your sister and you acted like some jerk?" "Of course I do." It was a day I was recognized as the #1 deal shaping in the entire universe. I say truthfully. Do you remember what she said? I furrow my brows but continue. That apparently, your mother wishes you well. Yeah. She breaths out and I could tell that her voice was beginning to falter. I start rubbing circles on her back for reassurance. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She begins once again with a rather quiet voice. My lips dug downwards into a frown, despising my mate's sorrow. You're okay, I whisper. The reason she irritated me is because my mother is dead. She pauses and takes in a deep breath. I didn't know what to feel. I was both remorseful for Alex and furious at my sister. Yet at the same time, I was infuriated by myself for letting others step on her. I open my mouth to speak, but she stops me when she lifts her head up to look at me. An aching pang is sent to my heart when I see the hurt on her face. I was the one who killed Mother. She words out breathlessly. I don't say anything and make sure to listen to her carefully. There was a day when my wolf went on a rampage and no one could handle it. So the rogues who took care of me locked me up for a few years, waiting for me to perish. And then it finally came to a point where they agreed to put me down and give up on me. Luckily, it appeared to me that there was an attack. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was so horrifying that war against all rogues, that war gave me an opportunity to live. The wolves who guarded me had fled for safety, except one person, my mother with a knife on her palms. So I had to. Theo, I wanted to wake up every morning, cherishing a new day. I wanted to survive. I wanted to live. I gently bring a hand to Alex's face and wipe off her tears with my thumb. A passionate spirit grows inside of me. I wanted to care for her, protect her, and most importantly, love her for the rest of my lifetime. A parent who puts their selfish needs over their child is not a loved one. A woman who uses her hands to kill instead of providing comfort for her children is not a mother. A family who makes their child sacrifice to give them the life they want is not a family, but simply strangers. I pause and keep my eyes locked on Alex's honey brown ones. I keep caressing her cheek as a way to comfort her. You did not end the life of a mother but a killer. I watch as the tears drop down her cheeks and hear a painful sob escape her lips. Evil people don't deserve your tears. Mi ama, I say, under my breath. It's not. She manages to say and gives me a lovely smile. I'm crying because I love you so much. My heart warms up at her words and I stop myself from saying it back. She needs to hear my story and I didn't want to keep my hopes up, wishing that she'll love me forever. If she thinks that what she had done in the past was sickening, then what I've done is unjustifiable. There's things I need to tell you first. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I ask her for assurance. Will you hear me out? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I was the cause of Felix's mate's death and the niece I could had. I admit slowly. I meet her eyes only to see trust in them, not an ounce of distaste. In what way? I begin. She was mated to the Rogue King and they loved each other deeply. But then one day, she visited another town unaccompanied and she didn't realize that the heat would hit her until she was in total pain. Without a mate and company, she eventually caved in her craving and couldn't resist another man's touch. Naturally, her mate, Silas, couldn't bear the feeling of betrayal and left her. But then I found out Kara was pregnant, who refused to tell me whether her rightful mate or the unnamed stranger was the father. I was enraged to war against the Rogue King, furious by the way he handled the issue. I was foolish. Alexandria. I didn't think of the pressure I gave Kara and her baby. I let Felix's mate, who was frail and inexperienced, walk through a path with savage wolves. I allowed loved ones, unmated wolves who had another waiting for them, and mated wolves who could have had families to die just for my foolish and selfish acts, keeping my eyes trained on Alexandria. So, my love, do you really want to love me? I'd rather love a truthful, educated man who has seen the world than a flawless and inexperienced boy who hasn't. She tells me genuinely, not wasting a second. Theo, it's your choice. Do you want your past to simply be a mistake or a lesson? I thoughtfully study her face, her beauty making me breathless. I keep my eyes locked with hers as my heart becomes lighter. Who allowed me to love such a beautiful woman? Alexandria, will you be mine for eternity and be my rightful Luna? I ask her, mustering up as much sincerity as I could into my voice. Took you long enough. She laughs out with a lopsided smile. And that was all it took to get my heart soaring, and I lean in for a kiss. My lips press onto hers delicately of pushing my body closer to hers with her hands on either side of my neck. My hand roams past her shoulders and down to her waist, holding her in place, enjoying the taste of her lips. I deepen the kiss and she responds almost immediately. I pull apart and let my lips trail her jaw and down to her collarbone. My teeth grazes the skin on her neck where my mark should be. Swiftly, I plunge my canines and wait only a short second before retracting them, marking her mine. My wolf howls in pain when we hear her whimper, only for it to be replaced by a moan of pleasure. Placing another kiss on her forehead, I slowly say, I love you. I love you too. Her little signature smirk reaches her lips and I copy her actions. Copycat, she breathes out, and we burst out in heaps of laughter. Chapter 29. I hop off the bed, waking up to an unusual and unfamiliar liveliness. The one thing that hasn't changed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, was that I still woke up late according to Felix. You know those days when you suddenly wake up feeling bright and giddy? Those days when you finally have the energy and motivation to do work? Yeah, that was me today. I felt surprisingly passionate and fresh, and I was more than willing to train. I walk more like Prance towards the mirror, throwing a peace sign and winking to myself. Craning my neck, I run a finger over Theo's mark, a moon outlined in blank ink with its center blank. A silhouette of a wolf's head filled the empty space inside the full moon. An alpha's mark automatically makes you a true Lunan. It only be imprinted on their soulmates, preventing most alphas from marking another person other than their mate. Otherwise, the connection between the Luna and the pack is weaker. I couldn't be any happier to say that I didn't have to go through some old traditions like other Lunas from other packs do. I was no way in hell gonna drink everyone's blood and risk getting some disease or have some sacrificial offering. I grin when I acknowledged the new spirit trusting inside me. My heart was thrumming with zest and my mind was swirling with vigor. The Luna's position gave me the intention to care and to protect my pack. To bad for them, I have a different way of doing so. Somewhere deep in my mind, I could make out a very exhilarated Emilio prodding the mind link in an attempt to communicate. I block him out. I grab a random black shirt out of 1,000 from Theo's closet. I walk to the pile of new clothes Celestina had given me. It wouldn't last me for more than a week's worth of clothes, but it would suffice for now. Changing into it and grey sweatpants. I contemplate putting on a hoodie, then decided it was too hot. You coming to training, or do I have to kindly drag you again like I always do? Felix sweetly informs me through the mind link. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Now that you mention it, I'm suddenly too tired. I mention, slipping on running shoes I stole from Talia. I leave the room and close the door behind me. Since were you not? Giovanni adds, breaking through the link. I roll my eyes and block both of them out. After going down millions of staircases, I finally reach ground level and find my way out to the training grounds. I saunter to Celestina, who was busy studying the women dying from lack of breath as they completed their trillionth lap. I slow my movements in an attempt to sneak up on Celestina. The idea died faster than it was sparked in my mind. Whatever you're thinking, don't even think about it. She drones with her back still turned to me. It's not gonna work. I think it did work. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I tell her as I march towards her so that I stood next to her. I must have been asleep because I don't remember you doing anything with my memory. Now what did you do? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Made your heart skip. I try, throwing in an additional wink. Skip from terror. Yes, she retorts, winking back at me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Bitch, I repeat with my voice. She whips her head, her ponytail nearly hitting my face. Shifting her weight, she starts positioning herself into her fighting stance. As much as I'd like to play fight with you, I'm taken, I say with a fake frown on my face. Her leg as if leaves the ground to kick me. Hands behind my back. I evade the attack. I apologize, but I have a lot on my plate right now and I don't to flirt with you. I have a warm-up to do. I run for my life. I join the group of women who have yet to finish the warm-up. My lips stug downwards when I notice the woman wearing a sports bra and running shorts. Her breaths were getting shorter and heavier. I feared she was gonna collapse when her legs started to waver. I run beside her for a hot second and her head turns to look at me. Her hazel green eyes widened when they land on me. She bows to me and opens her mouth to say something. But I stop her, letting a small gasp escape my lips. I tell her truthfully, you have really pretty eyes. Her cheeks turn into a light pink shade and flustered. She says, yours too, Luna. I laugh out of doubt but accept the compliment with a flying kiss. Well, thank you. Now I was running past her but I smile when I note her throw a victory punch as she fixes her form and breathing. I continue to run the rest of the 10 laps, noticing the number of runners lessening. Oh, will you look at that? I have a stage all to myself. I keep my breathing in check and keep my pace steady. My interest spikes up when I see Giovanni staring at my direction with crossed arms. I waving my arms at him to get his full attention. He turns away from me almost immediately. The routine continues, me running around the track and trying to get attention. Theo energy. I'm telling you. I pout when I pass Theo momentarily, his back towards me as he shouts commands and watches his people like a hawk. Okay. Now let me see those ABS. Baby. I must have unconsciously sent it through the mind link because his back tenses almost immediately. I watch him shake his head, refusing to look at me. Starting off my last lap. I was about to sprint when Emilio's blonde hair reaches my eyesight. I jump and throw my arms high up in the air. It takes him another second to react, but he reciprocate my actions. I muster up all my energy to finish my last lap. I walk to Celestina and nudge her shoulder while the other women wait for a come and patiently. What's the schedule for today? Grabbing my bottle of water and taking in big gulps. I raise a brow when her brows perk up with newfound enjoyment. Whispering, the words roll off her tongue. Fuck. I breath out. With the other adult, she adds some couldn't to control the laugh escaping her lips as if it was the funniest thing ever. Suddenly, my leg hurts. I huff out and grab my leg. Look. They're coming. She coos and I release my leg. Feeling defeated. Everyone go in your blocks. Celestina commands them. I watch them scramble to their positions, some excited and some not. I was the latter. I find my way to the very back and scratch the back of my neck as Theo's eyes washes over the crowd. Wow, look at the shoes. Interesting. Go to your partners. Person A rotates and person B stays. Each pair has 15 minutes to spar before swapping partners. I don't want to see anyone taking breaks or chatting. You all know the drill. Theo drags out. I refuse to look up. I release a breath I didn't know I was holding when I feel a presence take the position in front of me. Lifting my head up to see a man about my age, he runs a hand through his dark locks and sends me a nervous wave. I release yet another deep breath when I note Theo position himself at the very front row. Begin. The stranger and I just stare at each other, unwilling to begin the fight high. I start off, feeling more at edge than ever. Oh God, someone end my life. Please. The man sends me an awkward smile, but none of us move to attack. Good morning, Luna. He greets me with a surprisingly soft voice. That did it. Guilt eats me up when the thought of not going along with my pack members reaches my mind. I fix my stance, feeling the need to fill in the uneasy silence. Too bad another figure decides to join us. What kind of strategy is this? Just Hinamox. It's called a truce. I retort. You'd die at the beginning of a war if you ever use this game plan. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I inform her. That's why you don't start one in the first place. That's it, she says with a resolute tone. We're switching partners. Celestina drags me away from the kind man. Another person takes my place. Disappointed at myself when they immediately sparred. Their energies meeting each other. We moved past by the rows until we reached the very front. Right beside Thea. All look at us. Power couple or what? I concentrated Theo warily as he throws punches at the poor victim repeatedly. The man beneath him tries to block his blows, which didn't end up too well. Celestina's hands on both my shoulders moves my attention away from them. 10 minutes. She informs me with a reassuring smile. 10 minutes and I want you to give it your all. Couldn't be easier. I lie and huff out, cracking my knuckles. Celestina raises a suspicious brow and didn't waste another second before lunging at me. I swerved to the side, unsheathed the knife I tucked in the tight waistband of my sweatpants, and cut her bare arm very slightly. It healed as fast as I inflicted it. I should have known. She breathes out. I thought you knew me. I add. Apparently not well enough. I hear her say before she unsheathes a knife of her own from a hidden holster around her ankle. Excitement running through my veins. She sprints towards me but reflex kicks and I get away without getting hit, rolling back her shoulders and keeping her arms raised. It only takes me half a second to tell how she lifted her legs to land a kick. I lean back, keeping my guard up and judge the distance before attacking. I falter a bit, not used to putting all my weight on one leg. Okay. My footwork right now was so not the MOV. She takes the opportunity and swings her arm, cutting my cheek in the process. Unlike her, my cut didn't heal. I hiss but keep a charming smile on my face, flirting to find my way out. I was going easy on you, I say in between counts, but I guess you like it rough. The only response I hear was a genuine laugh before she charges at me once again. On reflex, I lean away at kicking distance but still close enough to attack her. Timing. That was her first mistake. I was glad that her angles was at least horrible. I stopped myself from the urge of throwing my knife and just ending this little game. But we don't want that much blood now, do we? As a rogue, I rarely stay for a fight. All I did was land a hit and run away. I always joked to myself that I'd rather play dead rather than help end a war. Training with the goal of saving and aiding others when danger hits me was new to me. But I was willing to make that change. Twirling the knife in one hand and the other hand close to my chest, I shift my weight and go in for a hit. I stop my movement before I could slice her neck. Another mistake, underestimating your opponent. Her eyes widen in surprise, and we keep our eyes locked. Just a second after, the timer rings. Time to switch partners. We both relax and she throws me a wide smile. Sometimes I underestimate your capability. She tells me before pushing me out. Wait, I thought I was person B. I mumble. You were until now. She says then shoving me into a hard chest. Pulling away, I let out a fake barf and croak out. Oh God, I think I'm gonna throw up. Theo chuckles and lifts my head up with both his hands on either sides of my face. I frown when he frowns. His eyes swirled with murderous energy and he furrows his brows. I watch him, uncertain. Who did this? He questions me sternly while his thumb lightly caresses the area around my cut. Celestina. Someone's definitely gonna die tonight. He growls lowly. Wait. Theo, no. If it makes you feel better. I almost killed her. I try to reason with him. Don't worry. I'm not gonna lay a hand on Celestina anytime soon. He tells me with a smirk. Then who? You see, she's lucky to have both a brother and a mate. He draws out, tucking in a strand of hair behind my ear. I'll take Emilio, but you can have the other one. I agree with him. He thinks for a long second before nodding. Begin. Celestina's voice booms and immediately, wolves clash against each other. I glanced innocently at Theo, who scrutinized me with crossed arms and a lopsided smile on his way. Why try if I'm gonna lose either way? Deciding it was faster for me to announce my defeat, I lunged towards Theo and surprisingly managed to slash his bicep. He grabs my arm and pulls me towards him before putting me down. I shut my eyes close to feel the disgusting dirt, but an arm wraps around my waist and I land on muscle instead. I lightly punch Theo's chest and glare at him. Douchebag. I love you. Too, he replies, a cocky smirk on his face. I lift myself up, only to feel a hand reach for me and pull me down so that I was now straddling Theo. He calmly watches me as I feel he thrush to my cheeks. I didn't miss the silence due to the lack of movement and the stares boring holes into the back of my head. Instead of showing my embarrassment, I clear my throat and say, I knew I had a thing for bold men. Great going. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I always knew I had a loose screw. Am I allowed to dismiss myself? I hear a voice ask. I move myself away Theo's body and mentally groan to myself. Theo remains indifferent and only smiles, lacking the ability to process the environment around him. He helps me by pulling me up. Fortunately for me, something seems to make Theo go on high alert as he tenses up and searches for the unfamiliar presence. I always wondered how the Royal Crimson Pack manages to remain undefeated. Now I know why. A new voice calls out jokingly. I grin when I spot a familiar redhead, Emilio right beside him. Dismissed. Theo commands. He waits until everyone else have left for lunch before speaking once again. What gave you the liberty to travel hours just to see me? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Mason grins and runs for me, his arms wide open for a hug. Just as I was about to hug him, Theo covers my way and pulls Mason into a rather affectionate embrace. I guess that works. Too, Mason grumbles before pulling away with a ton of effort. Now tell me why you're here. Theo directs him, losing his patience yet enjoying having someone to make fun of. My uncle, an elder of the council, specifically asked me. He begins proudly, emphasizing his words. To request that your pack participate the annual pack meeting that you've been missing for quite a while now. Emilio perks up, as if this caught his interest. We all know that every celebration the council held was simply a chance for packs not only to make alliances, but also look down on others. Obviously, leaders of wealthier and stronger packs showcase their elaborate outfits and intimidating aura to earn a reputation. I've pretended to be a waitress many times just to steal $1 million necklace or two. I wasn't a fool to not notice the tension that tied the gathering together. Then why couldn't they just send a call or a message? Theo questions, clearly knowing the answer himself, narrowing his eyes at him. Mason continues. Oh, maybe because you've blocked all communication with the council. I don't know. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Theo drags on. You tell me, why would I do that in the first place? Because you don't want anything to do with them. He answers doubtfully. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Theo concludes, a fake smile on his face. Now get out. Oh, come on. Mace unwinds and tries to plead with him. You can see Alex in a cute little dress and a tiara on her head while you wear a matching suit. At my name, Theo raises a brow at me and asks me, what do you think? I steered a glance only to be met by Mason's and Emilio's puppy dog eyes and groan out. Mason cheers to himself and leans in for a second hug only to be blocked by Theo once again. Thanks. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Mason beams and throws me a wide smile, as well as a stupid thumbs up. I throw him the middle finger, but he still manages to keep that smile on his face. That's Luna for you. Theo adds. Chapter 30 right now. We were currently eating in Theo's office. Mason's arrival had caused us to miss lunchtime, and Theo was too soft-hearted to ask the chefs to cook for us. So instead, Emilio, like the kind and great person he is, took the liberty of cooking breakfast for lunch. Theo pulls the chair I was sitting on closer to his, throwing an arm over my shoulders. Why are we sitting on the chair and you're not? Emilio grumbles at Theo and I, pouting to himself. Scarlet rolls her eyes and pulls his ear. Emilio only releases a squeaky yelp before returning to his plate. I stare at the somewhat looking fried eggs and sausages on my plate. I was about to take a bite of my own when Theo's words stopped me. Is this expired? He questions blatantly, painfully swallowing the food down his throat. I'm totally not offended, Emilio mutters, raising the fork to his mouth. It barely touches his lips before he retracts it. Not at all. This is shit, Mason blurts out. He keeps his tongue stuck out and was quick to drink his glass of water as if it was in fire. You're shit, Emilio retorts. He musters up all his strength to glare at the frantic redhead. Emilio turns his head to his mate. Is it really that bad? It's decent, she assured him with an uneasy smile. After seeing the pout on Emilio's face, Scarlet releases a cough, but eats her meal to prove her point. I hold back a laugh when her face contorts into one of disgust. Emilio smiles at her and proudly says, I knew you were the love of my L. Felix bluntly grumbles out. Still, he carries on with his eating despite its rotten taste. Suddenly, I'm not hungry anymore. After I push the plate away from me, I watch Theo continue to eat the awful food nonetheless. Resting his head on one hand, he munched the food in a bored manner. I cringe at the silence since people were too busy fighting their own battles with their taste buds and stomachs. That was until I feel a nudge on my shoulder and I look at Theo's fake smile with a frown. Ugh. Raising his fork in front of my face like I was some fucking baby. No. Babe, you're gonna starve. He sighs out and feigns a frown. Still, he manages to exhibit the mischievous glimmer in his grey orbs. Babe, I'm on a diet. Especially when I have a party to prepare for in 24 hours. I tease him back. But darling, eggs give you protein, which will give you the vibrant and smooth skin you're yearning for. He continues, a flirty smile on his face. Me Emma, I'm afraid the huge amount of salt in his cooking will make me salty and bitchy for tomorrow's event. I flirt back and dap my eyes at him. His smile widens as he states to me, that's okay because you're all meal. Bugaboo, you have food on your face. Let me wipe it off your delicious face with the soft and warming pads of my finger. Mace uncouth at Felix, whose stare was icy like always. I spelled you're wrong, but it's okay since Mason's stupid anyways. I'm not your bugaboo, Felix spits out in disgust. I hold back a cackle. Theo releases a sigh before grumbling out a question, which sounded more of a command. Beta Mason, tell me why you're here again. I was hungry. You jerk, he replies with a glare. Call me that again and I'll throw you in my dungeon. The redhead perks up, glad that he was the center of attention once again. I mentally groan when I notice the excited smile on his face, as if he just found a record-breaking idea. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Your beauty is truly appealing and surpasses everyone else's but me. You and I would truly make a wonderful pair, and I hope you know COP because you simply take my breath, AWA. It's CPR. Theo corrects him, his arms crossed in an unamused manner. I mirror his actions and stare at Mason, waiting for him to shut up. He proceeds to his speech. It's outrageous that you're gorgeous and out of this world face is not showcased in an art museum, for you are a masterpiece. It is a struggle for me to find words to describe your beauty. Clearly, there is not a single word on the Bible for how handsome you it's the dictionary. Mason ignores Theo and continues, his hand clutched to his chest. You are not only beautiful on the outside but also in the inside. Your eyes are just like the sunset, inspiring, irresistible. End. Mason lets out a fake gasp. You're so beautiful that you made me forget my pickup line. It's called Alzheimer's. Theo groans out, his patience trickling by the second. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You can kiss heaven goodbye because Mason teases once again, only to be disrupted by Theo. It's got to be a sin to look this good. He breathes out, massaging his temples. Mason smirks and says, I told you it's fate. Novels finish their sentences. A smirk takes over Theo's frown and he leans towards his desk. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The only people who finish their sentences are twins. And I sure hope you're not a fan of incest, because I know I'm not. Alpha Theo, you can be the Valerio to my Lou. The door barges open and relieved sigh escapes our rigid bodies. Grateful for the disruption, and for the very first time, I was more than happy to see Talia. She blinks multiple times and refused to move as she was met by our ghastly expressions. Her mouth parts and she only made a move when her eyes landed on a Mason, who slowly waved at her. Bewildered, a strange look enters her face for only half a second before she cleared her throat and moved her attention away, snapping her eyes to Theo and finding her way towards us. She finally speaks. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luna, I apologize for the tardiness. My mom gave me the usual hour-long lecture for making fun of her casino games. But thankfully, I was able to leave and find the dress in your parents' old room. I raise a perplexed brow at her and watch her place a black, colored box wrapped in a gold ribbon on the desk as delicately as possible. I gape at it, already tasting the expensiveness on the tip of my tongue, my hands witching to open it and see whatever was inside, hoping it didn't disappoint. Thank you. Theo mumbles, earning a sweet smile from her. What is it? I ask him, my body on the edge of my seat. The curiosity was eating me away. Oh God, I just love opening boxes and, most importantly, expensive boxes. Sliding it in front of me, he responds with an adoring expression. Your dress for tomorrow. Is it dark red? I quickly ask, excitement filling me. I don't know. I was never allowed to open it. He replies. He smiles when he sees the big smile on my face. Equally, I place a handle a lid and carefully lift it off, then setting it down beside. Holding back a gasp, my jaw almost drops down to the floor as my eyes meet this beauty. Ignoring the stares, I gently run a hand through the fabric. Then, I remove the dress out of its little cage and raise it to my side for my eyes to guard WPet. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I say under my breath as I stare at the off-the-shoulder dress with gold sequins. A side slit graces the skirt of the dress and it hugs at the waist before flowing down. No way in hell was I going to be one of those nice girls who refused to accept such a grand gift. A gift is a gift for a reason. I fold back the dress and place it back to its box. I twist my body towards Theo and wrap my arms over his shoulder and his neck. I squeal out, I love it. Mama made it 2 years ago before she left the pack house. Theo tells me, an evident grin on his face. She's been waiting for a daughter since I was 18. The dress has been deprived of an owner for far too long. What if it doesn't fit? I question him as the possibility prods at my mind. It will, He reassures me as if it was the easiest question he's ever heard. Mothers know best. I grin back at him as I place the lid back on the box, patting it once. Mother has some taste. A music tin rings, and immediately, all focus was sent to Talia, who scrambles to get her phone out of her pockets. Fear creeps in her eyes when she eyes the name of the caller. I'm sorry, but I have to take my leave, she informs Theo quickly before racing out of the room. I narrow my eyes at the redhead whose gaze oddly followed the empty doorway Talia left in. A lazy grin answers on his lips, lifting himself off the ground and readjusting the collar of his shirt like he was about to execute a mission. He tells us smugly, "Guys, I think I found my bugaboo." "What?" Scarlet questions him in an indecorous manner. Horror strikes her face as realization dawns her. Stopping at the doorway, Mason looks back at us and salutes. "Do not worry, since I'll be back soon. I have a mother to meet and a girl to ask for the ball." I've been kidnapped, but what my mate doesn't know is that I have a secret weapon, a small box filled with silver needles. These needles are not only the key to my escape but could also be the beginning of my revenge. Chapter 31. You look like a disco ball, I tell Celestina with her silver and glitter dress. "And you look like a rat," she retorts with a roll of her eyes. I had barely woken up since I helped Theo with the paperwork last night, ended up goofing around. Counting down. I had 4 hours left to prepare and 2 hours for travel. I pop open a can of soda before leaving the kitchen. I was about to make my way to my room when giggles and laughter reaches my ears. A hand tugs on my shirt and I almost choke from the fabric. But I stop myself from kicking whoever it was. I turn around and unintentionally growl at the group of children. They didn't cower in fear like I intended and only burst in fits of laughter as if they were having the time of their lives. "You guys are so cute. I want to lock you up in my room and play hide and seek and leave you in my closet for forever," I mumble. Approaching the children, I fake a smile and release a playful growl. They run away, laughing their asses off, oblivious to my previous intentions. It was a good thing. I didn't want angry mobs of parents protesting and throwing weeds at me. I fixed my shirt and soon, I was inside the walls of our room. Theo quickly did my hair, leaving it in loose curls and a simple half-up tone. I was gonna go through the lazy errand and just straighten my hair when Theo volunteered. It was a brother thing. I was just glad his styling skills wasn't as bad as his cooking. To complete the finishing touches, he secures the 2 strands of hair together with a rose gold flower clip. "Whatever happens, make sure you don't lose it. You promise?" he makes sure to add. I give him a nod and beam at him. "Promise." "Thank you, Theo." He gives me one last smile before leaving the room to do some office work, his own outfit hanging off one arm. About an hour and a half later, I was finished with my makeup and I quickly slipped into the dress as carefully as I could. The dress accentuated my waist just how I liked it. I sure was happy when the dress didn't feel itchy against my sensitive skin. "Theo," I yell at him through the mind link. "What?" "Come here." I whine to him, grabbing a red rose from the vase. I swiftly sit on the edge of the bed with my legs crossed over each other, making sure the stem didn't have any thorns. I place the rose between my teeth. Why do I have the feeling that I'm about to see some nude strip show? I ignore him, and sooner than later, his footsteps and captivating scent enters my senses. Speedily, I place the back of my hand and arch my back dramatically. I hold back a laugh when the door opens and the footsteps stopped. There was a moment of silence, not even a single breath. Oh my God, my eyes are experiencing extreme overheating and great damage. I have committed a grave sin and must seek for my beautiful Talia for indulgence. "Goodbye," Mason rants before scrambling out of the doorway. I bat my lashes at Theo, who continues to button the buttons of his vest, his tuxedo jacket over his shoulder. My eyes didn't dare miss how his muscles flexed when he started rolling up his sleeves. I patiently wait until he was finished and he finally acknowledges my existence. He leans towards me with his arms crossed. "Hi, beautiful. You look like my next wife. And you look like my ex-husband. You're so sweet." He chuckles and places a kiss on the top of my head. "You look gorgeous as always. You're not too bad yourself," I retort. There was a short laugh before he responded. "You do have a thing for stealing my lines." "No, I don't." I smirk at him. "I just have a thing for you." There was an immediate buzz and chatter upon our arrival. Apparently, it was the first of many years that the Crimson Royal Pack has joined the celebration, and they were struggling to believe that there was a new Luna. Cute. Gatherings are boring and are just plain out dull, especially when Felix wasn't here for me to bother. Trouble, however, will give it a little bit more taste. So I was about to barge into the council's VIP lounge and have a peaceful chat with them when a mob of zombie girls rushed to Theo the moment I left his side. He crosses his arms and keeps his lips tied shut, looking everywhere but the hungry piranhas in front of him. "It's nice having you here today." One girl starts off with a sultry voice. She wore a stunning satin, her light brown hair was up in an elaborate updo. However, she was too close to Theo for my liking. "I must say that you're quite the dashing young man." I resist the urge to stomp to her and slap her like a madman, but instead I saunter towards her with an innocent smile on my face. "Babe, your face is a fucking mess." I join them. Hungry eyes snap to me. "Did I ask?" The girl who was first talking to Theo speaks up. "Was I talking to you?" I tilt my head at her and fake a frown. I march to Theo and pretend to fix his hair and the collar of his shirt. Ignorant to the thirsty zombies that was trying to eat him up previously, he beams at me and his muscles relax as if I was giving him a fucking therapeutic massage. I keep pretending to clean up his look and wait for the sound of leaving footsteps. Soon, there was an angry grumble before heels clacking at my hearing senses. Should I be offended? Theo questions me, wrapping an arm around my waist. Not at all. I let him guide me around the huge space filled with hundreds of wolves who were all too suspicious of each other. "Do you see that guy? The one with the shiny head?" Theo asks and nudges his head to the direction of the person. He was tall, but fit. His hands held another woman's hands. I eyed the bald man who seems to be in his mid-50s. His brows were furrowed and a sheen of sweat graces his forehead. The man looks scared. I tell Theo. My gaze seems to travel on its own and land upon another lady from another side of the room, who ogled the bald man's back with the most intellect I've ever seen. "He should be," Theo says, amusement in his voice. "He's a cheater. Caught him and that lady shooting lasers at him red-handed at one of our packed guest rooms a few months ago. His wife is completely blinded by roses and luxury bags." I hum and lean my head on his shoulder, waiting for my cue to shine. That box in his back pocket. "I bet you 20 it's not for the unlucky lady in front of him." Theo mentions. Getting the message. The corners of my lips form into a mischievous smile. When a waiter walks by us, Theo grabs a glass of wine from the tray and plays with it gently, watching the ripples. "I bet you 20 neither of those two unlucky ladies will even have a chance of seeing it." I respond. Pull away from me. I watch as Theo approaches the couple, his smile lifting into a smirk when he took a sip of the wine. Keeping my eye on them as they greeted each other, I analyze their hand gestures and $1 million smiles. I raise a brow when they broke out in laughter, and I didn't dare miss the side glance Theo gave me, his grey orbs lit with mischief. Taking it as my signal, I keep my eyes trained away from them in a nonchalant way as I walk past them, sipping the jewelry box swiftly out of his pockets. I Theo apologized to the bald man for spilling the contents of his wine on him. "Good luck with that, my love. I'll come back soon when the situation cools down." I tease him. "I better have a great reward after this." "Oh, you bet." I followed the signs that leads me to the women's restroom, sliding the jewelry box in my empty ankle holster. I grumble at the memory of the guards confiscating my precious knife. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Lilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing pre-shoot enthusiasm." They told me I could come back to take it back, but they were dumb for letting me notice them as they tossed it carelessly into a trash bin. Really? What was the reason? I returned to reality and entered the unusually empty hallway to the ladies' room. I slowed down at once, ready to turn around back to the safety of people. It was a miracle that I had a talent in recognizing which situations I should just start running away from. But is there really a situation where I don't run away from? Bar rises in the back of my throat as I begin to worry, disliking the absence of talkative ladies of gentlemen. At this point, I was a bundle of nerve. Remember when I said silence was a gift that I very well appreciate? Yeah, I take that back. I hold back a breath and I hold backwards in a very slow pace, feeling for a wall. I place my back on the wall, refusing to be caught off guard. This way, I could see anyone coming my way from every corner. Still, the eerie silence was making my heart beat uncontrollably. I lick my dry lips and heighten my senses. Theo. I call him out through the mind link. What's wrong? Are you busy? Never for you. Me He tells me. Well, you see, I'd really appreciate it if you hold your fuckingness right here, right now and save me like the Prince Charming you are. Because right now, I'm a damsel in distress in need of some saving. You hear me? I went to him. My fucking god. Why did I leave his side? Fuck. You better not have masked your scent. He reminds me. Good. So here I was, sticking next to the wall and walking away from the uncanny silence that was making me all jittery. Fuck. I stop in my tracks and blink at the two figures staring back at me as they met at the corner. Hi, I give them a nervous smile. The man and woman glanced at each other before looking back at me with a dirty look and a death stare. By Ed. Only for it to come out as an unsure question. I wait 1 second, suspecting their intentions. The narrowing of their eyes was all it took for me before I pick up my heels and throw it at them aimlessly. I run away to God who nowhere. Panic arising. That was my first mistake. Come on, Theo. I not only left one, but 2 glass slippers. I need my Prince Charming now. I managed to tell him in a pool of fright. I can tell. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Your evil siblings are fucking dead right now, bleeding, on the floor. Now tell me, what direction are you heading to? I stop running and lean on a corner, catching my breath in an attempt to calm my heart rate and clear my mind. That was my second mistake. Feeling the uneasy intense silence, I was ready to turn on my heel and keep running when an arm grabs me by the neck. Stupid. 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 I make a failed effort to elbow his groin. A painful groan only coming out of the man's lips. Another hand covers my mouth and I almost threw up at the taste of his rough skin. Move one muscle and I'll snap your neck. He threatens. His voice was nasally and his scent was horrid. We forgot to kill stepmother. I try to joke through the mind link. And that's when I noticed the hand release its hold on my mouth. With my eyes wide open, I nervously laugh out her. Hey, I know what you're doing. I don't think you should. I feel a blunt force to the back of my neck and almost immediately, I lose my consciousness. Chapter 32 Fury. I was in a frenzy, overcame with rage from the absence of my mate's presence. Weak. That's what I am. If I can't even keep my mate safe, then how can I lead a pack? I was angry at myself for being irresponsible and pathetic. If I could, I would run straight ahead and have Alexandria back in my arms. But I can't. Not when I didn't know what or who I was facing. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I was able to break it down into 2 possibilities. Alex's lame-ass family or Silas. I could either charge in, ransack their whole village, wipe out their whole population, and burn them alive to rot in ruins. Or I could run into a dead end and kill myself like an idiot fighting 1 to 1,000 rogues. Silas. He rules by using others. He threatens, manipulates, and controls each and every one of them like they were pawns. He would send all the rogue packs against me. But that was all. Silas is a coward. He would sit in his throne, sipping on wine as he watches both mine and his people die. A growl emits from my chest, and again anger surges through me. My wolf was prodding at me for release, and my claws were reaching to destroy. I was hanging on a thread, and I wanted to release this anger on someone. But I stopped myself because I didn't want to ruin anything that reminded me of Alex, which was the only thing keeping me sane. Her scent lingered in our room. The watches and jewelry she stole and stacked in the cabinet reminded me of her. The clothes she stole from my closet reminded me of her. The chair she would always sit on in the dining room reminded me of her. Hell, even the hallways reminded me of her. I was going crazy without her. I was crazy for her. So instead of tearing down the whole house, I imagined my hands on Gio's neck, squeezing as hard as I could. A snarl intentionally escapes my lips, and a whimper soon follows after. I snapped my head to the doorway, annoyed by anyone that came near me. Maybe it was the intensity of my glare or the crazed look on my face, but either way, it made Kara flinch and cower back in fear. Oh my sister who used to be so pure and carefree. If you're just gonna stand there without saying anything, then I suggest you leave. I growl at her. I keep my expression blank when she winced, surprised by my harsh way of speaking. I'm not gonna deny the shock that enters my mind when she didn't back away and kept her stand still. Narrowing my eyes at her, I tapped my fingers on the edge of the bed impatiently. She needed to say something soon, or I was gonna drag her out of this room myself. She parts her mouth and hesitantly says, "It was Silas." "What? Silas?" She repeats, her eyes locked onto mine. Silas took her. I couldn't help but let out heaps of humorless laughter. I am so gonna kill that son of a bitch. What? Kara frantically approaches me with pleading eyes. He's my mate. Brother. Think about me. Please. I can't ever live without how did you know? I question her, exasperated. It was that rogue, wasn't it? The rogue who left you pregnant. You've been meeting with him since forever, haven't you? What are you talking about? She screams at me. I eye the necklace that has always been wrapped around her neck as if it was the most precious thing ever. I knew who it was from, that rogue. I remember feeling hurt. I was jealous that no matter how hard I tried, she never cared about me. I would buy her jewelry, wishing she would one day wear them. But instead, she wore that very same necklace every single day. My gifts and actions were meaningless, but I tolerated it, even though I so badly wanted to rip off that stupid necklace off her neck. Too bad, because right now, I've never felt more of an intense urge to destroy that pendant she always fidgeted with when she was nervous. I've always wanted to be that person, the one who she would come running to for a comforting hug or for consolation. I guess I just wasn't enough for her. It's disgusting, I tell her with a resolute tone. Her brows furrow and a frown forms in her face. It's disgusting how you're screaming at me to stop myself from killing your mate like you care about him, and at the same time, you're thinking about another man, seeking for his comfort. I stop myself from consoling my sister and her eyes start watering, holding back a sob. You're a jerk. She spits out. Oh, so I'm the jerk. You know when I know something even crazier. I laugh out. I don't wait for a reply and continue. That you're not even concerned about your own brother's safety. She recoils as if I shoot an arrow to her heart. And so are. We all know the reason Silas took my mate is because he's not satisfied. Let him kill that rogue. Then, it'll all end. These men aren't toys. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You're playing with fire. Pick one or none. I snarl at her. Silas was seeking for revenge, and the only way he believes he could do it is by making my mind spin in turmoil through my mate. If he couldn't get his hands on that rogue, then he'd release his anger on the people closest to Kara. Kara thinks for a long second before she looks straight into my eyes and lets out a resolute no. I smirk at her and say, "If you can't choose, then I'll help you myself." "What do you mean?" She exasperates. "I'll kill Silas with my own hands if Alex hasn't done the job herself." "Fuck you. I growl at her. Get out. You're a horrible brother. She screams at me at the very top of her lungs. I felt my heart sting very slightly, taking offense, but I brush it off aside, my anger consuming me. Newsflash. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You're a horrible sister too. Now, get the fuck out. Our gaze is locked for a second before she walks out of the room and ends our conversation. I run a hand through my hair. Frustrated. Too many emotions was consuming me, and I didn't know if I can keep myself in check for any longer. A knock disrupts me from the corruptive thoughts that filled my mind. I give Felix a quick glance before returning to glaring at a wall. I feel the bed dip beside the spot I was sitting on. The hair clip. I begin. It has a tracker in case something happened. I know where she is. I know who I'm against. Now all I need is an army. Then get an army. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I question him in disbelief. You know I can't. They won't help me. They won't allow themselves to walk straight into a trap. I won't let hundreds of my own pack die like I did in the past. Do you seriously still blame yourself for that stupid bullshit? Felix asks me sternly. And that's when I let myself crumble in front of him. My shoulders sag and I keep my eyes down to the floor. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Of course I do. It's my fault. I respond, feeling defeated. Give me 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes to talk. Listen to me. I keep my mouth shut and let silence become my reply. He begins. I could already taste the bitterness on the tip of my tongue. 5 years ago, she was filled with so much envy. She was envious of my mate and I. She thought that because her mate left her, why should I or anyone have won? So she emotionally abused my mate. Long story short, because he felt weak, he sent himself to war to prove Kara and everyone else that he could be a man they claimed he couldn't be. And I wasn't there to save him because I had a pack to protect. I gripped the sheets, controlling the anger that keeps on consuming me. For the first time, I came into a realization that Kara wasn't the sister I loved anymore. She disappeared 5 years ago, and the woman that still resides with me was only a stranger. Noticing my curled fists and tense muscles, Felix wraps an arm over my shoulder. It was the closest thing to a hug I could ever get from Felix. So I let myself calm down and allow my defenses to fall. With a sigh, he proceeds. So what I'm saying is that you can't blame anyone for what happened 5 years ago. You can't blame yourself, not even Kara. Those people chose to die with pride. They walked through hell because they swore loyalty not only to you, but also to each other. A pack isn't a pack without teamwork. What's a pack without each other's protection? I blink slowly. Both my wolf and I finally getting ourselves together. I meet Felix's eyes, surprised to see a heartwarming smile on his face. God, I sound like a pussy. That's the Theo I know. He chuckles as realizations finally dawns me. You don't know how much I love you. Man, I smirk at him, wanting to see his reaction. He drops the smile and returns to his usual angry, looking expression. I feel like you forget I'm gay sometimes. He grumbles, standing on top of the platform. I eye my people. I admit it. I was scared. I was scared that they'd refuse to help me. But I understood. I watched parents hug their children, cooing and choosing them. I watched couples lean on each other, looking up at me patiently. I watch as others stand by themselves, their stature still and tall. I watch as my warriors look up to me, their chests up and filled with pride. I appreciated and loved every single one of them. Crossing my arms, I clear my throat before speaking. My mate, Silas, took her away from me from us. Right now, your Luna is being held captive and she needs our help. I have her whereabouts and all I need is an army in order to have her back in our pack. I'm not gonna force you to help, so I'm gonna ask every one of you to aid me in this mission. Anyone. The silence and dead stares that comes after rips my heart apart and my wolf howls inside of me. That was all it took to make me drop to the floor and kneel down, ignoring the prideful side of me, who refused to show a single sign of weakness even to my own pack. But right now, I needed them. Without them, I lose a mate that I love with all my heart. I keep my head low, not wanting to see their expressions. I feel my wolf stir inside me in disapproval, disliking this act of weakness. To be frank, right now, I say fuck my pride, as genuinely as I could. I understand we can lose a family member and a friend. As the alpha, I understand that you all want to keep each other away from harm and have sworn to protect each other, no matter who. But I also have a mate and a Luna to look after. So please, even though some of you have lost respect for me, you still have a Luna you have sworn loyalty to. Hell, she didn't even have an opportunity to lead the pack and share memories with each of you. Please, help me and give the both of us a chance to become the alpha and Luna you all deserve. And I'm gonna beg and ask you all a favor one last time. Is there anyone who is willing to help me save the only woman I'd ever loved that much? I keep my eyes trained onto the floor, painfully waiting for a response. With every noiseless second, my heart clenched and my hope began to trickle away. And that's when I hear it. The sound of knees dropping the floor, swearing loyalty to me. For the first time, I look up. The painting I saw in front of me made my heart burst with spontaneous waves of happiness. I let a wide smile enter my face and I close my eyes to enjoy the moment as relief washes over me. Each and every one of them kneeled down, bowing to me to show their allegiance. You could have waited another second. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But I guess this is fine. One of my warriors speaks up. His mother smacks him on the head and laughter erupts from the room. Chatter buzzes afterwards, people showing off that they kneeled before another did. I lift myself up and look at my leaders, who I trusted very much. I'm going, whether you like it or not. Felix grumbles. No, you're not. I tell him. My eyes narrowed. Those who stay children, single parents, and others need someone to protect and lead them in case. That's why Emilio and Scarlett is staying in my place. Felix informs me with a resolute tone. They nod beside him as confirmation. I couldn't save my mate, but right now, I have the ability to save another's mate and my friend. Alex and I might have bad blood, but she probably still have the items inside my room. But I swear to protect my Luna, Talia adds with a slight bow and an amused smile on her face. What? Mason exasperates. If you're joining, then I am. I have to save you from danger. Then I have to worry and keep you away from danger. Talia retorts. Mason only glares at her before he looks at me and bows. The Bloodhound Pack wants me to inform you of their duty and loyalty to you. Alpha Theo, we've an army on their way. I let relief overcome me for a momentary second, but I knew I had to hurry up and begin a war that we've been holding back for too long as my skin burned every passing second. The pain gradually increasing, and it wasn't my pain that I was feeling. It was Alex's. Chapter 33, 24 hours. They told me that's how long I've been asleep and kept captive in this old-style castle. Right after they dragged me to this room, they knocked me out once again after I created a huge ruckus. That's a long sleep. However, I was more than happy that they locked me up in this spacious room with a comfy bed and a bathroom instead of a cell with a rotten stench. Wow, I'm so privileged. I rip off the ivy and hiss when I felt the tape pull on my skin. Stepping off the bed, I struggled to hold myself up. Feeling drowsy and my mind was completely blank, blinking away the fatigue. My eyes dart all over the vast room, searching for any way to escape. No windows. I grumble after examining the bathroom. I plop myself on the edge of the bed and massage my temples, my head aching. I felt like I was being drugged. The image of Theo's annoying, yet charming face enters my thought. I wanted to be in his arms, hugging the shit out of him, and teasing him. Theo. I try even though I already knew I wouldn't be able to mind link anyone. Despite knowing this, I couldn't help but frown at the lack of response. Think. To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Who would have done this? Trying to recall my memory, I was brought back to reality by a painful throb in my head. I kick away the heels off my feet and finally acknowledge the holster that was wrapped around my ankle. Disgusting blisters appear on my skin. Grabbing the small, rectangular jewelry box out of its confinement, curiosity got the better of me, and I painstakingly opened the box. Oh, I breath out. I lift an amused brow and scoff. Wow, no expensive necklaces this time. It was even better. For the first time, I thank my luck as I drag a finger over the silvery thrown spikes. It was shaped into needles, and to be thrown to maim the enemy just like a throwing knife or a dart. The world did me good this time, I muttered to myself, amazed by its shiny exterior. Light footsteps reach my eardrums as I quickly slip the box back in its place. Using the dress to cover the holster, I calmly snapped my head towards the open door and gave the two specimens my most heartwarming smile. One of them was taller than the other. His face was rather mean, looking in a tartar run across his bicep. The tight shirt he had on didn't help in hiding his bulging muscles. The other person next to him appeared more frail and was clearly shorter. They shared the same features. But I shouldn't be underestimating these people. Care to share the reason of your presence here? Gentlemen, I questioned them with the sweetest voice I could muster. After a prolonged eye contact, the shorter guy nudges his companion. Edward, I think we got the wrong room. There's only one room in this wing. You moron. He scolds him. Before I knew it, he tosses a shirt and basketball shorts on my face, which fell on my lap. I really appreciate it. I voice out, keeping my cool. You should be. There's a lot more things you need to thank us for. Later. You're one lucky woman. The guy named Edward Mock. A www I coo. Grabbing the ivy pole and kicking it down. I continue. I ignore how much weaker my arms felt and how much power I had to exert. Should I thank you for the wolfsbane? To actually, he corrects me with a smug smile. It's wolfsbane and silver. Even better. I smirk and lean on my palm. The man narrows his eyes at me suspiciously and I keep my smile on my face. However, the other man next to him looks at me with an innocent frown on his face. To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Edward huffs out and nods his head to the bathroom. At least he has some decency. After I changed, I placed the dress on one arm, using it as a cover-up. I hold the holster beneath the huge fabric and the throwing spikes between my palms. Leaving the bathroom, I was immediately met by scrutinizing gazes. I raised a brow at them and snapped. What? Edward keeps his eyes narrowed on me, and the other unnamed person pursed his lips as if he was stopping himself from saying something. Oh, smarty. Let's go. The stranger tells him in an unusually rushed manner. He made a move to leave, but Edward hesitates, his body tensing. To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He drones, his brows furrow together. I only tilt my head at him quizzically like the guiltless person I am. I smile smugly when he slowly approaches me. What's the matter? Edward. He cringes as if his name on my tongue was the most vile thing ever. Give me the dress. He threatens. I didn't know you had a thing for dresses. If I had known, I would have brought an extra one. Next time, I'll make sure to bring you one. I ridicule. He didn't take it very lightly. His eye twitches and he was about to stomp towards me angrily when his friend stops him. I twist a spike between my fingers, getting more and more impatient by the second. We should go, he tells Edward with a firm voice. No, he replies, ripping his arm off of his grip. He doesn't let go and repeats his words. This time, the panic was clear. I said let's go. Finally noticing his hysteria, Edward turns to him and asks, "WHA?" Before he could finish, I drop the dress on the floor and throw the spike towards him. landing on his neck. Right away, he drops to the ground, his hand clutching the wound as blood dropped down from his neck to his shirt. To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I whisper to myself. I cross my arms and keep my eyes locked on the other person as if I was quizzing his next move. After a long thought process, he snaps out of the trance and scrambles away. Good choice. Before he could leave my eyesight. However, I aim the spike on his tense back and watch him fall to the ground face first. At least I wouldn't have to see the betrayal on his face. I almost felt bad. Keyword almost. Leaning down, I glare at the convulsing body in front of me. Edward returns the glare even as he groaned and hissed through the pain. Sorry. To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I coo. He didn't respond well to the nickname and growls at me. I don't think there's gonna be a next time. Leaving the man behind me whose wolf was fading to heal him. I glance at the remaining spikes. Now this is what you call a proper gift. I make sure not to step over the other friend as I passed by his unloving body. Glancing from side to side, I move from one direction to another after calling it safe. However, the castle was too big for me to find my way out and the pounding headache was not helping me at all. The wolfsbane was making the human side of me weaker by the minute and I needed to leave this confine soon. If not, then this'll be one big mess. Keeping a hand on the walls to stabilize my body, I forced my legs to keep on moving. The silence was starting to scare me and the lack of presence was making me nervous rather than safe. Shouldn't there be people guarding me right now? After half an hour of searching for an exit, I was starting to get irritated. It was an infinite maze of walls and empty hallways. I was beginning to fret and worry consumes me. That was until I was facing a window and a huge double-door change of setting. After contemplating, I forced the window latch open and looked down. My eyes bulged out from the tall height. This had to be at least 6 floors, if not more. I was no way in hell gonna rip my skull open and risk damaging my face. I have a Prince Charming to get to. I skinned the double doors next to me up and down. Its elaborate design and uncanny cleanliness was making me feel dubious than I should be. How can a door even look this pretty? Unlike the old design of the furniture and walls behind me, the door was rather modern and new. Deciding that I didn't have any other way, I placed a hesitant hand on the sparkling gold handles. It looks so extravagant. It's driving my nerves crazy. I gulped the bile down my throat and slowly pushed the doors open. Yeah, I kind of regret doing that. I watch, my mouth agape, as a man stares back at me. His eyes were a striking bright blue and his dirty blonde hair was slicked back. To my agent extraordinaire, Luna, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Slightly crooked nose graces his tanned skin and chiseled jawline. Sitting on what appears to be a throne, he scratches his stubble and looks right at me. Rogue King. I wasn't gonna lie and say I'm not intimidated because I was scared shitless. The horrifying scar next to his eye didn't help either. So, he begins and smirks at me as if my arrival entertained him. You finally found your way. I take a step back only for the sound of doors slamming shut, forcing me to stop my movements and made my heart beat erratically. What kind of supernatural shit is this? Oh honey, there's only one exit. He pauses and looks at me with an amused expression. And that's through me, disregarding the increasingly painful throbs in my head. I use all my power to recall his name. When I did, I tried to mirror his smirk and ask, Silas, isn't it? As if he couldn't look even more smug and arrogant. The corners of his lips dug upwards even more and he looks at me mockingly. A movement to his right distracts me and what I saw made me scoff in disbelief. Well, will you look at that? I taunt, suddenly feeling bitter rather than panicky. If it isn't the best and only Ian in the entire world. Chapter 3. Typhoon. Tie her up. Silas commands his men. With not a sec and wasted. I was immediately pushed to my knees while another ties a rope around my wrists behind my back. Soon, I had no choice but to release my grip on my weapon as someone forces my hands open. You son of a bitch. I hiss out. TSK. You need to control your mouth more. Young lady. He drawls. Getting out of his puny little throne. He marches towards me with a glass of water. Like I expected, he poured it on me with ease. I shiver when the coldness hits my skin. My hair was damp and a piece of hair covered my face. And it irritated me that I couldn't move the strand away, letting out a humorless chuckle. I continue. Wine would have been fancier. You cheapskate. He squats down so we met eye level, and I took this opportunity to spit at his irritating face. Silas closes his eyes in what I assume is an attempt to calm himself down. Bringing a hand to his face, he wipes himself clean and fakes a smile. You and Theo really do belong to each other. Immature. Look who's speaking. I snarl at him. This wipes off the counterfeit smile on his visage, replaced by a scowl, as if sensing his master's displeasure. The man who tied me up grabs my hair forcefully. Oh no. My poor scalp. What is this? I laugh out. Thing 1 and thing 2. Before I know it, a strong hand slaps my face so hard I could feel the scalding heat of its imprint on my skin. I scoff. Is that all you've got? Old man? No, he responds. I glare at his amused expression. I'm just saving the best for last. My cheek was hurting from the slap, and the constant tugging on my scalp was making my headache much worse than it already is. In addition, the wolf's bane was also making me more exhausted. Why are you doing this? You fucking jerk. I scream at him. Revenge. My dear. He tells me as if it was the most obvious answer in the whole universe. I'm a hungry man. Immature. I mock, imitating his voice in a high-pitched tone. You don't understand anything. Do you? He questions. I could sense his anger increasing more and more that it almost made me laugh. You don't understand the pain of betrayal. I trusted Kara and she let me down. I offered to take care of her and that bastard child, and she rejects me. I loved her and she left me. Why should I be the one suffering? To my aching extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Then kill that bitch Kara. You son of a gun. I scream at him, exasperated. What do I have to do with this bullshit? You see, as hypocritical as it sounds, I would never lay a finger on my mate. The mate bond won't allow me, and I won't let myself do so either. I loved her then, and I still love her now. Too bad? Us together is just plain toxic. He voices out. A dry chuckle follows right after. That's so fucking cute. It makes me sick. I spit out. He ignores my statement and continues talking. So I thought to myself that if I can't kill her to feed my dissatisfaction, why can't I just make us and the peoples lives around her a living hell? You psycho. I snarl. You're one sadistic son of a bitch. You know that. Right. Again. He disregards my insults and proceeds to his speech. I can't fall asleep at night knowing that while people like you fall asleep soundly, I'm still up, struggling with my displeasure. I need to kill someone and bring suffering to your privileged lives to fulfill my satisfaction. I grumble out. I didn't ask for your bedtime story. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Sadly, your precious little mate is too difficult to get rid of. And too bad for you. I don't have a single fucking clue on who screwed my mate and destroyed my life. He continues. By now, his smirk was long gone and a scowl painted his face, his eyes twinkling with malicious intent. If I can't kill him, why can't I just kill you instead? Using my peripheral, I note the way he unstiffened at his words. His head was down, an act that surprised me since he was a wolf filled with pride. And that's when the realization hits me. I resist the laugh of pure disbelief that was forcing its way out of my lips. What would you do? I questioned Silas with a smirk. He raises a brow quizzically. What would you do if that man was right here? Right now? I peer at Ian, who jolts and lifts his head, his eyes wide as they met mine. I break eye contact. not wanting to see a sign of weakness on the brother I used to admire. On the contrary, the question seemed to pique the Rogue King's interest. I'll kill him now. I'll make him suffer. I'll torture him for hours every single day to remind him of the suffering he's caused me. And I'd feed him, give him a bed to sleep in, and clothes to wear. He avows. His eyes glimmered with so much malice. It frightened me. I'd keep him alive and let him wake up to the sun rising only for me to torment him until daylight ends again and again. Wow, I breath out and gulp visibly. Lucky for me and unfortunately for you, you decided to be a little sunshine and can't vacations. He tells me. Funny, I mutter to myself, tasting the bitterness on my tongue. You have the wrong sitting. This man was stupid for not picking up my hints. Stop talking. He snarls at me. You're fucking stupid, dickhead. I snarl back. You really think killing me will relieve your conscience? Theo will just rip your if I didn't already. One by one. You know what will work? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Murder that coward of a mate of yours. My flesh was burning from the wolfsbane and my head felt like it was being pulled apart. Yet, my mouth and voice box felt more energetic than ever. You talk too much. He growls at me. His eyes were flickering from blue to a bright red, his wolf asking for release. You know, I'm surprised you're still alive with the amount of wolfsbane you've consumed for the past 24 hours. I don't know if I should be scared or flattered. I huff out. He gives me one last crazed smile before he pats his pounce and gets up on his feet. Give me the syringe, he commands another of his cronies. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I warily eyed the small, yet dangerous needle that was carefully placed on his palms. Silas approaches my knelt body with a sadistic smile and I return the favor. You don't know what you're getting yourself into. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I tell him, my voice wavering much to my dismay. My throat was dry and I stopped myself from kindly asking him for the cup of water. Oh, I do know what I'm getting myself into, he replies with a cocky smirk. Grabbing my shoulder forcefully, he injects the powerful poison into my system. This time, the effects were fast and not gradual. Pain shoots through me, making me jolt. A burning sensation travels from my feet to the top of my head and it felt like I could blow up any minute now. I would have fallen to the floor face first if not for the person pulling my head up by grabbing my hair. Despite the ringing in my ears, I could make out Silas's amused words. Can you hear that? I use all my strength in an attempt to clear my mind momentarily and figure out what the hell he was talking about. And then it reaches my ears, wolves howling and the sound of paws meeting the ground. Thousands. It's the sound of war. Silas whispers to my ear, his smirk growing. I cough out blood on his white shirt, feeling satisfied. A familiar sensation I knew too well strikes me. It starts with a quick, familiar tingle. Then, waves of intense heat hit me, making my head pulse in agony. And finally, scorching and uncontrollable energy consumes me. I guess dear brother hasn't told you this. Yet, Silas, I could feel my wolf start to emerge, demanding release. You might want to make better allies. If there's a next time. That is. The only response I received was an unsure but curious glare. Wolfsbane might make me weak, but it makes my wolf insane. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And that's when I let my wolf take over and lunge towards the man who has completely lost his mind. Chapter 35. My wolf lunges at him, clawing at his chest, and leaving sickening scars that will forever remind him of his stupidity. The gash on his chest bleeds, staining his taut skin with blood. Satisfaction enters my wolf when she sees his reaction, and I knew I'd never understand that mutual understanding between them. There was no retaliation or even sign of displeasure, but Silas only flinches and coughs out blood. He laughs, His lips were lifted into a wide smile and his laughter fills the room. However, told a different story. It was pure emptiness. His laughter wasn't like melodies but satanic. He laughed like it was his last, but it was full of disbelief and false satisfaction. Denial. It irritated me, but my wolf was more pleased than ever. And she doesn't make another move because she knew that emptiness was his worst punishment. Wiping the blood off his mouth with the back of his hand, he takes slow steps back. And I wanted so bad to attack him, but my wolf stayed still. Kill her, he commands his minions, looking at me with a smirk before retreating like a coward. I've done my job, he tells me, his expression lively, yet empty at the same time. My wolf keeps her paws locked to the floor, staring back at the pitiful man in front of us, and as if he understood her. To create turmoil, my wolf keeps her red orbs trained on his back, his shoulders defeated as his figure disappears from another doorway. You stupid wolf, I try telling her. As expected, there was no response but a threatening low growl. You know what's funny? Silas destroyed himself before we even had the chance to. He never wanted to win in the first place. The man wanted to feel pain, but all he felt was emptiness, void of emotions, because that's all what beasts crave, the ability to feel. When a person void of emotions or thoughts and no longer have a goal to meet, they lose their life's purpose, they have no more reason to live. And to them, it's better to lose your life than to lose it. And sadly, cowards like Silas are better dead than living. A wolf's growl disrupts me from my thinking and I immediately divert my attention to the small group of wolves surrounding me. The rogue didn't get another opportunity to let out a second growl before my wolf jumps for his neck and tears his flesh without an ounce of remorse. The next wolf was even more stupid. She leaps towards me, where my wolf could easily claw her belly and rip her stomach apart. And so she did. Another tries to attack me from behind while another also lunges and aims from my side. A kick and hungry bite to the neck was all it took to finish their lives. I stare back at the motionless bodies of weak wolves, blood pooling beneath them and staining their fur. The last wolf circles around me menacingly, contemplating my next movement. He was playing it safe, refusing to make a risky move. Too bad I wasn't in a mood for this time-consuming bullshit. My wolf takes advantage of his hesitation and pounces on him, knocking his body to the ground in the process. He struggles under her hold frantically, but soon his panic was terminated the moment my wolf bites into his flesh and slits his throat. Blood gushes out of his wound and paints my skin. My wolf lets out a barely recognizable huff before trotting to Ian like he was a prey. He covers my way out of this shithole, just like Mother did. And he just watches me, his lips in a tight line and his eyes staring right at me without showing any emotions. My wolf threateningly marches towards Ian, her steps slow and careful. A part of me wanted him to keep blocking my way so that I could pull apart his limbs and feed his body to the vultures. But another part of me was also curious. I was eager to see whether he's the exact replica of my mother or a slightly better version of that wit. So my wolf gives him a chance to choose. She moves towards him, granting him the time to think as we close the distance that separates us. And just when I thought I had the liberty of killing him, he takes a step back and moves to the side, leaving space for me to leave. I refuse to look back up at him, not wanting to see the expression on his face. My wolf sprints out, happy to be free and out of four walls. I don't look back as I move past him and out of this shithole. I don't spare any energy to scan his face, so I keep on going, his voice the last I hope I'll ever hear from him. Happy birthday. My wolf rushes out of the confines, past unfamiliar hallways, but somehow finding our way out. Crashing the doors open, cold air hits us. The horrible, yet satisfying stench of blood fills my senses. The sight of flesh being ripped open and limbs being pulled apart reaches my eyesight. I could feel my wolf's growing satisfaction, pleased to see blood being drawn. It takes less than a second for her to bounce into action and ramming into a rogue, clawing at her throat right after. Fortunately for her, her life ended before more pain consumes her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A desperate voice reaches out to me. I'm fine, I tell Theo sternly, my wolf eager to kill rather than talk. I hear a whimper to my right. My wolf turns to the sound and eyes as a young pack member struggles to release himself from a rogue's grip. I almost panic, scared that my wolf wouldn't feel a remorse and let my people die. But I was amazed when she lunges towards the rogue without any hesitation. He lets go of his hold and stumbles due to the impact. He snarls at me, showing off his canines in an intimidating snarl. My wolf stops him, biting into his hind leg and ripping his limb apart. She spares the youngling we just saved with an irritated glare. But the boy ignores it and bows slightly, and the rest of the time continues like that, helping and killing. I don't know how long this bloodshed lasted, but frankly, neither my wolf and I couldn't care less. We were busy having fun with slaughtering these foolish wolves that tried to attack me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Their attempts were all futile and my wolf would just move on to another merciless kill. I was filled with a murderous passion and I willingly let it consume me. The sound of growls and howls and howls and howls surrounded me, but all my wolf could recognize was her burning hunger. Bodies dropped to the wet earth, their hearts no longer pulsing. No words were spoken except for the snarls and whimpers. The desire for more and more blood devouring our consciousness, and letting our wolves take the control. The sound of war and death made my wolf disgustingly content. And then it stopped. The growling ceased, only to be replaced by painful howling as the rogues dropped to their knees one by one. Some screamed in an agonizing way all werewolves knew too well. The loss and betrayal of a king. As if getting the message, my pack shifts back into their human forms and puts on clothes they had scavenged. My wolf doesn't shift and I could feel her anger through our barely existing bond. She was outraged that the king has given up so quickly and now, she didn't have an excuse to keep on killing. The lack of movement was disrupted by a woman who rose up from her knees and charged at Theo, who kept his eyes trained on her with pity. The last thing I saw was her tear-stricken face before it was replaced by contorted pain before she drops to the ground, a hole replacing her once-beating heart. My wolf took this as memo to keep on a killing spree, but just as she was about to sever someone's limbs, Theo running back to the old castle catches our attention. We follow right after, but not before we kill the rogue in our hands. His eyes roll back of his head as he drops to the ground, his skull shattered. My wolf races to the castle, treading behind Theo, who hurried to God who knows where. We follow him as he runs to one hallway to another like he knew exactly where he was going. He didn't look back at us, but I knew that he could sense our presence. Our footsteps in 1.5, open doorway reaches our eyesight, sobs sounding out of the room. Familiar sobs. Ian that-esque in the funny. The last thing I see is Ian weeping, a necklace wrapped around his clenched fists. I couldn't think hard enough to recognize where that familiar pendant came from. Whatever, it's none of my business. I didn't know if I should laugh at him or cry with him. Either way, I didn't have a chance to respond before Theo turns to me, finally acknowledging my wonderful presence. He squats down so that he meets my wolf's eyes. My heart shatters when I see his lips tremble and his eyes fill with unshed tears. Confusion and a despair strikes me. Noticing our mate's grief, she rubs her head under Theo's chin, who begins to rub our fur. Kara's gone, he tells me under his breath, his breathing labored and shallow. It's okay to cry, I tell him through the mind link, recalling his words. You lost a sister, hugging my wolf and burying his head in our fur. He tells me quietly, how can I lose a sister I never had? Epilogue 12 months later. I place my head on Theo's lap as we watch The Edge of 17. Keeping my eyes trained on the screen, I let him play with my hair. Everything was good until he started playing with it too much. He was tugging it and tangling it with such a burning passion that I could feel my hair detach from my scalp and my soul leave my body. I grab his hand and push it away from my head, mad that he had disrupted my crying session. I like movies that make me cry. Just when I thought I was free from Theo's wrath, he throws his hands back in my hair and continues to play with it. If the movie couldn't make me cry, Theo definitely will. You're messing up my fucking hair. Theo. I threaten him. I furrow my brows and frown, no longer able to concentrate on the movie. He chuckles and I knew what was going to come out of his foul mouth. It was already messed up in the first place. What do you want? I groan. To my authentic extraordinaire, Mahian Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He tells me smugly. His overconfidence oozing out of him. And although I was the Leo in this relationship, I grumble to myself, asking for more and more attention. I feel his fingers on my stomach and try to tickle me. Keyword, try. I look at Theo with a raised brow and laugh out when I see the frown on his face. Well, this is anticlimactic. He huffs before looking at me angrily. I couldn't turn to him. Who hurt you? He teases back and attacks me with kisses. I shield myself from him and laugh when he keeps launching smooches at me. I freaking hate you. I tell him jokingly between fits of laughter. I love you. Do? He laughs out before grabbing a pillow and hitting my head. Oh no. My poor non-existent brain cells. Theo. You jerk. I raise my head off his lap and grab another pillow, mirroring his actions. And a pillow fight lasted for what felt like hours before we both surrender and catch our breaths. An arm pulls me to his chest so that he was spooning me, burying his head to the crook of my neck and giving me a quick peck. He whispers, I love you. I love you. Too, I whisper back, a smile forming on my face. Before I knew it, he flips himself so that he was hovering over me, meeting his eyes. I feel my heart flutter when I see his beautiful grey eyes gleam with a fervent gaze. Keeping his gaze on me, he continues to stare at me with pure adoration. Mark me, he tells me with a smirk, his husky voice and sincerity making my heart burst with euphoria. I allow him to guide my body as he lifts me up so that I was straddling him, immediately going in for a kiss, and we keep our frenzied pace, not getting enough of each other. I feel his lips curl into a smirk and I copy his actions, pulling away from him, trailing his jaw and down to his neck. I could feel my smirk growing when his arms tighten around my waist. A groan escapes him when my lips meet the spot on his neck where I was supposed to mark him. Then, I plunge my canines into his neck, retracting after a hot second. He didn't whimper in pain but only lets out a shaky breath. He recovers faster than I realized and gently pushes my back to the bed. My turn, he whispers to me seductively, never letting his lips leave my skin. Epilogue I. 100 trillion years later, Nikolai whisper, shout to the little boy. I grab his arm and hide him in the bush with me. He frowns at me, perplexed by my unpacked appearance. What are we doing here? He questions me innocently. Hiding from your dad. I answer him in a muted tone as I watch my pack train fervently, feeling his grey orb shooting lasers at me. I frown at him suspiciously. Oh no. No. I went to him. I'm telling Dad. He huffs at me before crossing his arms, running out of my hold. I watch him run away and crash to Theo's back intentionally. He raises a brow at the little traitor, squatting down before lifting him up on his shoulders. Theo smiles at him with pure, unadulterated love. Our pack warriors pause and start fawning and releasing a bunch of AWS. I narrow my eyes at the two exact replica of each other and groan when the little devil points at my direction. Like father, like son. I grumble to myself and cross my arms. I gulp when Theo snaps his head to me and approaches me with an amused expression. I draw hard at him with my finger and he only rolls his eyes, gently bouncing up and down the kid on his arms. Mommy is childish. Miko informs Theo like it was the smartest thing he's even said. Theo lowers himself and stands back up when Nico's feet touch the ground. The little devil runs to me and wraps an arm around my legs despite seeing my glare. I agree. Theo laughs out and I give him another cold glare. Mommy stopped growing when she was 10. Nico and Theo look at each other for a quick second before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. I only raise a brow at them, amused. Finally noticing my displeasure, Nico jumps up and down, reaching for a hug. I bring him up and carry him to my waist. Right after, I feel Theo hug me from behind and sway the both of us back and forth. I'm so lucky to have all of you. Theo mutters and I feel a smile grow on my face. Oh, will you look at that? A family of 3 devils. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like. And don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.